Spinning by Queen Walkers.
Gets it just in time!
That is impressive stuff here. Klaus gets it done.
Golden ticket for Navi.
Tribe Gaming going undefeated.
Next golden ticket holder to the World Championship. Reported Gaming are going to take it.
We are ready to crown a new world champion.
Are you ready?
Queen Walkers, it is GX Tiger.
The World Championship is claimed.
Welcome to the Clash of Clans World Championship Qualifiers, where it is now Stage 4. I'm CarbonFin, joined with some amazing co-casters, Woody, Maxi, and Eric, to bring you an amazing day of Clash Esports. Woody, how are you doing?
I'm doing excellent, Carbon. Thanks for asking, man. We saw some incredible action last week that whittled down the field to just 16 remaining teams. Big squads like Millicene MG that had performed so well year after year being eliminated, and new up-and-coming teams that we're going to get a chance to watch today. But of the 16 that remained, only 4 can get a golden ticket. We'll just have to find out which 4 it's going to be. Maxi?
That is right. Welcome everyone at home. Thanks for tuning in today. Indeed, we're going into the competition with 16 teams today, and we'll be going out with 8 after Sunday. So the next 2 days are to eliminate 8 more teams, but also to have 8 that will still have the chance for the golden ticket. Eric, are you as excited as I am about the wars today?
I am, and I mean, if we have like the same kind of things play out that happened last week, we saw so many big name teams that got knocked out. Like you said, Millicene, Badsinger, we saw insane teams get knocked out of the competition. It was kind of the week of the underdog there, but you still have a lot of big name teams in the competition, and maybe some new faces as well.
Yeah, new faces are trying to join the teams that already have golden tickets, which there are 4 that we will see later in the World Championship. Who are they, Woody?
They are the champions of significant community events. We have, first off, Navi, followed by Tribe Gaming. Then it's Team Super, Soup BLTX in number 3 spot. And the 4th and final golden ticket awarded was to Repotted Gaming. That leaves 4 more spots open for the 16 teams that remain from the open ladder of 5,000 squads competing. It's now down to just 16, and we're going to cut it in half again this week. Take a look at these stages, Maxi.
That is right, you already said it. 5,000 teams went into this, so that is insane to think about, that we just have the best 16 of them competing in the next couple of days. So as I said, we started with 5,000 teams. After that, we twisted things a little bit around. We started with a double elimination bracket. Now last week we had a Swiss bracket. This time again another Swiss bracket, and next week we will have the final double elimination, just leaving 4 teams that will get their golden tickets.
Absolutely, but like you said, we'll talk about the Swiss bracket in just a moment, but as they play their way through all the different stages here, they're playing in 5 versus 5 wars, where each of the players will get 1 attack, and they're on a very strict schedule of when they attack, so it's non-stop action from start to finish, and then at the end, the 4 teams that end up surviving of the 16 that remain will play on stage in Helsinki, Finland. This is gonna be wild, Carbon.
And they are going to be fighting for a $1 million prize pool overall. Absolutely incredible, with a crazy first place prize.
That's right, Carbon. We have an extremely generous, large prize pool to award for the top 20 teams in the world. That includes every team that's competing today, the 16 that remain in our open format, as well as the 4 that have already earned golden tickets to the World Championship. But only 1 team can claim that top prize of $300,000. Half that much for second place at $150K, and it proceeds down from there. But we have got more than just money on the line. The history books have yet to be written for the year 2023. What's up next, Maxi?
Yes, there we see it already. The huge Clash of Clans World Championship trophy. And that was a monumental moment last year when the Queen Walkers were able to be better than every other clan in the win and raise the trophy. And yeah, that is just an honorable moment for them. So much pressure, and they were able to defeat everyone else, raising this trophy. And I think that is what everyone here is competing for, exactly as you said, to be in the history books of Clash of Clans. But here we go, Eric. How did I get there?
All right, so this week we are playing through another Swiss bracket. So 16 teams advanced, and now we need to narrow it down to 8. So they're going to play through a 3-win before 3-loss format here. You got to make it into one of those green boxes. Every time you take a win or a loss, you go on to the next round there, and you go to the box that matches your current record. So if you can make it one of the green boxes and don't land one of the red boxes by the end of potentially 5 rounds, then you go on to that double elimination bracket in the next stage there, Carbon.
Yeah, the teams that are going to be trying to make it, well, we've got 16 teams here competing, which include the likes of Clash Champs, Engistar, Strut, United, Early Attacks, TPM Esports, Time to Throw, HS Esport, VNA Ace, Dark Phoenix, NJ Flex, EX Titans, Millizim SG, VNE Sporting, Terror Warrior, and No Limit. These teams have shown they deserve their spot here competing, and anything can happen, but the matter of a Swiss stage means that just one war is not going to determine your fate in this Clash of Clans World Championship qualifiers here, Woody.
That's right, Carbon. Although they had a very difficult run through a 5,000 team field to get to where they are at, it is a bit of a slower pace today, just like it was last week, where we have a Swiss bracket that allows up to 2 losses, and teams can still stay in the competition at that point. This is not even a double elimination bracket. It's even more generous than that. So as long as the teams can be in the top half of the field, among the 16 that remain, 8 will still advance to next week, where they'll have to cut the field in half one final time to decide which 4 teams are going to finally get golden tickets, Maxi.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So it is all about that consistency, but it also means, as you just said, you can get up once you were thrown down to the ground with the 2 losses, and we've seen that in the last Swiss bracket as well. Teams that have gotten knocked down 2 times got back up on their feet and were able to defeat other teams 3 times in a row. But it can also go the opposite way. So even if you have 2 victories in the bag, you cannot be too safe to get to the next stage, because it's sometimes that last victory actually that is hardest to achieve, Eric.
Absolutely, and you saw that in the case of Badsinger. They were on a 45-win streak there after they came out of the ladder stages in stage 1. They went undefeated through stage 2, and then they got to stage 3. They went 2-0. They went 3-0. They would have been here, but they went 2 wins, and then they took 3 losses in a row, and they ended up getting knocked out. So like, it's crazy to go that far, and then a couple of strings of losses is able to knock you out of the competition like that. But you can't let your losses stack up, because if you make it to the next stage, you get a reset. You get to get reseeded into a new bracket, and any losses that you have taken up to that point there are brushed off, and you're at the same spot in the playing field as every other team, even if they went undefeated. So very, very important. They just need to survive this stage right here. That's where we need to go. We got to get 3 wins before you take 3 losses and you make it through.
Well, we're in the very first match now today, and that is going to be between Clash Champs and Time to Throw. Both these teams well known within the Clash of Clans esports community, and Clash Champs are trying to make a reappearance from last year. So a lot of these players here have World Championship experience, but Time to Throw, each one of these players is trying to get to the World Championship for the very first time, Woody.
That's right, and you can see the stats on screen there. These 2 teams are so evenly tied up, it's within 0.1% of an average destruction from their hits. That does lead to another 0.1 star on Time to Throw's side, but this could be any team's war, especially up against Clash Champs, a squad that won Best Defense at the Clash of Clans Queso Cup, also having defeated Navi in the Champions War League. This is a very powerful team with an extremely talented roster, lots of base building experience to go alongside it, and here they are. It's Celinho, Leo, P. Castro, Pato, and Loop, rounding out your Clash Champs roster, seeking a win in their first matchup against Time to Throw.
Yeah, and look at those hit rates. That is incredible. But like Time to Throw is not. They don't have to hide either with those scores. Look at this. Max even coming in with a 76% hit rate. Well, let's take a look at the roster first. We have Max, as I just said. Then we have Jesus, Diego, Banki, and Pavu, and it was so nice to see these players there on their camps for a little bit as they were preparing. So some of them even yawning still, because just imagine, this is the World Championship, guys. So these players come from all around the world, and for some of them it might be the middle of the night. For some of them might have just gotten up, and for some of them, like for me, it might be the middle of the day. So that might also have an influence on how they perform, Eric. Or what do you think? Do you attack better in the morning than in the evening, for example?
Nope. But yeah, over in like California, it's like only 7 a.m. right now. So like it is very early for a lot of these players out there, especially for the US based players. Like further as you go, the later in the evening you go. But yeah, it's crazy that they have to deal with the time zone differences. But that's why we always do these broadcasts at this time of the day. There kind of works out perfectly. But yes, this is going to be a crazy match here. I think Clash Champs is, widely considered the favorite to win this, because we've been saying from the start that they are one of the favorites to get a golden ticket. So I think all eyes are on them right now, and Time to Throw going to be trying to get the upset here.
Well, let's see if we're doing any jinxing here today, because time to take a look at the prediction of this match. And yep, all of us here on the Castro predictions taking Clash Champs. So let us know in the chat right now who you believe is going to win this match. You can also let us know in the polls wherever you may be watching. So yes, we're all here, Clash Champs. Is that a guaranteed victory for Time to Throw? I guess we'll find out, because we seem to be, at least the last week, always wrong. What was it? I think each one of us only got one correct on last Sunday, which was mind-blowing. 4 right out of the whole day. It was crazy stuff to identify the teams that made it to this stage. Let's see if that happens again, Woody.
You know what? I'm kind of hoping that it does happen, because that's what brings a little bit of excitement and unpredictability to the matches. Even though it was a little bit embarrassing for the Castro crew, we had 24 predictions, and yeah, what was it, like 4 of them were right? We would have done better if we had just flipped a coin on each one of them, but nonetheless, there are surprises in Clash of Clans Esports, and that's what we love to watch. That's what we're going to possibly see today, but hey, it could just swing back the other way. The top dogs could take it all the way through today. The closer you get to the end of the competition, I think the more predictable it starts to get as the top squads start to face off and have even more preparation and even more opportunities to see their opponents and get a sense of what bases they should bring to these sorts of wars. But Maxi, what's your take on it?
Yeah, but I would also say that on the other hand, the pressure rises, right? So while in the beginning, for example, in these latter stages, it would even be possible to get a couple of losses, but you would still be able to get to the next stage. But proceeding now really depends on every single war. You can pretty much not, I mean, it's a Swiss stage, so you can allow yourself a slip up, but not too many, and especially not in the wrong moment, like we saw last week. Again, in the case of ETX Bad Zinger, they were favorites as well. I think every one of us picked them, but then when it mattered most, even though they had the preparation and whatnot, maybe pressure got to them and they were not able to seal the deal. So there are many factors actually that play a role, in my opinion. But I think that's actually the beauty of it. We can still be surprised, and it's not 100% a given which team will win and which won't.
Yeah, and you got like momentum to think about as well there, because you got to think about the psychology of a player when they had a big miss that ended up losing a war, and how that's going to affect them, not just in the rest of that war where they're sitting there waiting, but when they go to the next war, the confidence that it gets hit there when you do have a big miss there, and you have to then shake it off and get the next war there and not let it affect you. And that's not an easy thing to do. You got to have a big moment there where the team gets rallied around a player and they get excited, they get back into it, they get their head in the game. And I think that's a very, very important thing to consider there. But that's why we saw teams go all the way to the top of the bracket, and then they take a loss, it gets in their head, they start to slip up, and then they start to make mistakes. And you can't let that pressure get to you, not at this stage of the tournament, because we're running out of time, you're running out of opportunities.
Yeah, the time is now, and you have to step up. You want to do your best to go 3-0 here in the Swiss stage, because if you lose 3, like we've talked about, your tournament life is over, but you are going to be taking home some prize money. But every match that you are able to win and advance further in this tournament, the higher the prize money is, because it's $1 million prize pool for the whole tournament. And of course, if you get to that World Championship first place, $300,000 and the trophy. That's what their end goal is going for here. But between this match, Clash Champs, and Time to Throw, we're getting ready for the very first attack. So we'll say goodbye to 2 casters here and get ready and set for this. Will we be jinxing it? That is the big question here, Woody. We were absolutely terrible last week. Like you said, you could be flipping a coin. It would have definitely done better than how we performed. But in this match, we are all taking Clash Champs here on the board. I was looking at the chat. We're seeing a mix between these different teams in there, which is awesome to see, seeing representation across the different teams from the communities. But what's your thought on this very first match that we're going to have today?
Well, as much as I love the prediction element of it, it's not about me. It's not about the casters. It's about the teams. It's about the fans out there too, because we've also got a prediction that's going to be coming in from the community vote soon to get a sense for what everyone else out there thinks is happening. But if it's still up, please do make sure to vote, and vote throughout the rest of the day too, because we have got 6 matches for you all to enjoy, and we hope that you'll let us know which team you're rooting for. In this upcoming match, though, it is going to be agreement between the casters and the community. It's a 77% vote from the community to take Clash Champs ahead of Time to Throw with a 23%. Pretty hard split here for Time to Throw. They seem to really do clearly be the underdog in this matchup, Carbon.
Yeah, but just making it here means that you have a chance, right? Yeah, they may be an underdog, but anything can happen. One small mistake, you don't get the Town Hall, a 1-star, and that is devastating. It will play a huge role in your match as we're getting ready for the very first attack, and cannot wait. What is it going to be? We've seen a lot of different Queen Charge into Lalos, a lot of Queen Charge into Super Barbarians, which Super Barbarians has been taking over the meta, especially with those Super Archer blimps. But maybe they've been saving something just for the stage or even for next week if they're able to qualify to the double elimination. But we talked about this before in previous tournaments and over the years, is you don't necessarily want to save your best stuff for the end, because if you don't make it there, then it would be a complete waste.
Yeah, we haven't seen very many of the more kind of spammy style attacks. We see a lot more like surgical precision and very precise placement of these early siege machine drops, or even a Queen Charge to get recalled to set up for a Laloon hit. There's a lot of skill in these 16 teams, but you're right. It really does come down to when you hit that war button and find out which bases you're up against and trying to decide in lightning quick fashion which ones you're going to attack. Max has got 5 to choose from among the defenders here, so we'll see our first strike from Time to Throw and an opportunity for him to show us what he's got one more time. But, you know, Time to Throw is a really resilient team. In both stage 2 and 3, they lost their first war, but were able to advance onward with successful wins from there on out. So even if Time to Throw does lose this upcoming match against Clash Champs, considered one of the strongest teams in the top 16, they may still have a chance to break through and move on. They definitely do want to get that momentum on their side, though. That's an important point that Eric brought through. Getting a win early on in the day is just so important, especially when you've got an entire weekend ahead of you. Starting off strong can mean the world to these players. So let's see what Max brings. It's going to be a Laloon strike, and he's got a Golem in here to provide a little bit of cushioning for his heroes out the gate. He's got enemy air defenses, 2 of them outside the walls along the bottom, with that Town Hall relatively underprotected as well. But let's see how this Donut's going to go here in the middle, drops those spells, and the bats are going in hard. It's a bat. Bobby he's really taking out a lot. He's getting the CC, multi-target Inferno. CC is down. Nice.
Oh, just able to get that clan castle right there. Well done to Max. And it is so difficult. They make it look so easy, but whenever I try to do it, I fail every single time here, as a couple Super Barbarians down to the bottom side with a nice Headhunter to pick off this king, while the Queen is going to be going for this Town Hall to set up the Lalo.
Beautiful start so far, and the Golem is doing its job tanking those shots for the Queen out back, who's got a little Unicorn to help keep her topped off. Unicorn is the preferred pairing for this Archer Queen, and she's going to get a nice early stab to set up for the second stage of this strike. Remember, if it's just a new opportunity for you to watch Clash of Clans, it's the first star claimed by taking down that Town Hall at the bottom, the second from 50%, and that coveted 3rd star that we really want to see in order to claim that an attack is a full success. You have to destroy the entire base in 3 minutes. So Max, with this early setup now, has left that monolith standing. He's going to send in the Royal Champion to take it down. Another hero committed to the fray, but a big strike against the core of this base, and really half of it's already destroyed before the Laloon even comes through, Carbon.
And the World Champion getting the monolith, getting the multi, and even moving into the core to maybe grab the defensive rage as well. The value is immense as the Warden ability protects the
Oh, he
Lava Hound.
invised her.
And then he takes out the scatter with the World Champion as well.
Does he get to finish it off? That World Champion has a tiny bit of health. Scatter is taken out, but still got a lot of damage in on that. The Phoenix is also going to be finished off. Max is going to be taking a lot of splash damage from that scatter shot. He's going to really wish that it had gone down. Holds on to one more freeze spell, but I think he is going to have it no problem at all. Just a Royal Champion on the back end to cause a little bit of problems here, but the pups should be able to help finish her off. And with the freeze out there, the balloons will knock down every single tower in sight for the collapse into the final stage. This was a strong and domineering way to start this hit. Max for time to throw with the 3-star.
Impressive stuff from Max. Wow, what a crushing attack that he had right there. It is not easy to do not only a Skelly donut, but then to follow it up with that Lalo, getting so much value in the attack, taking out a scatter, the multi, a clan castle, all with the skeleton spells and invis and bats, all like that. It's so convenient when the CC is down. Don't have to worry about fighting defensive clan castle, moving your way around, but perfectly planned for his heroes to move in and then the Lalo to come right on through.
Next up is going to be P. Castro from the Clash Champs. He's bringing in a bit of a different style here now. Some Hog Riders to boost the Queen charge into... I want to call it Laloon, but there's not a single Lava Hound that I can see here. He's got a Battle Blimp, so he might be able to get some tanking out of that, but it's just really balloons and hogs. This is a rather unconventional attack strategy, Carbon.
Do we got a new name on our hands? Queen charge low hogs? You know? As the queen is moving in towards this monolith, whenever we see attacks like this, we always love to reach out to the chat and say, hey, let us know what you want to name an attack strategy like this, where there are no Lava Hounds and a couple of hogs in the mix, as he is pulling out a little bit of the clan castle. The defensive rage spell was activated, and where's the queen going to go? Does not look like she's making her way into the Eagle Artillery, unless she walks back around for the Builder Hot. And okay, she does.
That rage spell is so crucial to keep queens alive. The healer's benefiting from the rage, and the unicorn back there as well, able to keep that queen topped off through so much incoming damage. It also, of course, boosts her own damage output, and that is carving a major hole into the base on that side. But it really does require some very careful timing and some great placement on these spells as well. Another rage committed to this queen charge into the core of the base, and that is exactly what the Clash Champs have been doing so well throughout this tournament so far, keeping that queen up and just taking barely enough damage to survive, but still dishing out quite a bit against key defenses. P. Castro launches the main attack now with an early Eternal Tome for the Grand Warden, and the Battle Blimp is going to be spinning, but it still should be able to reach that Town Hall and will knock it down for the first 2 stars easy. He's just got to clean up for the final edge on this not lava, but just balloon hit, Carbon.
Yeah, the balloon's coming around the edge. That queen charging all the way through this core, getting so much value. As now the Royal Champion's coming down with hogs to the top side. Minions behind them. Royal Champion, though, needs to make her way through the defensive queen headhunters. There is the freeze. His queen is still up with ability. 1 freeze left. 55 seconds. Pops his queen ability as he continues to run around. The king even is still alive as the RC ability goes off. And P. Castro is looking to add a 3-star as long as he's got the time, which it looks like he's looking good.
He's even got an extra freeze that he can swag here at the end. Looking very happy on that player cam now, just holding on to his headphones, and he'll drop them off because that is going to be all she wrote. P. Castro with the clean and easy cleanup finds a 3-star finish for the Clash Champs in his first attack for them, and it is going to be an even keel start in this war, Carbon.
It is so impressive what they can do in these attacks. When we try to replicate it, I don't even know what to say, you know? It's just incredible. No Lava Hound in there. And it was a queen charge, balloons, hogs, and making it work. At Town Hall 15, and Town 15 is the hardest Town Hall by far. It's not even a question. By far in Clash of Clans. And these players are making it look so easy.
Oh yeah, I mean, in competitive play, 3-star hit rates for top Town Hall 15 players can even sometimes only be like 20-25%, but in esports, war settings, these guys, the very, very best of the best, are pushing hit rates to 50, 60, 70%. Extremely strong performance, and especially impressive given that they have so little time to study these bases and to take them down in a super high stakes setting.
With a blizzard that's coming in, Super Wizards looking to lock onto this town hall, and they take it down, go down instantly. But look at all those defensive skeletons near that town hall area. Sends the king off to the right. They'll run to him as another Lalo is going to be coming in here. Is he gonna find a way to take out these skellies? Is he gonna drop a Valkyrie maybe to help assist? No, the king's just gonna make his way through this one at a time.
His flaming sword held aloft, he will smite them down one by one, taking a lot of damage in the process, unfortunately, but Jesus says that he has got his head on straight. He won't overcommit, he won't be surprised by traps, and he will still stay at this the same way that he intended from the beginning. Unfortunate that that poison tower does still stand in the center of the base, could be launching against his attacking troops any moment now. With the enemy CC pulled out, it's going to be a Lava Hound that can really slow things down, and he'll have to be extremely careful with this Archer Queen on the outer edge without any healers to keep her topped off. She is just going to be stuck in a rut against this Lava Hound now. But it's the balloon soaring through the bottom now with a freeze spell. He's got a haste, he's got several more freezes, and that Eternal Tome, of course, to protect them from incoming damage as they make their entry to the base. Very dangerous spot up top with an Archer Queen and a multi-target Inferno ready to fire away at these balloons. How is he going to clear it out, Carbon?
Yeah, he's gonna have to use that freeze, continuing his way around. Only one more freeze to utilize as he is trying to take out the enemy queen, but there was no head on us. They must have either found spring traps. But he's got the owl, which can turn around, so he decides to invest the freeze again onto the queen. The owl stops hitting the queen. We got now minions are gonna overwhelm her.
Go.
His queen is continuing to come up and around to help with the warden. He may just go down, but the baby dragon, some balloons to try to finish this off.
Offensive Queen is getting perilously low. She's walking straight toward that Tesla cannon, but it looks like the fire is going to be off her for just a little bit longer. That's exactly what she just needs to secure this triple for time to throw. And it looks like he's just going to be able to pull it off with time ticking down. He's only got 3 more structures left, and the offense is going to be it. 3 stars for Jesus. Time to throw, keep it on top with 6 total. And the Clash champs have got their feet to the fire.
Impressive. Again, another 3-star. The Blizzard Lalo getting it done. And it's so impressive how they break the bases down. Queen going all the way into the core. And it's 3 stars after 3 stars. You're going to have to keep that hit rate if you want to be winning a match like this.
Next up will be Pato. He's going to get another chance to move back in and defend against this incredible offense that Time to Throw has shown us so far. I was really repping the defensive base building skills for this Clash Champ squad, but with Time to Throw getting 2 back-to-back triples out of their first 2 attacks, I would be a little bit worried if I were a fan of the Clash Champs right now. Let's give them their due, though, because they're great attackers on their own, and Pato is going to be moving in next with some interesting strat to complement. He's got a lot of super barbarians here brought to bear, but with 2 clone spells, an Electro Titan, 4 headhunters, it's kind of a kitchen sink entry point here as he gets the battle blimp all the way through with the Eternal Tome popping right into the core of the base. Invisibility spell as those troops are going to be coming on out now, and here come the clones. That's going to be a lot of damage right into the core, Carbon.
He has made it there. He did invest that freeze to get the blimp all the way to the core, which now he's access to take out the town hall. Eagle artillery. Wait. Oh, he almost takes out the eagle. The multi next to, behind, or in front of that eagle there. But the town hall going down, which is very nice. Wasn't able to get that monolith, which if he was able to somehow line up the shots through the town hall, would have been able to. But you never know when the blimp comes down, the angles, and where everything gets cloned up. But we got Super Barbarians coming down around, and one of the biggest reasons why players use Super Barbarians is when there's a bunch of openings in the wall. You can see there's almost like no compartments closed off, as he can now just move his way casually around, since the value that he got from that blimp was immense.
It is a very tricky decision to try to keep these walls open and funnel your opponent's troops in versus closing them off and giving a cleaner funneling opportunity to them Pato this time finds a base that has got lots of openings and is going to try to make the most of it as he crushes the top side now with these heroes still pushing in super strong. Even sent in an Apprentice Warden to get a few pop shots off there. He's taking some fire from the cannon, but unfortunately, it looks like Pato's top side charge is going to be falling to the wayside now. He really needs these heroes to get a lot of work done to ensure that the cleanup can come through all the way. Makes it to the monolith now. That is a key target to be sure, and with Diggy stunning it, is going to be able to knock it down. All hero abilities have been used. Pato's just cruising along with this clockwise motion, hoping that he can keep this boat upright as he floats on to victory. Really only has to worry about that scatter shot and enemy royal champion at the bottom at this point, Carbon.
Yeah, with that Royal Champion, did already pop the ability, so here comes the Super Barbarians headhunter into the defensive Royal Champion, taking her down with ease, and yet another 3-star here.
That's a lot of traps.
Delivering, but he's fine. 28 seconds, no worries. Just one building left. That Tesla goes down, and it's a 3-star for Clash Champs. Wow. 3 stars. 3-star, 3-star, 3-star. Nobody has failed yet. And what a match we have here.
Offensive success across the board, and with a pretty great diversity of attack strategies so far, even one that we didn't even have a name for, Carbon. Clash Champs and Time to Throw are both proving that they deserve this top spot in Stage 4 among the top 16 teams that remain from our open setup. So, I mean, with that, there's no real clear favorite for this match still, even though the community and Castro prediction was tilted heavily in Clash Champs' favor. We'll see if Bonky can keep up this momentum for Time to Throw and just put another triple on the board. He's brought, looks like a Queen charge into an Electro Dragon army, but only 5 Electro Dragons. Sometimes you can see players bringing even more for that really heavy-handed hit. But he must have some sort of surgical entry point out the bottom side in mind. He's going to be able to grab 2 air defenses down there next to that Eagle artillery. Crucial targets to grab early on for a Queen charge like this. And we'll see how he's going to choose to follow up. A few rocket loons as well, so maybe able to grab another couple of air defenses up the top side before these Electro Dragons start to get that chain lightning value off.
With the Headhunter to help provide the assistance for this Queen, he can grab the value down south, but it depends on if the Queen's going to walk to the left or walk directly into the Eagle. Yeah, she continues down south. Okay. But notice he does have the recall, so he can pull this Queen back and use her again in a different portion of the base. So he decides to invest actually the Flame Flinger to move into here. So he can, yep, 1 healer down, but he can, that means he can use that last healer since he can recall the 4 healers, the Unicorn, and that Queen all with the recall spell.
Very, very handy spell, especially when your Queen is needed elsewhere, and there she goes. Still would have gotten quite a bit of value up along the bottom left side there, but knows that time is a factor and really needs to get in there hard. Keep an eye at the bottom of the screen if you're curious about the off-broadcast games, by the way. We've got the first attacks coming in for both of those teams along the bottom. You saw a pickup there for the Dark Phoenix squad. Agnestar is coming perilously close to that triple, but not being able to pull it off quite yet. But lots of 2-stars so far in our off-broadcast matches. Bonky's gonna be moving in the top corner now with these Electro Dragons. One does go down pretty early, and he's not really getting the collapse into the core that he might have been looking for. Still, he should be able to get this Town Hall down, and he'll have a lot of work to do on cleanup. Can he pull off a triple here, Carbon?
Oh, he did pop that word early there where he didn't pop it right away.
Dragon.
Yeah, the thing is, those E-Dragons went down, but he did just get the Town Hall down and some chains. Yeah. The Monolith is up. Queen's ability, unfortunately, was forced. Flame Flinger's about to open up from that Air Expo. Rocket Loon's coming flying out to try to help take that down, but getting pushed back. Oh, they can't even take it out because he also does have a Dragon Rider, which does not grab the Air Expo, but the King is down off to the far right side with a Wizard assistance. Queen pops this Hound, continuing to try to push through. He can send the Royal Champion into the Monolith directly to target it, but if there are ground skeletons up there, that's going to be a big problem.
Here she goes, a little miner to help out as well. There are ground skeletons, and there's a lot of them, and a tornado trap. Bonky has run into a lot of trouble in the core of the base, as this is a very tough nut to crack. His Archer Queen is going to be wandering around the walls and giving free rein to those multi-target Infernos to be able to fire away at the healers. She is going very down, and she is out. Royal Champion eliminated. Barbarian King cannot summit the walls and finish off this base, and Bonky will be left with a 2-star in the middling 90 percentage.
The skeletons providing the defense there, stopping the world champion, making a retarget onto him. And Bonky, unfortunately, going to fall short, but a 94% 2-star is still a really good percentage if you're going to fail. But this war is so crazy. We have, what, 4 triples here out of the 5 attacks. But in the other matches, there's about like 10 attacks for the total, or maybe definitely more than that. But there's only 3 triples in all the other matches combined so far in their hits. So that's the craziness that's going on right now in this match between Clash Champs and Time to Throw. They are delivering.
Leo up next, the Lion ready to roar and come back over the top for the Clash Champs, bringing in some healers to support yet another Super Barbarian assault. He's got a Flame Flinger as well here for some more long-range damage. It is definitely a siege machine of preference for these players. And check that out. Even dropped in a little Barbarian to kind of check around for traps on that right side edge. Didn't want to get caught unawares. He is doing everything right out the beginning, but he's got to keep an eye on time. That can be a tricky factor for these long-range, slower assaults. You've got to get it done in 3 minutes. But with lots of open compartments, these Super Barbarians are well selected by Leo to try to get the top off for this next hit.
With the Headhunter and raging up at his Queen to get through the defensive Queen while breaking the Queen in to continue her charge towards that scatter shot, pulling a little bit of the Clan Castle out as the Flame Flinger is going to continue to go to the right side. He finds a Tesla Farm over there, so the Flame Flinger can eventually slowly make its way there, but it won't be able to outrange the Monolith, so you have to keep that in mind as the Queen is now walking to the left, but that jump spell should bring her back now and push her into the Town Hall.
Aged up that Archer Queen as well, and that is going to be able to good freeze on top to keep those Rocket Loons at bay. Lots of incoming damage, but the healers are doing their job, and with the Flame Flinger to provide support as well, those defenses are going to be crashing down. Leo is cleared for landing along that right corner, and is going to refocus now for the rest of his assault along the bottom side. He's got that Barbarian King supported by the Grand Warden, going to be charging on in to a big compartment with an Eagle Artillery to claim. The enemy Barbarian King on defense is going to start popping off it with a Rage spell. He's got to crack through it really, really quickly here. Lots of multi-target Inferno damage raining down, but the Queen is going to collapse into the core and help us out as well.
Yeah, the Rocket Loon's now clutching up, taking out that Monolith as the Queen is slowly going to try to continue her way through him. The Queen actually getting stalled on the Clan Castle is actually huge for the Tattle Poison to wear off, as now continuing around with the Super Barbarians. Headhunter taking out the enemy world champion, and he's continuing his way through with a freeze as well. Super Barbarians being used to pick off the defenses and buildings around this base with 50 seconds still left. Leo pops that Queen ability. He can drop a freeze, and it's looking good for yet another 3-star for Clash Champs.
That is a yeehaw finish from Leo, knocking it apart, and with another swag freeze. Drops it right on the CC to send a clear message, and he'll take a quick sip as he prepares for his next victim. Leo brings it over the top, and the Clash Champs are now officially ahead with 9 stars. They've earned the tic-tac-toe start in this war. Super difficult to come back from that, and such a tricky position to be in for Time to Throw. A squad with 2 triples and a 94% 2-star out of their first 3 strikes. Just seems so difficult to even catch back up at this point, but it is not over. These last 2 attacks from both teams will be extremely interesting to watch because it could fall apart in a blink of an eye. Pavu's going to be moving in next with, whoa, that's going to be a lot of balloons and really just 1 Lava Hound to block for them. The early charge out the left side, though, from this Queen is going to be plenty of healer support, and once again is going to be bringing that recall spell very well paired with the Queen to get those air defenses down and carve out those tricky sections of the base that the balloons wouldn't otherwise have good pathing through, Carbon.
Yeah, as Pavu's charging this Queen to the left side in towards the enemy Royal Champion, but can pull that Queen back. He's looking to get the enemy Royal Champion. He could even step in and grab that scatter shot if he so chooses. Or is he going to pull this Queen back now after the... Oh, yeah, there you go. That was a lot of damage. That Queen was about to almost force ability.
Not quite. She got really low there, but Pebu is doing a great job of just letting her get topped back off again. Not a whole lot of damage from that Wizard Tower, and those healers are doing exactly what they are meant to do. And enemy Barb King is going to be walking on into the action now, but just him alone is not going to be enough to shut this queen down, especially with that well-placed headhunter to keep those blows at bay. Pebu setting up for these balloons and still has got quite a bit of time left for the entry point. Oh, Skeletons are going to be coming out against the Flame Flinger. That's going to demand a quick response. He's got minions and an archer to shut that down, and that Flame Flinger will stay safe for now. CC Pulse coming on out now, and it's going to be a Lava Hound to gum up the action. With those additional archers, Pebu's going to drop that poison to shut it down early and ensure that just that X-bow is firing away. Very impressive that the Eagle artillery has not even yet been activated. Pebu is being very careful to make sure that he didn't get that turned on until the last possible second. One salvo is going to be raining down against the Barbarian King, but the Archer Queen should be able to shut it out without any problems. He does have to be concerned about time, though, because there's only a minute 14 left for 60% of the base, Carbon.
Yeah, not too much time, but these players know what they're doing. You have to be careful, though, Woody. There is an invisibility spell behind the Town Hall. So if you don't freeze it properly, it can make it so that you ignore the Town Hall and it could result in a 1-star. There is the freeze. You have to take that Town Hall down now as the Queen is continuing her charge up top.
The drop is good. Even with the Tornado Trap to spin them around, they are going to be able to get that damage in there. And with the Eternal Tome to protect the balloons, if they can path off of this Giga Poison, they'll be well positioned to finish off this base. It still is just a matter of time, though. It's coming very perilously close to being a time fail. With 30 seconds left, they're going to have to collapse in and do this awfully quickly. The Queen's still looking very healthy. Balloons are pathing in toward the multi. They need to take it down. There it goes. Royal Champion to support. 20 seconds left, Carbon.
Oh, the Royal Champion's ability, the Queen ability, pops it now with 15 seconds left.
There it is!
Skips across, and Pebu delivering a 3-star for time to throw and keeping pace in this match.
Excellently done, and you can see just why my worries about these balloons are unfounded. They are such a quick cleanup method if you've got a lot of balloons over a base. I mean, they drop a ton of damage with every single bomb, and with those hastes and rages, Pebu had nothing to worry about at the final end there. It is going to be up now to Clash Champs to keep it ahead and on top. They need at least a 2-star 95% to stay ahead. But a 3-star is not too much to ask from Loop. Let's see what army he's got. It's going to be the Super Dragons breathing hellfire down onto this base with some more destructive support from a Stone Slammer. He is just going to go all in on heavy aerial offense, Carbon.
Yeah, with this Queen off to the right side, again, another recall spell to bring that Queen back after she gets the value, which the value could be that Eagle artillery. She's going to slowly make her way there. A couple Super Barbarians helping to push this Queen in. Yeti to the bottom side, and there's a couple healers. Make sure that Queen is topped off so you don't worry about losing the health of the Queen, even though you do have the Unicorn to help heal the Queen up anyways. As the Eagle is going down, look at the value. That Eagle artillery going down that easy? That's crazy to think that the base is designed like that.
Bro has got no chill, knocks it apart, and that right side corner is obliterated. Here we go now with the Super Dragons. Redrop out the bottom side. It's the recall spell. It's going to get that Archer Queen repositioned, and Rage right in the core of that entire offensive clump is going to get excellent value as he's just pathing destruction all across this base. A little bit of confusion now from the Super Dragons as they're spreading out a bit more than he'd probably like. Not going to get that life ore on all of them, and one of them is even going way far out to the outer edge now. Seeking Air Bomb is going to hit it hard, and that Monolith is causing a bit more trouble for the other dragons on the inside of the base, but the spread isn't going to be completely bad news as Loop has still kept his pacing now. He's moving on to the Monolith, and as long as that Stone Slayer can knock it apart and get the Town Hall down, he might still have a chance at finishing this off with a clean finish.
Yeah, all you need is one Super Dragon to make it to the Town Hall, and if you have a Rage there, it will easily take it down as he's continuing this Queen, walking in, taking out that multi with ease. Does activate, that's critical. Activate that defensive Rage on that backside. So as his heroes are now continuing to make their way through, that Rage will have disappeared, and his heroes will have an easier time pushing through this final compartment.
Lots of opportunities still for the cleanup here. Keep an eye on those healers though, because he definitely does need to keep that Archer Queen topped off, as there's going to be a lot of damage incoming from those ground-based expos. The enemy Archer Queen, he's got one more headhunter and the commit is good. Going to get the lock there, and with the protection from the Barbarian King out in front, she's going to be stabbed down awfully quickly now. Loop adds on the Royal Champion onto the right side now, and with that shield ready to toss and the Archer Queen ability yet to deploy, this is looking like a clean and easy 3-star once again for the Clash Champs. It is not just going to be a tic-tac-toe, Carbon. We are looking at Connect 4.
He is delivering yet another invisibility spell to Swag, and Loop delivering a 3-star here for Clash Champs. And that is going to be 4 for 4 here in this match, with only one small hiccup for time to throw, which is what, about 94% 2-star. So not too far off, but Clash Champs delivering yet again. It's so impressive what they are doing. And I'm taking a look at some of the other matches right now. And the match between VNAs and Engistars, there's no 3-stars at all in that match. It's all 2-stars. They have 5 attacks there. But Dark Phoenix is also looking really good. They are 3 for 3 in their match against Millicime SG, who have Millicime SG have two triples. So that one is close. But it's going to be some crazy attacks to come. And time to throw. Can they finish off with a final triple to put as much pressure as possible on Clash Champs?
Such a tricky spot for Diego to know that even with a 3-star, it's not going to be enough to secure victory, but he really does need that to ensure that they've even got a chance. If he triples and then the Clash Champs don't get back with at least a 2-star 95%, though, it would be a win for time to throw. So it is going to be so much pressure on his shoulders now. He's brought 5 healers for another Queen charge with that recall spell ready to deploy, but not going to be going to the skies this time. It's going to be 4 Electro Titans to try to zap through this base and bring that heavy offense on the ground. 2 Rage Towers are going to be set up to support the multi-target Infernos in the center left area of the base, as he's got that enemy Town Hall set up over on that right side. Monolith far on the outer edge as well, and that Eagle Artillery is not going to be easy to reach either. It's kind of a straight line horizontally for all of the big defenses he's got to get through, as well as a scatter shot and an enemy Archer Queen up in the top compartment. This is a really fantastic base that the Clash Champs have built, and I got to hand it to Castro. I don't know if it's going to hold off the 3-star, but I love the shape of it at least.
Yeah, so this is a really unique way to use the recall. Is don't recall the healers here if you drop a Warden, because you could pull the Queen, both the pets, and the Warden all together and leave the healers, and then they just move off to the left side or the right side, wherever it is, just a bit, so that the healers can just continue to heal them up. So you take them out of that compartment there, as now the Blimp is responsible for pulling out the Clan Castle and then going in for this multi, as he's going to loop all the way up and around with one jump spell to use.
Knocks apart the Eagle as well, and it's going to be an awkward positioning for that Lava Hound. Going to pull that Archer Queen a little bit more further in, and that's going to engage the enemy multi-inferno. We've got Electro Titans now coming through to zap, but they are not going to get the damage off into the pups. It's going to be a poison spell for that. Instead, Diego has brought the entire kitchen sink ready to deploy for this army. Jump spell right into the core of the base is going to get him into that compartment where he can reach that enemy Town Hall for the 2nd star, while the Barbarian King up top is chopping and slicing, dicing through that scatter shot, finishes it off, and we'll find a Tesla farm as well. A couple of them going to start zapping away at the Phoenix and getting some more damage off into the balloons up into the top side, and that compartment still has a little bit of work left to do. Eternal Tome has been saved until the very end, and even with that tornado trap spinning around, that is not going to be enough to deny Diego that right side access. He moves into the final section with another 3 spell to commit. He has still got some more firepower to dump into this base, Carbon.
Oh, he's continuing his way around with only 48 seconds left. He freezes that monolith yet again. He does have Queen ability, trying to get through this defensive King. The RC is going to have the burner ability. The skeleton spell was used quite early. Pops the Queen, pops the RC ability. The monolith goes down. He's hanging on 33 seconds. Can he continue? A giant bomb pops. The Royal Champion's hanging on.
For dear life, but Diego has done it. Still in it, and he will not back down. With an excess of headhunters in the end that ultimately gave him enough to finish it off and claim the crown. Time to throw still sitting pretty here, but that is not going to be a guaranteed victory. They have 14 stars and missed only 6 buildings in this entire war so far, Carbon.
To think that you could lose a match with 14 stars is insane. But what an attack we saw here from Diego. And now Celino has to get at least a 95% 2-star to win. If he gets a 94, it's tied. And right now we have, in terms of total time to throw, total between all their attacks is at 13 minutes and 26 seconds, while Clash Champs is at 10 minutes and 28 seconds. So it can come down to that if it's an exact tie in this match, as Celino is now coming in with the Super Barbarians. And he's going to go with that Sarge. The Blimp Super Archer is going to come across the space, going to send in a Blimp to go for this town hall, and looks like he's not investing a Warden at the moment. He's going with the Blimp solo to go grab that town hall.
We need a 2-star 95% for the clear and confident win by Celino. Brings in 5 headhunters to knock down these enemy heroes alongside 30 super barbarians. This is going to be a really tricky base to pick apart, but with the super archers in place, he finds the shot against the enemy archer queen, going to take down that town hall, grab some additional damage onto that expo, detonates a big bomb right into the core, and is going to even get some more pop shots off against that CC now. He finds that enemy lava hound is not going to be too much to worry about, and with the pups getting taken down now, Celino has done what he needed out of the first stage of this strike. Can he follow it up with an even stronger finish to move in over the top and secure the win for the Clash Champs? 2 minutes left to find out, Carbon.
But what's crazy is that he did not have to get stole up on the Hound. The Super Archers actually cleared all the pups as well. Insane, as he continues this push in towards the core, towards the Eagle, towards the multi-target Inferno, with 16 Super Barbarians still to use. Get ready to try to pair that King ability with that Warden Eternal Atonement as he's continuing to make his way around this base.
Ice Golem pops off over on the left side, and that's going to be a little bit of support here for the heroes as they continue to dive around this the bottom edge. That Archer Queen's getting very low, though. Doesn't have any healers to keep her topped off, and she's taking a lot of fire from these ground-based expos, firing away at long range. She is still barely alive, and the Unicorn's going to get a little bit of a chance to heal her off a bit more. Grand Warden is taking the damage now, though, and he does go down. Archer Queen out the backside is going to get some additional help to take down the enemy Royal Champion. She has been finished off, and it's going to be additional spell support, but that is all the deploy that is left. Royal Champion shield has been tossed, and with that multi-inferno still on up, Celino needs to get this damage dumped in hard and fast. Archer Queen barely hanging on by a sliver of health, pops her ability for a bit more push in here. The 2-star 90, 92, 94, 95! Celino has done it, and the Clash Champs have won it with a perfect war. Not even a caster jinx could deny their victory, and they will move on atop this mountain, Carbon.
Oh my, what a performance from a Clash Champs, delivering not just a victory, but a statement victory of a perfect war. The defenses, though, they did also give up 14 stars, so they had to do just this. Well, with a little wiggle room of about 4 or 6%, 6 buildings was the difference. And to think your time to throw and you lose a match like this here, putting up 14 stars, you would think that you get 14 stars. That's like, okay, we win. What's a guaranteed victory? With only 6% difference that they would have to get, basically a perfect war. And that is what Clash Champs do. They delivered and get it done. An incredible performance for them. So they will be starting 1-0 here in the Swiss stage. Time to throw is not eliminated, but they will now be 0-1 and continue their way through. But let's go ahead and bring back our other casters here, Maxi and Eric. What a match that was. Let's go to have your thoughts on it. Maxi to start.
All right, yeah, that was an intense match. I mean, I was looking at the off-broadcast match as well, but I couldn't keep my eyes away from you guys casting this one either. So close, really a nail biter towards the end when the last attack were deciding if it would be a 3-star or not. I was really surprised that Selenio went in with the blimp without the warden ability, because like just 2 black mines and he would have been quite far away from the town hall, but I think then he would have cloned the super archers towards that town hall. So yeah, very, very intense war, and I think looking at the other scores in the background as well, by far the highest scoring war in this round.
Oh yeah, highest scoring war like in general. Like it's not that, I don't think I've ever seen a double perfect war in Town Hall 15 history. So to come that close right there and to do it at this point in the tournament here is very, very insane. That's a crazy, crazy high score, because perfect wars are so just incredibly rare in general, but they did it with style. Like you saw some really cool attacks there. I think the one that caught my eye the most there was P. Castro. He did that queen charge with the hog riders and with the loons, no lava hounds. Like that was a really cool attack there, and just kind of set the stage for the rest of their war, and they just delivered all the way through, but then time to throw it as well. And I definitely have a high hopes for this team if they can continue that trend as they move down to the 0-1 bracket.
It is so impressive to see. Like you mentioned, we don't see perfect wars too often, and when we see it, it's just a treat. But let me go take a look at some of the other matches. And I'm looking here across the board. VN Ace right now have a 1-star lead, 9-8 over Engine Stars. We have Milzim versus Dark Phoenix, and Dark Phoenix have a 1-star lead, 11-10 over them, going to the final set of attacks. We have a No Limit. It's a tie match, 9-9 against a Treasure Warrior, and then we have Early Attacks that have only 1 triple compared to EX Titans, who have 2. But Early Attacks has 1 more attack. They must triple in order to win their war. And then NJ Flex has got a 1-star lead going to the final set of attacks. So Clash Champs, all perfect 3 stars. What a match to start stage 4 here, Woody.
Huge, incredible start, and I'm so glad that the rest of you guys were able to pick this out as the #1 war to watch here in the round 1. But also, as we mentioned before this war began, Time to Throw has lost their first round in the past couple of stages, and they have still managed to move on strong and confident to this point so far. This is a triple elimination effectively in our Swiss stage round 4. So we have still got a lot of wars left with Time to Throw in the background. Keep on cheering them on if you want to see them advance, because they certainly put up an incredible performance against the Clash Champs with that 14-star showing. 98.8% destruction, not enough to move on. The Clash Champs not only have got some of the strongest defense in the entire league, but are also showing that their offense can go toe-to-toe with the best. I think that they are going to be a great pick if you want to try to put your money on a golden ticket contender, guys.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, but I'm trying to take a look at the last attacks in the Strut versus TPM war as well. This war is particularly interesting. I'm sure we're going to see some highlights after it's finished, because TPM brought only ring bases to the table, and Strut are struggling. I can tell you that much. So let's not spoil too much of this war yet, because it's not finished yet. Anyone can still win, but this is rather low starring, especially compared to what we just witnessed in the on-broadcast match.
Oh yeah, and like I've seen that strategy before. We've seen a lot of people when they break out the anti-2-star ring bases with that town hall in the middle. That's what that means. But the strategy behind that is that you have some players that are going to be comfortable with that, and you'll have other players that aren't. So what you do is, if you want to run that strategy on defense, you got to commit to it. You got to have every single one of your players run the anti-2-star bases. So the people that are uncomfortable attacking that style base are forced to. They don't have another option. You can't have the people that are comfortable attacking that kind of base there attack it, and then everybody else avoid them, you know? So it's a very interesting way to potentially cause 1-stars, and we have seen it swing entire wars there in a very, very rushed fashion. So it's kind of crazy, but I'm looking at all the scores of all the wars going on in the background here, all the other 7 matches, and it does look like almost every single one of them is very close, but I do see the first win locked in there. Dark Phoenix just put up 14 stars, and I've been keeping my eye on this Dark Phoenix team. They're very, very good. I think they're primarily an Indian squad. I think they're one of the last Indian squads standing there, so I think all the fans out in India, definitely keep your eye out for them. We got some very high talented players on that team.
Yeah, it's impressive stuff, as well as a couple other stats are coming in. Early Attacks gets the final 3-star in their mat, and they are going to be winning by 2 buildings. 12-12. Early Attacks takes the victory over ETX Titans. Impressive. But let's go take a look at TPM's attack for 1 here and go live against Phil.
Yeah, this is live, guys.
Oh,
we're in the last attack.
Let's go.
Charge out the right side corner. It's going to be that Archer Queen with a healers to keep her topped off. A recall spell ready to commit as well. And he's got Inferno Dragons and Dragon Riders for a combo that we haven't seen in hardly any other wars so far. Wanjo Fidesz, not quite sure what the star count is right now. Do you know that, Maxi? Like, what is the scoreline?
I do. Yeah, it's 8-11. So Strut has 3 stars more, and we just got the info about percentages, and it seems that Strut can actually still lose this if Wanjo Fidesz now is able to 3-star. So this is the deciding attack of this war.
Actually, that's Juanjo Fernandez. He's one of the top players out of Mexico. Very, very talented player in the North American scenes there. We've seen a lot of him over the last few seasons, like playing through the Snapdragon Pro Series and stuff like that. But like, he's a very good attacker with dragons in general. One of the best players in North America with dragons, to be honest. But he's going to be pushing in these Inferno Dragons and Dragon Riders in from the top of the base to the Queen, able to form the funnel on the top side. And oh, we just lost it. Oh, there it goes. It's back.
There we are.
There we go, Carbon.
We're back with the Inferno Dragon straight into the core, freezing up that multi and the sweeper as the Queen is continuing making her way to the left, but those skeleton spells providing a fantastic distraction on that Monolith near the Eagle Artillery. But needs these Inferno Dragons to continue to path their way and overwhelm this core.
That's a lot of air bombs, though, popping off against them. And with that single target Inferno getting some shots against the Dragon Riders, a multi as well, burning through. It looks like Juanjo Fernandez is running out of steam on this center charge here with that multi still standing. A Monolith and an Eagle Artillery at the left side to shoot away at that Archer Queen, and a lot of free spells left to commit. But his army just evaporated in the core of the base, and these heroes have got a lot of work left to do for cleanup.
Yeah, with...
That's right, and he really needs this 3-star. So 2-star, any percentage, it doesn't matter, it won't be a victory. But that free spell was a little bit late, and with that rage spell, tower active, and also look at the clock, guys. It's running, time is running out. Oh, wow. And Juanjo Fernandez is unfortunately forced quitting because he realized this is not going to be enough. So congratulations to Strut for getting that victory, and that one really didn't keep me on the chair.
Yeah, but it just goes to show you that the bases from TPM, since you said they were running all anti 2-star bases, they were able to keep Strut down to 11 stars, which is a very, very impressive feat on defense. And I think that's like little things like that are things you got to be paying attention to if you're one of these other teams that face them in the next round or the round after that, because if you know that they have a potential weakness in the anti 2-star bases and they're struggling with them today, then they may just have everybody tossing them at them, because that's very valuable information as the defender to know that they are just kind of giving them a hard time today with that.
Yeah, I don't know. Remember from the years past where a team like Millicene, it was Millicene MG that was throwing ring bases against them, and they struggled. It stopped them in their tracks. So these teams and players know that they're going to have to potentially face ring bases maybe in the future, and that is so annoying. The one issue when you come into a ring base is you attack it, and if you fail, it tends to be a very low percent. You don't tend to get a high percent 90s when you fail. It tends to be a lower percent 70s or around that mark, because you don't necessarily get that value, and all your troops get completely overwhelmed by all the defenses that are in the core, and especially that tunnel that's in the middle, Woody.
Yeah, and it bears repeating why they are setting up bases this way. You know, at the highest levels, it's not difficult at all for a player to get a 2-star strike. If that's all they needed to get, they could easily get a 2-star. And so what the base builders are doing on defense now is to try to prevent a 3-star by kind of setting the town hall off to one side, putting key defenses in another corner of the base, just making it really difficult to have any one easy angle of attack. That is the common strategy. That's kind of what the metagame has stated stabilized around this point, but you still do sometimes see those 1-star fails. You do still sometimes see attackers kind of fall apart. It's really rare. Attackers at this level very rarely get 1-stars, but it still does sometimes happen. And so that provides a little bit of inspiration for these base builders to try to set up rings that can really throw an attacker off if they, don't have the time to prepare, as they don't really have a whole lot of time to get their attack set up in this style of event. You can really try to force a lot of pressure onto them to try to focus on just getting that 2-star into the core of the base with that ring setup, and then maybe still hang on to the triple in some way. But yeah, it's a really risky strategy. It didn't really seem to pay off this time. Strut able to come over the top and get that win nonetheless, Maxi.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting to see what types of bases other teams used in this round, because I feel like looking at the other wars that scores in general have been quite low, especially for this stage of the tournament that we're in, given that we have the 16 best teams now. And I mean, best of course takes into account defense and offense, but still those teams are known to have high 3-star hit rates, and they were not able to bring that to the playing field in their last wars, at least some of them. From looking at the scores, I even saw that we had at least one 1-star in one of the matches. I think it was for VN Esporting. They finished with 10 stars out of 5 attacks, so they managed to get a 3-star as well, but still an average of 2 stars. That is not what these teams are used to. So as I said, I'm going to keep my eyes peeled on how much the defense played a role in those low results. But for sure, for TPM, it worked out with the ring bases. Unfortunately, they were not able to overcome the diamond shape bases that Strut were bringing. And yeah, for me it's pretty interesting to use ring bases against Strut, because they have a lot of players that were high up in Legend League as well. And usually players with a lot of Legend League experience and routine tend to not struggle too much with those ring style bases, because you face them in Legend League. But even players like Musk or Rigo Torres, who try to queen charge the town halls in those ring bases, were not able to pull off 3 stars. So that is something that that is going to be interesting in the next couple of matches that these teams will have.
Absolutely, but the last attacks there from all the other 7 wars have just concluded. We have all the results rolling in right now, so it does look like Strut is confirmed as a winner above TPM. We knew that one already. Tyranid Warrior able to take the win on percentage over No Limit. We see Dark Phoenix. We knew that they took the win over Milasim SG. We see Agnes Stars taking the loss against VN Ace. And oh, it's loading again here. We got more coming in. We got it looks like Titans ends up taking a percentage loss to early attacks. Early attacks able to clutch the triple that they need at the very end of the war there. They're able to take that one. NJ Flex with a dominant victory over HS Esports. And then, as you said, we had VN Esporting getting a 1-star, which ultimately caused United Gaming to get a trip. No, wait. This is, I think our scoreboard is that I'm seeing here. I'm showing VN Esporting with a lower score, but showing win. Is there something I don't know there?
Might be.
Maybe that's a mistake.
Yeah,
well, not sure.
Find out.
Either way, it's some incredible stuff, and we have an action-packed day today. 5 more matches to come, so let's take a look at some of the other matches in terms of highlights of attacks that were coming in here today. But before we do that, we'll take a look at the Swiss bracket to show you how it's breaking up. Round 1, all the teams compete. Round 2, all the way through 5 that continue to play, but take a look at the colors, the green and red. You win 3 matches, you advance to next weekend, and you're in the top 8. You lose 3 matches, and you are eliminated, and you are going home. You still are in the money. You still are taking home some bit of that prize pool, but you're trying to become in the top 8, and then eventually win in the double elimination and get a golden ticket. So a lot is on the line here today and tomorrow to then try to advance to next weekend, Woody.
The Swiss stage is the fairest way that we can find the teams that are best equipped to make it to the very end of a long tournament and claim that superb title at the end of the World Championship. There can be only one, and you got to make it through a lot of other teams to get to the top, but there's still that breathing room for any squads that are going down early on, like Time to Throw. With a 14-star performance, they'll be 0-1 alongside 7 other teams, but can still even suffer another loss and still stay in it. 8 teams will be advancing now, and there's an opportunity to take that minimum $5,000 prize that they've earned and turn it into as much as 300,000, 60 times as much. You're going to see all 16 competing teams on the screen right now. We'll try to get you some more information as it comes through about the teams that have advanced on the top side with a 1-0 record, as well as which teams have taken the loss early on. But these 16 teams, alongside the 4 golden ticket squads that have already advanced to the World Finals, are the top 20 in the world and will be earning a prize at the very least of $5,000 in this year's Clash of Clans World Championship, Maxi.
Yeah, some impressive quick math you were able to pull out of your head there. 60 times, that's indeed the number. And yeah, those were the 16 teams we just witnessed in-game, guys, where you can follow the tournament bracket as well, that the next matches are already announced in the app. So we are going to see Clash Champs face off against Dark Phoenix. That's an incredible match because remember, guys, 14 stars for Dark Phoenix, 15 for Clash Champs in their first round. So I'm not going to jinx the perfect, but this could be a very high scoring war. Then we have United versus Terrorid Warrior. Then NJ Flex versus VN Ace. And Strut against Early Attacks, an attack that I am very excited for. We just saw Strut. Maybe Early Attacks have some ring bases up their sleeves that they can use, and also because both of these teams were among the top performing teams last weekend, both of them had averages above 13 stars and were within the top 4 contenders of last week from their average scores. So definitely 2 favorites that will be facing off here. And then in the kind of, let's call it lower bracket, in the 0-1 part of the Swiss bracket, we have ETX Titans versus TPM Esports, then Milesim SG versus No Limit, HS Esport will face off against NG Stars, and lastly, Time to Throw will meet VN Esporting, who indeed lost their game, Eric, even though it's said differently, I think, on the Excel sheet you're looking at.
All right. Well, yeah, that's pretty interesting there. But I think that, dude, the biggest teams that I think that I'm personally keeping an eye on would be like Strut, Early Attacks, and I guess probably Clash Champs, obviously. So I think Clash Champs and Strut, since they're trying to make a return appearance to the World Championship, a lot of people have eyes on them, expecting them to make it back through. But Early Attacks was a team who barely missed getting the golden ticket above Rapata Gaming. They played them multiple times in the grand finals of the Clash Masters, the other golden ticket competition that played right before this last chance qualifier started playing through, and they were extremely impressive. So there's no surprise that they were able to be standing here. But the team that has surprised me more than any other team here, that came out of nowhere, like the dark horse, I mean, they literally live up to the name, Dark Phoenix. This team, I'm telling you, this team is good. I've been kind of trying to keep an eye on them as they've been playing through those early stages and watching the scores that they put up, and this team is extremely consistent. They're putting up all these crazy high scores, and it's not just a fluke that they got 14 stars in that round before. They've been doing this all the way through. This is not a weird territory for them. This is exactly where they're comfortable.
Yeah, and they're looking to continue that performance. Since we saw from the last match, Clash Champs put up a perfect war against Time to Throw, who put up 14 stars, and you still lost. So if you know that you're taking on competition like that, you're going to have to get close to almost perfect wars each time, because each one of these teams are trying their absolute best to be winning these matches. Because if you win this match now and you win the next match after this, you don't have to play tomorrow. You're able to then get and secure your spot for next weekend, which then at that point, half the teams will get golden tickets. To think that throughout this whole year, we're competing in all these different community tournaments, making our way through different stages and finally different brackets. And at this one, 4 golden tickets are going to be handed out all at once after the double elimination is over to go to the Clash of Clans World Championship Finals out in Helsinki, Finland at the end of November. I cannot wait for that, Woody.
It is going to be such a fun time again. I'm really looking forward to it. We got to go out there last year, and it was an incredible stage that they had set up and some really stellar performances from the teams. Even with the difficulties in travel and all sorts of restrictions that we had in place, nothing that we could control. It's going to be even bigger and better this year. Prizes just exploding, the excitement around the Clash scene just growing with the integration with Clash Chess now. We've got a lot more excitement building around the competitive scene. So this year has got a lot of drama being built up already, with our previous world champions having qualified and another set of teams that have had experience on that world championship stage before making their way to the top again and trying to challenge those top teams. The drama is just getting so super interesting at this point. And yeah, with eliminations of top squads like Badzinger and Millicent, we are seeing a rewriting of the script entirely. We had no prediction abilities whatsoever last week. We did get the first round right this time, but we are very much looking forward to the next match to try to get a sense for which team is going to come out ahead again. And Maxi, just like Eric said, it's anyone's war today. There's lots of an open field here. I have been rooting for Dark Phoenix in the background for a while now. I think that they're a great Dark Horse candidate. But is there any other team that you're seeing, maybe even from the bottom side, as you called it, the bottom bracket? Is there any squad that you really think deserves a bit more attention than we've given so far?
Yeah, maybe not more than we have given, but more than we've given in this conversation right here, because Time to Throw is actually in the lower bracket, but we haven't called them out as one of the favorites, even though we showed them on stream. But with their 14-star performance against Clash Champs, who are not just known for their offensive qualities, but also for their defense qualities, the performance that they were able to pull off against them was very impressive to me. So I think that they might be one of the teams that might start with a loss, but still come up victorious and get into the next stage. Other than that, I would say that we've talked about most of the teams that I have on my list, at least. What do you think, Eric? Anyone else you have in mind? Well, of course, all can make it, but
yeah, I would say. I think Early Attacks, I think, is one of the teams that deserves to make it through a lot. I feel like they were so close in Clash Masters, and they got all the way to the end. They went like undefeated in the upper bracket, and then they got to the final part of the tournament there, and then they just kind of had a very unfortunate way that they ended up going down there at the end. Like huge props to Rapata Gaming for taking that win over them and getting their golden ticket. But I think Early Attacks is a massive team here, and I think they deserve to be at the World Championship and make their first appearance.
Yeah, and they deserve their shot right now, because the next match that we are going to be getting ready for is going to be Strut taking on Early Attacks here. Both of them are victorious in their previous match. So they're both 1-0, and they're looking to continue that here right now, Woody. As look at the percentages, almost even, literally a 1.1% difference right here.
Well, the cream rises to the top, Carbon, and as we have seen throughout the weeks, the average destruction for these top teams creeping ever higher, from, you know, the high 80s to the low 90s to the mid 90s. Now, maybe you can even call 96% average destruction the high 90s. These teams have an average of 13 stars in their wars, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's pushing up toward 14 as the wars get even tighter and trickier toward the end. Now, I know that the prediction for this upcoming war is going to be a split decision. It is going to be a very tight match between Strut and Early Attacks, both teams that I think deserve advancement to Stage 4. And either one of them, maybe even both, could get golden tickets. Strut is a squad that holds a lineage stretching back to a world championship team. Not the exact same lineup, mind you, but still players that have made it to the very end and claimed that trophy at the end of the year at the very top of the field. Early Attacks, I wouldn't even really call them an underdog. They may be even better positioned to win this one than Strut, but they're a bit younger, they're a bit newer, a bit fresher, and are going to be trying to maintain that sort of upset edge that we've seen with newer teams taking out the old guard, just as we saw last week with Millicene MG falling to Millicene SG.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So while you were talking, I was actually looking at the bracket once again, and one team popped into my mind that we have not talked about, but I think is very strong and very much underestimated, and that team is United. So take a look at their roster for a second, but at this moment I will be talking about Strut's roster, as they will be our next contender in the on-stream match. We have them right here. They are Ast, Philip, Darkstar, Mask and Rigo Torres. Both of the last players actually have a hit rate higher than 70%. Even more impressive that they were held back by the ring bases that TPM brought to the table in their next match. But in total, they have just a fearsome statistic here for their team. So definitely, one team that is likely to get a lot of 3 stars to the scoreboard. All right, Eric, what do you think about United?
I mean, United's a pretty strong team here. United's been a little bit surprising there. I do want to focus, real quick here, I just want to insert that Ast is a former world champion. He was on the alternate tax lineup there when they won in 2020. So he's one of the original members of that flagship team right there that slowly kind of swapped out players throughout the years there, but he's the only one that is original. And it's kind of interesting that he's on the lower end of the hit rate. There's still a phenomenal hit rate of 57% there, but the fact that the rest of the team who don't have world champion titles are pushing the high 60s and 70s is absolutely insane. But sorry, I just wanted to put that in there. But yes, I do agree. United is a very, very kind of an interesting team because they kind of came out of nowhere, and they're kind of an underdog team that just came out of the woodworks and have been very, very impressive. But let's take a look over at early attacks here. Let's take a look at the opponent first, Strut, and let's see what they got for us. Look at these hit rates here. Also, a couple players all the way up into the high 70s, and I mean, over across the board here, we're seeing insane hit rates. Chiawa, Hiroya, Kuma, Yada, and Hades. All this team, or I guess 4 of the players are from Japan. Hades is from South Africa. This team is absolutely stacked, though.
So strong indeed. Hey, you're going to have to be delivering it. The 14 stars literally might not be enough. We saw from the last match of Clash Champs and Time to Throw. If you're just joining now, Clash Champs got a perfect war in their previous match, and Time to Throw put up 14 stars against them. So I'm assuming this war will be of that same caliber. So good luck to these teams. Both these teams are sitting 1-0, trying to advance to the next part to try to get their 3rd victory, because that's how this is structured. You have to win 3 matches here in the Swiss stage. This is actually the 2nd Swiss stage. Last weekend in stage 3 was another Swiss bracket, and you're able to win this. You're going to the double elimination to have your chance at getting a golden ticket, Woody.
Right, you are. And as the war comes to a head and we get started for these attacks, we're going to be stepping out shortly. But I guess one more point that I'd like to make before we get into this next battle is that I think Strut is a squad that has got a big target on their backs. As we saw in that last war with ring bases set up all across the field against them, teams know these squads really well that have performed well in the past, especially like Strut. And if they are going up against them, they probably have a strategy already set in place, knowing what they want to do against them. I mean, it may work, it may not work. It turns out last time Strut was able to come in over the top and get the victory even so. But this still leaves that possibility out there for a squad like Early Attacks, if they've got a good plan in place against a team like Strut, knowing what that squad is weak against, and then maybe knowing what attack strategies to prep in advance. This could possibly be not even an upset, but just like a victory for whichever team is better prepared for their opponent. The fact that it's going to be kind of an open field and we don't know which squads are going to get matched up against each other means that Strut is really having to prepare for all 15 of their opponents. But with the knowledge that some teams have done really well in the past, that would definitely lead me, if I were a squad like Early Attacks, to have a line ready and in place for a war against Strut. We'll see what they choose to do in this upcoming match, but I know it's going to be a nail-biter, exciting war either way, Maxi.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And back from the days when I was still a professional player, I remember that we had lists of teams that were very strongly performing throughout the year. And also, like every other week, we would post a video of a war from them, so that if we were in a competition, especially World Championship related competitions, where there was the possibility of us facing off against them, we did some kind of research on them and tried to figure out what their favorite attack attack strategies were, where they usually put their traps, like especially the most important traps like a tornado trap, or also the red mine farms, because we've seen that some teams use all of their red mines in one spot to defend the super minion blimp. By the way, we also saw that in the TPM versus Strut war, so that is something I'm also keeping my eyes peeled for. We remember that in I think 2022, last year, Tribe Gaming came up with that in the World Championship preparation with this attack strategy, and was surprising a lot of opponents. I think it was actually in the World Championship at Helsinki, and that is something I'm actually we talked about this last week as well. That's something I'm always excited about, is if there are some new attack strategies. A little bit in the direction went the attack from, I think, Castro, when he used the Queen Charge Lalo, but with 8 Hog Riders for the back end of the attack, and this ended up being a 3-star. So stuff like that, little changes to known attack strategies, is something that I think we're always on the lookout for.
Absolutely, and I want to remind people that we saw that defensive strategy with all anti 2-star bases that Strut had to fight against in the last round there. We saw that once in the North American circuits. It was like United Gaming, and one of the teams threw that at them. They just completely dropped the ball and lost miserably when they had to fight all those. But then they turned around with a little bit more prep, a little bit of time in between the matches there, and they came out, and the next team came at them with the exact same defensive strategy after they saw how it worked, and they ended up landing a perfect war against them. So it could quickly turn around here, and it's just a matter of quickly doing some friendly challenges, getting prepared against that style of base there, and then just going into it with your head just in the game that you're gonna have to potentially fight that kind of base there. So as they're probably in prep right now, where they're gonna see the bases be revealed here within moments, and then they can start to be able to start their planning against the bases and try to figure out what their plan is and see what the other team decided to do on defense.
It's all about shaking off that rust, and we were able to actually do that from the last weekend because we all got the prediction right in the very first match with Clash Champ. So it looks like we did not cause the jinx, but we are split here between the casters on this next match between Early Attacks and Strut. So myself and Eric are going with Early Attacks, and Woody and Maxi, you both are going for Strut. So I would love to hear your reasoning. Why are you picking Strut, Woody?
Yeah, I'll take it on first, man. I know Strut and Early Attacks, we've been dicing this out for a while now, and this, I think, is expected to be an extremely close war. But I guess what's tipping me more in the side of Strut on this one is that any concerns that I would have about Strut would primarily be in their opponents being able to pick off a weakness, exploiting that, and taking them down on kind of a surprise upset win. The fact that Strut was able to hold on through that first war when their opponents did exactly that they've studied and come prepared against that sort of precise defense that has been set up against them, I think that Strut, not necessarily surprising me, but I think definitely giving me a lot more hope and confidence that it won't be the sort of disappointing, follow-up that unfortunately we have seen from them in the past. Last World Finals, they came in looking extremely strong as former world champions, looking to take it all the way to the very top, but weren't able to power through some very difficult teams out the gate. I think this time they have definitely learned their lesson. They are wanting to make it back with that golden ticket again, and are taking that momentum very seriously, and know that they cannot let any of these wars go off without giving it their all. I think that some teams kind of get a big head, and I'm not saying that's what happened with Strut in previous years, but I am saying that if that did have any effect on their performance in the past, I think that has been done and dealt with. And so, yeah, I mean, no offense against Early Attacks. I think they're an incredible squad too. This could easily be a 55 to 45% outcome, but I'm going to lean Strut on this one, Maxi.
By the way, we're going to see shortly what you guys at home predicted. So let's see if it maybe is this 54-55% result. But yeah, it was of course all of you said is absolutely true. Also, I really like the Strut merch, which they were just showing off there on their camera. So there's definitely one thing to look out for when you are predicting which team wins. Yeah, but no, all kidding aside, I just think that they have become more and more consistent throughout this year. I talked about them in the last couple of streams, saying that they were not as consistent this year as they were in the other years, but in the last couple of weeks, maybe even 2 months, I feel like they have gotten better and better, which we could also see on their high hit rates. Us here on the bottom left, we said it with 57%. He is even in the lower hit rates within this team, and that is incredible. I just think that there are not many days at the moment when Strut will have more than one slip up. Because they just had 11 stars against TPM Esports. I think that will remain their lowest score for today. Yeah, and I think it will be enough to get the better of early attacks. Okay, Eric, what was your reasoning in picking the ladder?
Well, obviously, Strut is obviously a big name team there. They have a very strong roster. But I think the early attacks there, like, I think that they should already have a golden ticket. Like, they are so insanely good. I think that they just had one player just had a little bit of a bad day, a couple of just slightly worse attacks than normal, and that's all that cost him from being already in the World Championship. So if we can see that same style of attack, the same push that they were able to do in the Clash Masters, but then we can see their closer Hades just deliver like we know that he can, then I think they could do it. But I do always kind of curious there, because the team is all Japanese except for Hades, if there's potential problems with like language barrier and stuff like that. And so if he has to plan on his own there, he doesn't have as much team support as a team that is all the same language. And so I think that definitely has a potential impact on the team, where he can potentially only talk to them through chat, through like text and stuff like that. So he's kind of off on his own there a little bit there. And I think if he delivers today, if he can come up with the plans that he needs to, I think that they can take the win over Strut.
Well, let's go and take a look at what you all at home have predicted and the percentage, because it is actually a little bit more towards one side than the other, and Strut is the favorite from the chat, 69% to 31% from early attacks. That's surprising to me for sure, but one of the reasons I'm picking early attacks, I hate to put the thought in your mind. I hate to create that storyline, but unfortunately, you just have to say it is the performance of Mask when it comes in these situations in before, where sometimes it's come down to his attack and Strut has lost. Sometimes it's been a 1-star, so it depends on how Mask delivers. If he comes in with a 3-star and a crushing attack, then I think Strut is going to be a huge impact for them. So that is the key moment that I'm going to be paying attention to in this match, is how Mask performs, Woody.
All right, well, I guess I'll be a little bit more optimistic about his chances here then, alongside the rest of chat, which took a 69% vote in favor of Strut. Now, it is a little bit difficult to parse the meaning of this. I think Strut might even have a bit more name recognition. As Maxi had mentioned, they got some pretty sweet swag, and so they definitely have made not just, an impression on the competitive scene, but are also making, this like brand awareness with cool stuff that they've got to show off. So, not knocking early attacks at all for that. Maybe they'll have the same sort of lineup coming in shortly if they get the World Championship title. But yeah, I still think it'll be a bit of an uphill battle for them. And, it's a really good point that you just made there about how it could come down to any one single individual player on this lineup, whether Mask is able to perform or not. I guess that could be decisive, but I don't really think that there are any weak links at all in this roster. The whole straight way through on both sides really are all super strong players, and it could just come down to any little individual slip up. Nice one there. I saw that creeping over on screen real quick there, Eric. I got mine too, but I'm not going to show favoritism except for in my prediction. But at any rate,
this is my favorite.
Think that I'm really jealous that you guys are going to get a chance to show off the and cast this upcoming war, but. We're going to step away now. I'm stepping out of this. So you guys take it away and have fun with the match.
See you guys later. They are on break. And Eric, it's a pleasure to be casting together with you, I think for the first time in the World Championship. So very, very great to do that. I'm really excited to get all your expertise from the North American League as well, because you just pointed out something that I had no idea about in the last war with, what was his name? Juanjo Fernandez being one of the best Mexican players, you said?
Well, I mean, I think that one of the players that would outshine him was maybe Rigo Torres. But guys, let's get ready to dive into this. early attacks, taking on Strut, the 1-0 bracket, down to the final 16, and we kick it off here. Chihuahua start us off here with a, looks like a twin hog attacker, but it's not like a queen charge twin hog. He's going with like mass twin hogs, and he's got the clone with invisibility. Is it a dive this blimp in? Is it a super minion bomb? It is. I've seen people use the attack before. It is quite effective, but he needs to get the town hall down, and he can't just take the town hall. If you're going to invest a clone into it, you have to get more than just the town hall, and he's going after the multi. He got that. He gets the expo, and now with the defenses that could actually target the super minions out of the way there, they can now go out of the visibility, get a bit more, and he does not continue to invest more into it.
Yeah, that was definitely quite some good value, I would say. Decent value. But there's still a lot of base left, and if you take a look at the spells he still has, 5 of them, so I think that was like 9 spell capacity that it cost him to just get the Town Hall and the Inferno Tower next to the Town Hall, so it will be interesting to see if he's got enough juice to get through the rest of the base. But looking at the shape of the base, I think he might have, because there's a very nice entry into that Eagle Artillery with the Hawk Riders that he is already starting, but looking at the clock, there's already more than a minute gone, so I think it would be the time now definitely to get in with the Hog Riders.
Yeah, the hogs can move relatively fast though, so like you can actually wait a lot longer to be able to deploy them, but I like the hogs coming from the right side. I love the twin hog attack in general because the deployment is so much more simple and consistent when you go with the twin hogs, because you just bring exactly the number of super hog riders that you want to go down the gut, and you can just drop the whole stack there. You don't have to like count it out there and deploy a certain number and then accidentally potentially drop too few or too many. You know in advance how many you're going to drop there. You have regular hogs to collapse in the flank there and a separate deployment stack there, and it definitely simplifies how you want to push your way to the base there. But he's still got a world champion ability. He's got the Queen to stay alive there. She's gonna step through, pick up the expo, and he's already going crazy on the camera over there. He's got all his merch over there. Was that a Nita head? Yeah, he's got the baby dragon, the Nita head here. He's got the defensive king on the backside, but he's got the poison lizard that will shut this defensive king's damage down, and he's got plenty of protection there. The Queen's still moving. He's already celebrating, and he's got the triple early attacks coming out and living up to their name. Early attacks with a triple on the board.
We were talking about Strut's swag, but pulling off all of that Clash of Clans merchandise is actually also quite impressive there from Chihuahua, of course, alongside this overwhelming 3-star onto the base. 2 minutes 24 seconds, as we can see it here in the post-attack stats. Very, very nice attack. Also a good decision to bring the Lava Hound instead of, for example, using a Warden ability to get this blimp to that Town Hall. He was able to pull 2 black air mines that would have otherwise popped this battle blimp too early. So very good stuff. And yeah, you said it, the timing is very important in those types of attacks, because you of course want to have a symbiosis between the first part of the attack, in this case the heroes that were still active, and the second part, the Hog Rider. So it's very hard to pull off the perfect timing, but in this case it was definitely a nice way to do it here from Chihuahua. But now let's concentrate on Strut. They have struggled in their last war offense-wise, and now Darkstar is trying to make amends for that with a opening blimp, Eric.
True, he's got the Quake there that hits the Town Hall, that activates the Town Hall and deals some damage to it, and he does the timing of the Lightning to pair with the Blimp drop in there, secures the Town Hall takedown, yet he's going to pick up a bonus target there of that Expo as well, and they could potentially get that other Expo as well. They jump into it and they take it. Okay, multiple Expos, very, very good value out of that, and lots of value out of the Quake as well, making so the Yetis didn't have to stay there and continue to attack the Town Hall, and he also got the CC pull out of it, so now he's got 1 freeze. He's got to push a lot of the heroes to take out the entire rest of the base there, but I gotta say, he is very, very well set up right now.
I agree, that was some great value there, even though of course like before it was a big spell investment already, but this time he did not just take out the Town Hall and something around the Town Hall, but also the multi-infernos in the core. So this base has a slightly better shape than Chihuahua's attack made to the other base before that. But now he needs, I think, some more value with his king there. He's being patient with the queen. Okay, oh no, she's at the bottom side. But I don't think the king will get the scatter shot, unfortunately, there. Yeah, king dying off. So he has to take care of that within the Lalo. But this is not the heaviest Lalo, Eric, with just 19 balloons.
Yeah, but he's gonna have a fairly small amount of base there to take down with it. With the scatter shot and that super minion that stays standing up the top there. Like, he had the Electro Titan to go deal with the defensive CC, and the Electro Titan died out there too early before he got the super minions down. So they end up just wailing on the king. That's probably why he missed the scatter shot. That's probably a pretty high impact thing here, but he'll pop that RC ability early. The raised up Expo doing tons of damage to her. She's gonna pass the Diggy, but the Diggy won't just go into the defense. The Diggy's gonna go follow the Queen's targeting, which is not ideal right now, but maybe with enough time on the board here, he could hold those last two balloons and hold for that right side archer, because the Queen's gonna cross through right now, and she's gonna make a beeline straight at that scatter shot. And if he can just get her to just get through a wall and be patient on these last balloons here, the Queen can potentially finish off the base here, and he can use his headhunters for cleanup on the far backside of the base.
Yeah, and also this balloon getting to the scatter shot is very nice, comes in handy here. He's keeping the other balloon, and he's going to use that on the archer tower as soon as it's tanked for by probably the other balloon. Okay, that went down. Let's see, maybe he's waiting for the queen or something, but he has to take the time into account as well. Timer is running lower and lower, Eric, and I'm thinking more and more that this might not be enough to get this base down.
Oh, the Queen broke a wall there. They went into a void space instead of breaking a wall that goes to the access to everything else on the base there. She's trying to get through another wall here. She could reach the CC. She could take out that clan castle and get a little bit more percentage, but she looking like she wants a piece of that wizard tower there, and it is going to be a 95% here, so not quite there. Very, very close, and it is an attack that's a little bit out of the comfort zone of Darkstar. He normally does a zap kill squad into Lalo, so seeing him break out this variation here, which was still a zap Lalo, but a very wildly different variation than what he typically uses, and he does end up with a miss there. So a start with a lead for looks like early attacks there, able to actually have their lowest hit rate player with a triple out of the gate there. So now they have the players with the higher hit rates coming up here, and they have the lead. They're in a very good spot to start this off.
Yeah, that's right, and I wonder if he made the right call there by sending the king into the super minions. He could have otherwise pulled them to one side and let the queen take care of them while, say, 1 or 2 balloons are tanking. And because of that, I think the king did run out of juice too early and didn't get the value he needed. That was the scatter shot. But look at this now. The blimp, this blimp is very important for this attack. Heroia coming in with the
Super Wizards.
Super Wizards. Yeah, nice job. And he cloned them on top of the wall or over the wall to get all of the buildings behind and in front of that wall.
Yeah, you don't really see clone with super minions or super wizards a lot there. You always see it with the super archers and with the super minions, but that's rare, but it does get the value that he's looking for there. He got the CC completely destroyed there. The super wizards just wrecked through that area of the base there, and I do like where he dropped right there. He dropped into a spot there where there's no room for traps. He can drop in that area there. It doesn't really matter what he has inside of the blimp there other than the super wizards, because they do have lower HP than super archers do. So a couple of traps there can do quick work to take them down, but just with a different with a drop position that keeps them protected by default, he's at a very good spot here. Just needs to get the queen to go in there and take the town hall. If he gets that town hall down, he's still gonna have a ton of base left to go after, because he still has only super barbarians for the next phase here, and they don't have a lot of punch deep in the base there. So he has to get these most internal structures down with the heroes and make sure that the super barbs only have to deal with the most exterior ones.
The queen almost died in the ability. I already thought that before the invisibility spell ran off, but okay, he got the town hall. No worries there. I mean, he could have reacted with a couple of super barbarians, I guess, but there were a lot of things going on at the same time for Heroia here. As you pointed out, he also started his king and super barbarians plus the royal champion at the bottom side, which is also important because the time otherwise can often run low in this type of attack. Nice use of the skeleton spell there onto this back end monolith. The royal champion still has her ability, and even though this rage spell tower is active with the freeze and the ability, he should be able to take this base down, and this means that early attacks will remain in the lead here over Strut.
There's the smile. You see that smile, just like, I'm sitting there waiting for it there. You see it crack there as soon as he realizes he's got it locked in. You know he's on voice of the team. You know they're talking him up right there. He gets it done and puts up a second triple for early attacks there. Massive, massive pickup right there. And this one, it came pretty close there, but he had a plan for everything on the backside. He had it 100% under control. And it's a good thing that Queen didn't miss the Town Hall takedown right there, because otherwise we'd be looking at a completely different story there. She kind of, like, I always find it interesting when they calculate exactly what kind of protection they need for the Queen to be able to deliver her to the Town Hall with her ability and attack there so she can take it down. And they calculate it so accurately that that's all she ends up getting. Like the last little bit of punch that she has takes that, and they give her exactly what she needs to get there.
Yeah, that's right. And I think the big advantage over the Super Wizard blimp rather than the Super Archer blimp is that you usually have still spells left. And in this case, he had 2 invis and 2 free spells that he was able to react with, depending on how many traps the Queen found in the meantime, like Teslas or skeletons. But let's concentrate on Philip's attack now, as he's going in hard and heavy with the Super Dragons from the bottom side of this Diamond Shide base.
Yeah, use the bat spell right in front of the dragons to make so they didn't have to burn freezes. It just give distraction for the air defense and the monolith right there, shutting them down. There were Teslas in the area, but they didn't seem to be able to get overwhelmed onto or get past that bat spell to actually lock onto the super dragons. So nothing important went down. He's able to get the trap cleared. He's gonna go ahead and pop that ward ability. Although we probably should have put that blimp in a little bit earlier, so the blimp is mainly spending most of the time under the ward ability behind the dragons. But it does get out in front there. It takes 1 black air bomb right as it comes out of that, soaks up a bunch of red air bombs, but it's too late to stop that blimp. It's going to arrive on target. He freezes the Town Hall, and it looks like he's going to take it down there with the Yeti bomb. So now, with that entire bottom side and right side of the base there removed, and the Warden's still alive. Look at that. He's got the Phoenix there, so he's going to finish up the scatter shot as well. Wow. Always run the Warden with the Phoenix in dragon attacks there, because he can often go in there and get a couple extra value. Because you think about it, if the Warden is, or any hero is going directly into danger early in the attack there, then be able to get picked back up and get a little bit more value. That's where the Phoenixes get the most value. Same idea for the King when you dive him into danger. But the King here is going to be running the Frosty, and he'll try to get some protection out of that instead.
Yeah, and look at this Phoenix still going strong there at the bottom side. I wonder why he's not sending the Royal Champion in there as well. Royal Champion could support the heroes from the other side. I don't know if he's trying to swag her or something, but yeah, there she goes finally. And then he could add some cleanup here at the bottom side, because at the top side, King and Queen are going to clean everything themselves. And the free spells were so nice. Like, he calculated it exactly as you were saying about the other attack from Hiroya before. Philip knew exactly that what would supposedly be left standing, because all of the area behind the Town Hall, it was never expected that the Super Dragons would get there. But his heroes with the free spells would have enough juice to get through there. Very nice use of this sometimes underrated spell, and great attack here. 2 minute 14. That's a very quick punch here from Philip.
Absolutely, and I like that whenever they use the Super Dragons, they, like, you don't necessarily have to go through the Town Hall, apparently. If you, as long as you use the blimp to go secure the Town Hall, if you can get the dragons close enough that the blimp can continue the rest of the last little bit of distance to be able to reach that Town Hall, and also just kind of clear some traps along the way there and make sure that the dragons are not hitting those traps, which is very, very important. But I like when they have the dragons destroy the clan castle building, so if they do have any troops that come out there, like super minions or some kind of heavy damage troop there, that they can quickly deal with it. But then if you have a Lava Hound, or you have Ice Golems or Rocket Balloons or anything like that still in there, then the dragons destroy it and make so that the heroes never have to engage it by delaying the healers or the heroes into the very back end of the attack there, and make it so the CC is already gone and dealt with by the time they go in. But now Hades, he's normally the last attack here for early attacks. There usually is their fifth attacker, and he tries to clutch it at the end of the war here. But changing up the order, he must have saw something, or maybe the other players are not quite ready. It may be an indication that the Strut bases are giving the other players a little bit of trouble and they need more time to plan. So Hades is diving in with the Queen charge into Lalo, and right now this Queen is kind of looking to stay to the outside of the base there. I'm not sure if she goes in or not and goes directly to the Town Hall, or she has to loop around.
Yeah, that is indeed a very good question. I think that she will go to the Builder Hut, I think she'll go into the town hall
Okay.
after the builder hut, yeah. But let's see. But like, it shouldn't be like that, because otherwise I wonder what the base builder was thinking about that. But it is in fact like that. But now this rage spell tower and the monolith, that is a lot of damage raining onto that queen. But he's quick on his feet there with the invisibility spell. Now with the queen ability, and at the same time starting the Lalo over at the 9 o'clock side. But I think it's going to be crucial to keep that queen alive as well.
Very true, but the queen does escape the monolith into the multi-inferno there, getting some very good value over there, but she's in a lot of danger right now. She's probably going to go down to the defensive king. He probably should just let her drop. No, he's going to try to keep on pushing her through. He puts in the headhunters over there, but he's trying to focus his attention onto both sides of the attack there. The queen goes down anyways, and the balloons, with some attention neglected there, do mostly die out there, but he needs to get the road champion through. Frees up the defensive queen there, tries to push his road champion through, loses the Diggy to the monolith, but the healers are actually going to stand on the monolith right now as they transition over, and one of them almost survives there, but it does give the cover that he needs for the blues to take the monolith down, and that healer transfer might have just saved the attack.
I agree. I agree. This could have fallen short. I mean, look at that. Just 3, maybe just 2, maybe just 1 balloon still alive. I mean, he's got the Yetis and the Warden, yes, but if he wouldn't have gotten the healers to tank for the balloons and also take out all these red air bombs, this couldn't have become a 3-star. It's still not 100% guaranteed, as we have some buildings left in the base. The storage should be taken care of by the minion at the pub, but he needs to get to the CC 20 seconds, Eric. I think he's got it, right?
Maybe, because it depends on what the warden does here. The warden may be directed by the Yetis to attack the wall instead of attacking the building itself there. If the warden doesn't assist here, I don't know if he gets it or not. The warden is stepping through. The warden locks on. He's taking the strikes there, and he does go directly after the Clan Castle building and takes it. Very, very big pickup. And I was saying, Hades was one of the lower hit rate players on the team here. Still right around that 60%. Oh, wow. No, maybe those numbers before I was mistaken. 73% here. Okay, I see that I was completely wrong there. Hades clutches and early attacks has the lead.
Yeah. And what, as a very convincing lead there. 3 attacks, 3 stars, and even if Rigo Torres is able to pull off a 3-star now, his team will still be 1 star down. So they are not in a good spot right now, but you know, it's these types of situations that in my opinion make the difference between very strong, consistent world championship contender worthy teams and teams that are just sometimes good and sometimes not. You cannot let your attacking be influenced too much by the situation that you do it in. Meaning you have to be as routined enough to be able to 3-star at any moment. So if you're able to you know, just get everything out of your head that is surrounding you, especially the situation that you find yourself in, the pressure that might be on you because your team is depending on you and so on, then you will attack your best, because you will just attack as if you would do a friendly challenge, you know. But in this case, Rigo Torres, I think he needs another coconut balloon. There might be another black mine. I think a healer will die soon, but so far it's still looking okay.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any like specific blimp locations that I would be trying to guard against on this base here. Like, everything's kind of deep there that a blimp would be going after, so it's hard to say where the black air bombs, but there's one. Finds one of the healers right there, rages up the queen, trying to keep her alive there. He's got defensive CC troops coming out here. It looks like rocket balloons and a lava hound, but the queen under a lot of damage here. That left side expo set here is raging. The queen is getting overwhelmed. She gets forced to ability, and this could be a problem. He can't keep her alive, but he does transfer one of the expos over to the king on the left, and the rage tower is fading right now, so he should be able to sustain the damage now, keep this queen up for a bit longer. Watch that queen.
Yeah, but there's still so much damage. Thankfully, the king is tanking. The queen really needs to step out of this little corner there. She does, but she's in the range of the monolith.
Yeah, the healers were also getting knocked back by the sweeper, so he was losing a lot of the healing that he was supposed to be receiving right there. But I don't know how far this queen was supposed to go, but she's not going to go the distance, and that's a big problem for Strut, especially when they're already playing from behind. But he does have that blimp sailing across the base here. The blimp needs to reach the town hall takedown. He freezes the model, he rages the blimp. It does fall just a tiny bit short, and it needs to have the Yeti step up. They do. They take the town hall down, and they should be able to get the monolith. No, they're throwing to the battle builders right there. Misses the monolith, and now I don't know if he can recover this.
He's still got a couple of Hogs that he's spreading in at the top side. Now Royal Champion, if the Royal Champion can get through the Monolith with keeping her ability, he might still have a chance, but he needs the Headhunter to take out this King. I don't know if he's got enough tanking though. Oh, this is really close. He didn't get the value he needed, especially look at the left side. The Rage Tower will be active in just a second, and when that happens, the Royal Champion will not have a nice time.
Yeah, that Expo Rage is up there. These Raged Up Expos have done so much work on this attack. The Rage Towers are so insanely powerful, and they shut down a lot of these attacks. Like, even if you run like an air attack there, like ground Expos under Rage just sustain so much damage, and the fact that with that long range, they can have multiple of them lock on, it just mows heroes down. They just don't really have a really good answer for it a lot of times, and that's why the Rage Towers are the most used setting for the Spell Towers. But Rigo Torres ends up falling short here, and his 71% hit rate is diminished a little bit, but very unfortunate for Rigo, and that means that Strut is now 2 stars behind. And I mean, early attack is looking very, very good. They just need to sustain, and they can take down the Titan that is Strut.
That's right. There is still a chance, but it's getting smaller and smaller. And I said before that for me it's very rare that Strut has a day where they will lose with a low score twice. But at the moment they also just have collected 7 stars out of 3 attacks, as we can see on the right side. So they might not be at the top of their game this weekend in general. But we'll have to wait and see. This was some very good zap value in my opinion. Got the sweeper, got the multi-inferno, got the ground expo and the bomb tower that was covering this town hall. And I think Kuma is also going for a town hall takeout with his queen here. So let's see if he estimated the amount of troops and spells he needs for that correctly.
Definitely, and I like to see this attack here when you see that combination of the scatter shot, inferno, and then town hall across the middle of the base like that. If you can just reduce that damage to the inside with the lightning, the king charges in, gets a defensive hero down. You have to make sure that you get either the royal champion or the defensive queen down with your heroes, and then you just need to make it to the town hall. And it's not an easy push here because he does have to invest the royal champion to the far right there because the monolith is over there, and we're seeing Tess there, and the king. A lot of threats over that right hand corner, but he needs to get the queen to take the turn right now. The king steps in first, but he dies out before he can take it, and now the queen will take damage on her approach. He pops the RC ability. Queen needs to hurry up and get there, but she's getting distracted over to the other buildings off to the right there. She does lock onto it now. The ice golem freezes it, and that was clutch right there for that ice golem to pop off right there, because not only did he get the tower down, but his queen ability is still intact, and she's kind of in a safe spot right now. So if he gets the Lalo moving right now and makes sure the queen doesn't get hit by the Eagle Artillery, then she can potentially pop her ability and get the defensive road champion off the backside of the base.
Yeah, that was perfect timing there with this ice golem being taken out and freezing the town hall. I think the queen will not get the royal champion, but still good value. He's got 3 headhunters to take care of that job though, especially because the enemy king is still taken care of. It's just the question is just if Strut have some good spring traps in Rigo Torres' base to defend against the headhunters. But honestly, Eric, look at the amount of spells he still has. In my opinion, that should be a done deal.
Yeah, and as the Hound crosses through under the ward ability, it was able to absorb all the traps there, so the balloons are not taking any damage. The Clan Castle troops deploy out there from the Headhunters, and they're just going to be moved off to the side here. Just needs to get the defensive road champion down, but unless the defense is dropped, the balloons turn back on her. It is not just a triple, it is completely crushed. Early attacks is not just going for a win right now, they're going for the perfect war on top of it.
Yes, and that is just, I'm lacking words for that. 12 stars out of 12 possible stars, and this was the strongest and the most overkilling attack that they have presented in this war. GG's, hats off to Kuma. A very well thought out plan and perfect execution there that left no worries about their strength. And unlike Carbon said before, it seems like this war's outcome doesn't even depend on Musk's performance anymore, because as we can see right here, Musk will only attack now that Strut is already down 2 stars at least. Even if he 3 stars, will be even more if he doesn't. So at this point, Strut is really in a tough spot. You You might even say that you know, he can play without too much pressure now, because at this point this seems like a lost war anyways, unless there will be a huge slip up from early attacks in their last war.
Yeah, I can't imagine now that they have 3 to 4 minutes to be able to change the plan of the last attack there, make sure that they go in for as safe of a 2-star as possible. They could just do whatever they want there and just spam some Super Dragons right through a Town Hall takedown, and they could lock in their win. And be able to take a win against Strut is a very, very big deal. But Strut did have that last war. Like you said, they were playing a little bit off their game today. Like they're underperforming in the previous round here. They luckily able to take that win, and that is definitely gonna give them a chance as they go probably to the 1-1 bracket, I mean now. But yeah, this is looking very, very strong here for early attacks there. They're just not letting them have anything, and they're unleashing on offense. But Mask able to dive in with the zap into Kill Squad Lalo. This is the attack that I'm saying that Darkstar likes to use a lot as well, but Mask is also extremely good with it. And if we can just get the Yetis to go into there in the core of the base there and take out either the scatter shot or the Eagle Artillery, that'd be big. Looks like he's gonna get the scatter shot, gonna miss the Eagle. That's fine. He can work with this.
I don't know, because he wanted to get that Eagle out of the way, so and also the Warden and the Multi-Inferno, but this Queen has to take care of, or has to face off against this Hound too late in the attack. Now he cannot really invest any more spells into her, otherwise he won't be cannot be sure that he will get the Town Hall takedown.
Nope.
And this seems like he has not gotten enough value, in my opinion. Maybe he should have used the Royal Champion to help the King and Queen out, but I don't think he can 3-star this anymore, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I think you're 100% right there. He should have used a Royal Champion while he had the King and the Queen providing tank in the area there, and got the Lalo moving at that time, because just waiting until the King and the Queen died out all the way there, he wasn't able to get any cross tanking. That extra cross tanking, making it so that you're deploying multiple phases of attack there at the same time, can work to your advantage heavily there if it's not affecting the pathing of the main force there. But looks like he's able to secure the Town takedown, but it's quickly kind of pittering out here, and it is going to be a low percentage attack here. And you know what? At this point, we just need to see if early attacks can just lay down the hammer here and get the perfect war. And Strut needs to get a little bit of a regrouping here, and they need to just rally their team in the next round, and they can then maybe get out there and just get the performance that they usually put up there and take on some different teams. But early attacks is a very, very difficult team to take down. Definitely, like I've been saying, one of my top picks is a golden ticket to the World Championship, but then again, Strut is as well. So very interesting that they face off in this match.
Yeah, indeed. But as you said, like it's not like a close match so far. It's more like a David and Goliath constellation here. At least it seems that way if you just look at this singular match. And that is quite surprising to me, because Strut has made it this far, and that in a very convincing manner. Last week, and I think all of the stages so far combined, they had a 13.3 star average, and today in both wars they will not be able to get more than 12 stars, if at all.
Right.
And that is quite surprising to me, but you have to hand it off to early attacks. They are leaving no doubt about their strength in this war. They're really showing that even under pressure, even after against a very well-known, well-experienced team, they are able to score many stars, as many as they would against any other team. And now it's Yara to finish it off for them with a Queen Charge Twin Hawk attack.
Sometimes a team does just have a little bit of a bad day like that, and luckily, because Strut already has one win, they will, at a bare minimum, they will survive till tomorrow, no matter how this all plays out here. And so they would have the chance to be able to just regroup overnight and be able to then go into day 2 of this weekend and be able to maybe pull it back there. So I do have high hopes for this team still. I think that they can rally and get back in this, but let's see what Yada can do. Yada usually uses bowlers in Legend League, so that's what he does. He streams almost every day on Twitch, streamed his Legend League attacks there, and he is extremely, extremely good with the bowler smash attacks in Legend League. But for this, he's breaking out the looks like twin hogs with the queen charge. So just uses the blimp to take out that right side compartment. And if somebody's using an attack that is different from their Legend League attack, what they're most comfortable, what they're most proficient with, then you know that they saw something on the base there. And that Yeti blimp is obviously a very, very high value right there. Able to take out the queen, able to take out the Multi Inferno, able to form the funnel, able to pull the CC. There's not much more value that you could really ask for out of a blimp there. So I can see them identifying that and then building an attack around that value.
Yeah, that's right. The only thing is, I think that today in the current meta, the players need to be better than just or more than just a one-trick pony. There used to be a meta when I think that most of the players went in with their Legend League attacks army, unless they saw something specific over a base. But I think at the moment, yeah, the queen. Not sure if she will walk in. Come on. I think
he's okay. Okay, invisibility's gonna guarantee it. All right. He's okay.
I think that they. Oh, the tornado, but he should be fine. Yeah. But he doesn't have the invis now to protect the healers. Using a freeze instead. But yeah, I just think that the meta is so hard in the moment that the players just need to be able to adapt to what the base gives them and need to find the base's weakness. So let's see if Yara was successful in finding that. He started the Hog Riders while the Queen was shooting away at this Town Hall. Still has another free spell in the bag to maybe get through this back end compartment with the Royal Champion and the Multi Inferno. And to me, it's looking like the perfect goal already, Eric. Love to jinx.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. He's got the Headhunters are coming in right now. They will arrive. He freezes up the Road Champion. The Headhunters pop off and take her down. And the Force is going to overwhelm the last few defenses. Guys, this was domination. Strut has been absolutely destroyed by early attacks there. 15 stars on the board. And can you believe it? Can you believe that we have started off this top 16 matchup sets with 2 perfect wars in a row? Not on the same teams, but out of just 2 very, very stellar teams that I don't expect to make it to the Worlds.
Yeah, you cannot jinx Yara. It's just impossible. This man is, yeah, a crazy good attacker, very consistent. Good job here. And we still have another attack to go, but you're right there. I mean, Eric, to be honest, it just shows that we choose the right wars to show on stream for you guys at home. Yeah, we have the best teams really here that are able to pull that off, because both of the teams that the 15 stars were scored against are not even bad. Quite the opposite. They are some of the best teams in the world, and they have some of the best bases in the world, and that makes the meaning of these perfect wars, yeah, even bigger than it already is by itself.
Very true. And I'm looking at some scores behind the scenes here, and I'm seeing that as Class Champs has completely shut down Dark Phoenix. I'm looking at the final score there for Dark Phoenix. I say that team was putting up some crazy scores, but the defenses from Class Champs have held them to 10 stars, and Class Champs is potentially pushing for 14 right now. So another war that is very, very one-sided was VN Esporting just locked in 13 stars, and it looks like they have their win. So lots of scores rolling in the background here as we go into this final attack, as Ass comes in to close out the war for Strut. And they will just have to take this loss here, and they'll just have to go down and win it in their latest stages, because this is going to push them to a 1-1. They're still at an even kill. They just need to they just need to win 2 of their next matches here. They'll have a potential, I guess, 3 to play. They just got to win 2 out of 3. And so that's what you need to be able to be on top. That's what they need to be able to get a full reset. And remember, if you make it the next phase of the tournament, even if you came through at the very, very last round there at a 3-2, you still get a full reset and reseed into the next round here, and you start even again. So they just need to rally the team, take that first win that they have, shake off the second loss here, and then just go into war number 3 and just bring it.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Us doing a good job here so far. Let's see if he can make his Titans do take the jump. Yeah, they take the jump. Nice job here. King ability perfect. So the Barbarians tank the Monolith beams that otherwise do deal some devastating damage onto his King. The Flame Flinger on the Town Hall, and he still has the Royal Champion to deploy. Maybe even deploy her onto the Monolith. No, he's waiting patiently, but I think he's gotten some good value with the 2 free spells in the gear back. I think that this might even be the second 3-star. for Strut, but we'll have to wait and see. Like you, Eric, I was looking in the back end a little bit what was going on in the other matches, and I can see that United, that I shouted out quickly right before this match, are also at 11 stars out of 4 attacks. So it seems like they have their win against Tyririd Warriors as well if they score a 2-star in their last attack. And at the same time, I think indeed Eric's Ast is scoring the 3-star for Strut.
Yeah, very, very nice way to rally the team at the end here. They're down, but they're not out. Strut, we will see them again. They will return, and we will see if they can salvage this. I mean, it's still a 12-star war. Like, that wins a lot of wars out there. But when you have early attacks putting up a perfect war, 15 stars on the board, there's not much you can really do about that. But Strut, we know that they can push that 60% hit rate there consistently. They had 2 bad wars today, so they just need to shake it off here. I definitely think that they can recover this, and they can pull it back hard for the later wars.
Yeah, I agree. And good job here from us. And I mean, you said before that momentum also plays a role in how good these teams can perform. And this 3-star towards the end definitely might give their momentum a little bit of a push, showing that, okay, guys, we still get it. We still got it. Just 1 3-star more, and we would have been at 13 stars. And as you said, even 12, that's a score that many wars can be won with out there. It's just that early attacks was, at the top of their game in this match. And if that happens, you can be as good as you want. It's just very hard to come by.
Yeah, but I mean, let's bring back CarbonFin and Woody. Guys, this was a very one-sided war here. Is this what you expected there, Carbon? You voted for early attacks, right? Yeah, you knew.
Yeah, I knew. Yeah, I can say that. I could tell right away that I was good. No, I have no idea when it comes to these teams. As you saw from last weekend, only 1 correct. Well, I guess no one knew last weekend because we all were 1 correct. But an impressive showing from early attacks. And what an attack there. Baby Dragons, minions, getting it done. And I'm just going to keep refreshing my list inside the game. That's where you can go ahead and take a look at the matches and be able to see other scores. You want to stay up to date on all of these teams, but incredible job. Early attacks with the perfect war. Clash champs with the previous perfect war as well. I cannot wait what we're going to be witnessing here today, Woody.
It was a fantastic war all around, and certainly an impressive showing from early attacks, who came out strong and just cemented that lead early on. Strut really only missing, I mean, a very small percentage early in this war. But when you fall down in the early stage of the war, you get desperate. You start to have to focus harder. You require 3 stars, and the pressure just can really get to you. It seems like that's what happened with this war against Strut, that I think was a lot closer than the scoreline would suggest. At least I'd hope so, seeing as I took Strut for the prediction win on this one. But early attacks definitely impressed, and I think it was certainly the close war that we were expecting, with a victory that wasn't quite the way that I thought it was going to go. But nonetheless, I think that these teams both have a solid shot at still advancing on to stage 4, and with lots of wars left to go, I'm feeling pretty solid that this was yet another great match to broadcast, and really look forward to seeing how they do in their next matches.
Well,
I agree. Yeah, sorry. I was looking at the next matchups that we have, guys, because I was checking in-game, like you should do, where you can already check the tournament hub for the next game. So if you guys at home want to be sometimes even a little ahead of us, just take a look at what's happening in the game. And yeah, we're going to decide real soon what we're going to be showing next. But for now, let's take a look at the post-war stats here from the last one we saw. Yeah, a convincing 15-star war from early attacks that speaks for itself, and Strut falling short. I mean, it's very impressive for me how Philip is always able to attack early on and get 3 stars, and he has become really, really consistent for Strut. Before, I think he played in Reported Gaming. That is also where he played in last year's World Championship. And I quickly want to shout something out, and that is the team United that we were talking about before, that have scored 14 stars and that have now a 2-0 record. They are actually, their team captain is Yannis. And Yannis used to be in Reported Gaming as well last year. So I think that is his newly formed team. And this guy has been at the World Championship in Helsinki last year. And it seems like he has found himself quite a impressive team to get there once again this year.
Absolutely. I mean, that talent, that experience definitely pays off there. But we do have the scores rolling in here from the previous round. We have all the scores there logged. It does look like Clash Champs, like we were saying earlier, is taking the win over Dark Phoenix. United, as you just said, took down Terror Warrior. We have NJ Flex. Oh, it just disappeared on me. It's coming back. And NJ Flex just logged in their win against VNA 13-12. Titans takes the win over TPM 12-12. Percentage advantage. No, wait, that's wrong. Actually, TPM takes the percentage advantage and they take the win over Titans. All right, that was a bit unexpected there. But No Limit takes down Millicene SG. Agnes Stars is at a loss against HS Esports, and then we saw that Time to Throw lost to VN Esporting. So the scores are settled here for round 2, and now the teams are going to reshuffle into a new bracket where the 2-2 teams will face off, the 1-1 teams will face off, and then the 0-2 teams will face off and then face elimination if they lose that match there. So if you're down at lower side there, you have to win every single war from here on out to be able to pass on to the top 8.
Yeah, we've got a lot of amazing matches to come, and like we talked about, look in the game to take a look at them. But later on today, we're going to be covering a match that is between 2-0. Well, we're going to be covering both of them, but Early Attacks is going to take on Clash Champs. Both of them got a perfect war. It's not going to be the next one, but we are going to watch that later today. That is a match you do not want to miss. Literally, perfect war, perfect war. Did they do it again? Can they get a perfect war yet again? That's going to be later on today. We got a couple matches before that. So don't worry, we're going to see so many more esport matches here today to eventually narrow it down to tomorrow and then get to the double elimination stage next weekend, Woody.
Right, you are. And I was just checking with our production team here as we're getting our next match started up very shortly. Please do bear with us as we get these wars ahead. We are doing this on the fly. These are all live wars that we are getting delivered directly to you. And so I do also want to take a minute to take a look at those results again and kind of point out what I think is most interesting and exciting to me. Clash Champs holding off Dark Phoenix in this last round. They were both 1-0 in this stage 4, but the Clash Champs with a 13-10 scoreline is the only team to get such a strong defensive hold against their opponents in the upper side here. Dark Phoenix held to 10 stars. Means that they either got a 1-star somewhere or didn't get any 3 stars at all. Very impressive base building from the Clash Champs and really echoing back to their previous performances earlier this year. They may not have had the biggest offense in this matchup, United coming away with 14 stars, and of course, as we just saw with Early Attacks getting a perfect war. But still a very strong star advantage there for the Clash Champs. On the bottom side, though, more bad news for fans of Time to Throw. It was a 13-10 loss against VN Esporting, and that is an extremely surprising result to me, given that Time to Throw just barely missed 6 buildings in the previous war that we were able to broadcast for their match. So big drop for Time to Throw and a very sad finish for them to be now 0-2 and one more loss short of elimination. But solid pickup for VN Esporting to be sure. And the other matches that were down there in the lower side of the bracket were also relatively close, as we had already read off the scores. But TPM against ETX Titans coming down to a percentage finish, and then just a 1-star lead for No Limit. Not necessarily strong over-the-top offensive wars, but the teams that are in the bottom is still fighting tooth and nail to try to climb back into it. And so I hope that we'll get a chance to watch them later. I think that we do have, maybe if I can tease it, possibly United versus NJ Flex as potentially the next lineup on deck. So fans of those two teams are going to be, I'm sure, very excited to see it coming up. And yes, it is confirmed. Those are going to be the two teams that we're watching, Maxi.
Yep, that is right. And look at this. They are a little bit more apart than we've seen before in those pre-match stats we've witnessed, we've watched. United with a 1.4% advantage in the average percentage, and then in the stars 1 star more. But you have to keep in mind that those star counts are rounded, so it doesn't mean 13.0 stars or 12.0 stars. So it might be something between those 2 star counts. But definitely United showing that they have had a very consistent performance so far in these stats. And I think that we're going to take a look at their roster now, and there we have Giannis even wearing this Clash World Championship sweater that we and all of the players were given last year. But interestingly, he has one of the lowest hit rates in this team. For me, E.T. Khan is also a player that I have seen before, but he also has a low hit rate. So take a look at the other 3 players with the highest hit rates. We have Dani, Tashan, Shawon, and Ohai, or O-H-Y-E. Who knows? But we should know him. I think looking at this hit rate, this man has almost a 80% hit rate in 3 stars, and that is impressive. So I'm very glad that we're showcasing their match next, and we'll be seeing what attack strategies they are actually using, Eric.
Yeah, definitely one of those like underdog teams that comes out of nowhere. Like you saw like a lot of bigger name United teams like United Gaming, GS, and the United Gaming, the newly formed one that definitely were expected to be up here, but this is the United team that ended up making it, which is very surprising. And you definitely see some rising stars there with that 78% hit rate. That's very, very impressive. But when you look at these other players here with the lower hit rates there, they're still pushing nearly 12 star. Like if you just had a team of all of them, you get like on average like a 12-star war per war. So like if you see them triple in these wars, then the other players with their high consistency could definitely carry the team to victory after that. So we'll be definitely keep an eye on Janice and Khan here to see what they can do, but we would then expect almost the top players to be able to pull through. But NJ Flex is another one of those teams that have kind of slid under the radar. Like I'm looking at their low hit rates there, and like it's a stark contrast from what you saw on the other side. But NJ Flex has been obviously taking a lot of wins here because they not only made it to this stage today, but they were number 4 in the world off of the open ladder when they played in stage 1 of the competition. So they were above teams like Strut, above early attacks there. Like this team outperformed a lot of those other teams there, and so maybe they're just winning on defense, or maybe they just come out clutch when they need to. So this is a very interesting stat line across the board here for both of the teams.
Yeah, it's all about whoever can deliver. With United getting that 14 star in their previous match, are they able to replicate it and do it again? Or will NJ Flex be able to put up a high score? Because that's what we were seeing in the first 2 matches. The winning team getting perfect wars, clash champs, and early attacks, which, by the way, we are going to be seeing later today, so you don't want to miss that. We're going to be seeing both the 2-0 teams and the 0-2 teams. The 1-1 teams, since either if they win or lose, they're still in it. They're not going to be eliminated. We're going to be watching the matches that will play a role either if you advance or if you are going home. So a lot on the line. You won't miss the action, so make sure you stay tuned for everything here to come today, tomorrow, and even next weekend when finally the golden tickets are going to be given out here. But in this next match here that we have, United versus NJ Flex, I think it's time to maybe get some predictions and who are you thinking will win this match? We'll start with you, Woody.
This next one's going to be an extremely tight one, as I think they will all be for the rest of the day, but I'm going to go with United on this one, even though it would have been fun to have that 50-50 split again. Yeah. And NJ Flex has been coming in over the top with surprising victories. I would not have expected them to be one of the teams to go 2-0 at the top among the best 4 now in the final 16. Not any knock against them, of course, but United has just been such a strong squad at the top of these stage 2 and 3 matches. They're coming in extremely strong with a lot of momentum behind them. And I think especially even after the wars today, even though we're not seeing perfect wars from them, we are seeing very strong finishes and expect to see United take the day. But Maxi, you sat out on this one. What's the reason?
No, actually, Eric and mine are swapped. So Eric is the one who set out. So we'll have to hear from him in just a second why he picked NJ Flex. But I want to quickly add, United is one of my favorite teams, actually, like a dark horse team that I would pick. And especially because it seems like it has slipped through our fingers how well they performed in the remaining stages. Actually, they went, or they have a 2-0 record right now, and they went 3-0 last week. They were one of the only 4 teams, I think it was, that went through with a 3-0 record. The other 2 being Early Attacks, Strut and Clash Champs, I think. So they already showed what they got, but kind of we didn't pay too much attention. So I think that they might be one of the favorites to get one of the golden tickets, especially given how consistent they are playing amongst these well-known teams. But Eric, now, why did you pick NJ Flex?
Well, I mean, yes, they're both kind of like these unknown dark horse teams there that don't get a lot of coverage. Like there's the big name rosters that with all the popular players that get tons and tons of coverage all the time, and everybody, all the streamers and all the YouTubers all flood to go watch their wars. But sometimes these other teams just kind of sneak up on you, and I really think that NJ Flex is one of those teams that is just like United, snuck up out of nowhere. And after the performance that they put up, like I said, they put up number 4 in the world on the open ladder, and they didn't even play all their wars during the open ladder. Like, you can open up your tournament hub in game right now, and you can see how everybody did on that stage 1 of the competition. You can see that there were teams out there that were at the very top there without even playing the 40 war limit, and just the fact that they were able to do that, and the fact that they were able to then survive through, like, this team has heart. I think that they could definitely play through, and if they just have a good war here, then they're gonna go the distance.
Yeah, a lot of these teams that are making it here, they kind of can sneak up on you just without even knowing. A lot of the big name teams have been eliminated. The ones that you're probably wondering, well, what about, where's Tribe or Navi or any other? Well, they already have golden tickets. They're not playing in this. They are waiting in the World Championship already. So they're just kind of kicking back and seeing who their opponents potentially will be, and where they'll have to plan their bases, because all these teams have been practicing for this moment to be able to win these matches, because this is the Swiss stage. You have to win those 3 matches. But in this today, for our Castro predictions, right now, either myself or Eric, it looks like, since Eric, you went with NJ Flex, one of us is going to be right. One of us is going to be perfect so far. There's the updated one. And, so I'm really going to be curious. Can I keep from my performance last week? It was awful from everyone. You know, it's a big change from last week, but it's going to be a great match here. I cannot wait for this one. But Woody, is there any, we can go across the board here, in terms of any attacks that you really, really want to see? Maybe you haven't even seen in months, or even at 10-15 at all. Anything come to mind?
Well, I wouldn't expect to see them busting out something completely off the wall for a war. I mean, yeah, you never know. We did, I think, spy on the Strut war earlier. I can't remember if it was them attacking or defending, but I saw Inferno Dragons for, I think, the first time in the Clash of Clans World Championship for this year. So that would be fun to see some more aerial attacks that weren't necessarily just either La Lune or just like the standard big dragons that we've come to expect, the Electro Dragon and the Super Dragon, right? Yeah, a little bit of that. I mean, Super Witches are fun to watch also, but they mostly are fun to watch because they bring it down to the wire, to the very end of the last moments. And as we've seen, I mean, time can be a very difficult constraint for that. Except for Town Hall 15, we haven't necessarily seen them come out. But yeah, I mean, Super Hog Riders have been very fun to watch. That's a new troop that we hadn't seen brought to bear at all. I know you were repping the Super Miners recently. Haven't seen them come out. So I don't know. There could be a lot of fun and interesting changes in this next war. And if we do get to a point like this where a win can guarantee advancement onto stage 4, maybe that will be when a team decides it's time to bust out a new strategy. What do you think, Maxi?
Yeah, as you said, it's all about the super troops, as it seems, and one that I am keen to see today are super bowlers, because the super bowler smash is actually one of the one of the favorite strategies of the top Legend League players. We've seen Itzu, a favorite German content creator you might know, sometimes also casting alongside us here. He has done a little legend push this season, and he's also using the super bowlers on 3 counts, I think. And some players like Yada that we've seen before use a Lalo strategy, I think. He also usually uses the Super Bowlers in Legend League, and I think it is a very strong army. But yeah, I think the thing is, it is very... how do you say? You can use it to set to different types of bases. So it has a wide variety of use cases, while other strategies are more base specific, and that's why maybe the base specific strategies are used more here. Like a queen charge, for example, you can plan better with a little more time than just the 30 seconds in Legend League, something like that. But yeah, that is something that I would like to see some more attacks from. What about you, Eric?
Yeah, I mean, I like those like versatile attacks like that, and you definitely see a very different story in Legend League than you do in a war, because you have to be able to take a strategy that can adapt to anything that you face against when you go into Legend League. And when you're in a war, you just gotta face whatever you have, or you can plan very meticulously for the base that you're attacking. And it is kind of interesting when we have these like underdog teams, the more unknown teams, face off against each other, because you often see different attacks that you don't see among the top teams, because the top teams are gonna like, they kind of just, it felt like they get railroaded into the same meta attacks there all the times, because they've been practicing with that. They know that they work extremely well. But then sometimes these underdog teams that come out of nowhere that you haven't seen a lot of, they may be using attacks that we just don't see a lot in the pro scene. So like, we've seen some crazy things in the past. We've seen like the bats and yetis and stuff like that. Well, we saw that last weekend, like just crazy attacks like that to just come out of nowhere. And if we could see something wild like that, then that would definitely get my blood pumping here.
Well, I'm receiving word we got a match that we could just take a look at. It's not the main, it's not the United match that we're going to be watching, but we've got attacks, and this is actually a first attack live, so we'll just go and relax and take a look at this until the United match is ready to go. As this first attack here comes with Super Barbarians, and it's that Sarge using the Super Archers to get that value with the Blimp, Woody.
Well, it is a luxury for us to be able to sit back and watch. Oh my God, what happened to the Grand Warden? Sniped down in his prime. We do lose him early on, but it looks like there was a nice little chunk out of the left side, and the core has been hit pretty hard with a battle blimp. So Maziar from Dark Phoenix is going to be following up now with a pivot to the top corner, as those super minions from the CC are going to be creeping their way over toward the Archer Queen. Oh, Super Barbs are going to stab in now, take down the Eagle Artillery as the Ice Golems are popping on the top side and give it a little bit more cover for that takedown of the scatter shot. But it looks like the main thrust of the attack is just going to be Super Barbarians, but he's kind of running low on troops early on, isn't he? Or am I wrong about that?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think this attack is going to plan, and I feel like this is not going to be a 3-star. We can call that already, because like Enes actually, he has to try to secure the 2-star here at this point. He needs to hold on to these 2 invisibility spells for the Royal Champion. I wouldn't have sent her already, because the Rage spell tower is active at this moment. And look at this Ice Golem at the top side. I think he is panicking a little bit. He should have waited a little bit to oh my. He doesn't have... Oh, no. The Royal Champion will go to the Builder Hut, I have no idea what's happening, but this is a 1-star, I think, guys.
Maybe.
He was
Ground Skellies! Oh, no!
Oh,
Ground
no. So I think everything went...
Royal Champion!
Everything went wrong in the beginning, Eric, because the Blimp didn't get the value he expected. Then he held on to 2 of the spells, to 2 of the 2 invisibility spells, but he was not able to make a good use out of them. Wow, that is very sad.
Yeah, I noticed where that blimp dropped. We didn't get to see the actual blimp there at the start of the attack, but we could see that right where the blimp dropped, where the clone super archers would have come out, I saw 2 scorch marks from a double giant bomb that he landed directly on top of. So he must have lost a lot of super archers right on the drop, and that probably lowered the super archer value, because he didn't get a lot of value. There were a ton of big defenses right around where the flag for the blimp was sitting on the board, and the buildings that were right under the flag were gone, but there were tons of buildings that were supposed to be removed all in that area there, and everything was still standing. It just kind of messed up his pathing, because that caused the queen to go that direction and not follow the king and go over to the town hall where she was supposed to go. So yeah, disaster definitely struck at that one. It's a low percentage and a 1-star from a team that I've been talking up this whole time, so that's been surprising to me.
Well, that's actually the second match, back-to-back matches that we saw. Actually, not we saw, but Dark Phoenix actually got 1 stars. The last one and this one now. So that is unfortunate, but really good for VN Esports. They're looking to take advantage of that. But I've got a question specifically geared towards you, Maxi, because you've got some experience playing in the competitive scene, like being this pro player. Do you have any advice for anyone watching at home that's like, you know what? I want to get involved into Clash Esports. How do I do it? If they're looking to for potentially next year, what are the steps that they should take now to get ready for something like this to maybe show that they have what it takes?
So the first step, in my opinion, would definitely be to watch this stream until the very end, because you can learn so much here from the best players in the world.
Yeah.
For example, this one, but you can also learn from the fails, from the attack we just saw, because this attack maybe just took a little bit too much risk with the place where with the location where the blimp landed, because there was too much space for troops, and yeah, that's what killed the value of the archer blimp. But yeah, in all seriousness, before we get to this Queen Charge Twin Hawk attack, I think that playing in Legend League has a very good value. Of course, this is a team effort. Clash of Clans Esports is a team esports. That means you need to have some team members. So if you have some friends that maybe play Clash of Clans that you've been playing along in your clan for a couple of years, maybe even, then it's good to have like a little community of at least 3 or 4 guys that know each other, and then you can you can push yourselves together in base building. And oh yeah, this is not going great here from Exodani either, but at least he has cleared the town hall already, Eric.
True. But yeah, you're right. You gotta get a team. I think one of the more important things if you're trying to get involved, I don't think this is gonna triple here with the Queen going down, but with trying to get a team together, I think one of the most important things to do is just go join the Discord servers of the community tournaments. If you are seeing tournaments going on YouTube and stuff, then just go search up those tournament names on Twitter, and almost all of the tournament organizers will put together a Twitter. Also, the COC Esports Twitter also will retweet a lot of tournament announcements and stuff like that when there's signups and stuff. So go sign up a team into those tournaments and get into those, and then when you're on the Discord servers, then you can often talk with the players that are looking for free agents and looking for new players to add to the roster. But like Maxi was saying, be able to prove yourself and have like a big Legend League push there to be able to like build like a resume for yourself. If you're new to it and you want to be able to get involved, then that's a very big deal. This actually still has a chance to triple. I take it all back.
Well, he does have the king ability. The problem is that one hog rider that died right in the cord trying to take out that clan castle is going to struggle, because he'll have to get through, well, only one set of never mind. Unless that, I was going to say, is the king going to go for the wall? No, he runs up and around, because there is only the one wall to get into that clan castle. As the king's ability goes off, that scatter shot was distracted, but now it's hitting these barbarians, and unfortunately it looks like Exo Danny is just barely going to be falling short.
And
well, it happens.
Yeah, it's short, but at least that is a little bit of hope left for the Dark Phoenix team to see 5% of their base still standing, not the triple that VN Esports would have wanted to really seal the deal early on in this war. Big advantage yet for that squad, but at least Dark Phoenix can hold on. And I was right there with you, man, Eric. I thought that Dark Phoenix is a squad that still really has a really solid chance. And I mean, coming in up at the top side of this bracket with 2-0, I think that they really would have looked pretty strong. I think their actual record is 1-1 though. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but still nonetheless very impressed that they made it to stage 4 now and are in the money and looking for a chance to make it on even further for that golden ticket. Maxi.
Yeah, definitely quite an upset there with this 1-star they started with. So this 2-star 95% is from Exodani is actually worth more than it might seem, because they have the 1-star advantage now over their opponent. Yeah, coming back real quick to the question Carbon asked about getting into the pro scene. I think maybe you already have a strategy that you like to use, then you should definitely try to be a master at this strategy. That means using it in friendly challenges and using it in Legend Leagues. If you want to get better at another strategy, or at a strategy that you feel comfortable with but still want to improve more, it's always good to watch YouTube videos, in my opinion. That's how when I started learning some strategies like Hero Dive Lalo, or for example, I looked for those specific strategies in YouTube and found some content creators or even pro players that I whose explaining methods I liked. I mean, we have content creators here as well. Eric, Carbon, you guys, you make videos as well. Woody, we're going to do one soon for sure. But no, these guys really teach you how to attack. They analyze the attacks of pro players and then tell you what went well and what didn't go well. And then you can try to copy these things or avoid the mistakes. So you definitely have to invest a little bit of time, but you will notice the results quickly, I think.
Yeah, and I wanted to quickly look at the pricing here for a second and look at exactly what these guys are playing for, but specifically I wanted to point out that those lower end places, because they're already in the money right now. So if you get eliminated in the 0-2 bracket, you're going away with 5,000. But if you take one win today, then that goes up by 50%. You take 2 wins today and you get up into the 13th to 15th and make it to the 2-2 bracket, and you're going away with 12,500. So like every single win today is worth between 2,500 and 5,000. Obviously, if you get more than that, you make it in the next stage of the tournament there, then it just keeps ramping up and up and up. So like it's crazy that we're gonna have, obviously the top 4 are already in the world championship already, but we're gonna go all the way down. They're basically gonna pay out 13th through 20th place here based on the results of this weekend. So very, very crazy how much every single individual win is worth here as they play through this weekend.
Yeah, everything is on the line. They're pushing their way through to try to be able to advance to next weekend. But hey, they may have to play tomorrow if that is in the cards. But these teams are getting ready, so we're going to be saying goodbye to 2, getting ready for this next match, because there's an additional, after this one that we're covering here today, there's going to be an additional 3 more, and we're going to see both the 2-0 teams, we're going to see both the 0-2 teams. So we're seeing 4 matches left here today, so either we're going to find out teams that are advancing, or we're going to find out teams that are going home. Everything is going to be on the line here, Maxi.
That's right. Only deciding matches from here on. And we said it before, we're going to be showing the NJ Flex versus United match next. And we have the results of your predictions at home for you. And it seems that you are pretty much like us, leaning towards United here with a overwhelming 77% score. I think that is a little bit surprising even, because like both of these teams, they're not like, none of them is like a well-known team that has been in the World Championship or something before. Of course, they have made a name for themselves throughout the stages of this specific tournament for this year's World Championship, but unlike other teams, they have not been at any World Championship before. Do you have any idea, Carbon, why the viewers at home are also thinking that United will win this one?
I actually have no idea. What I'm going off of is their previous performance today, which was 14 stars. So based on how they did today, that's where I'm going. Literally, I could be going either way. Just because they put up 14, to me, when you put up 14 against teams like this and this competition at Town 15, that is very impressive. So we saw that Clash Hamster and early attacks both put up perfect wars, which they will be playing later today, but putting up 14 stars for United, that is the reason why I selected them to win this match. You selected them as well. Was there a reason you had of picking them?
Yeah, well, the performance from them in general, not just today, but throughout the other stages as well. As I said before, I felt like we didn't really put them in the spotlight, even though they might have deserved it. But it's just because other well-known teams, yeah, have been performing so good as well. But here we are, right before the first attack. True Sentence is going to be the first attacker, and he's going to start us off for NJ Flex against this box-style base from United. And Carbon is coming in with the Zap Super Dragons. Wow, a crazy Zap here, going for the Monolith and the Eagle.
Well, taking that out, you don't see that too often, but it is a lot of value where you don't have to worry about an Eagle or even a Monolith later in the attack. So let's see as he's going to decide to send the Super Dragons straight to the bottom side, because notice where both the sweepers are positioned. Into the Town Hall, but away from the bottom side of the base. Now the question is, Maxi, do you think this is trapped for this attack?
Well, that is a very good question. That's $1 million question, I think. I mean, I'm 100% sure that in front of the town hall there will be a lot of traps. If there are all the traps against this specific attack strategy, I might doubt that. I think that there might be a tornado and or a red mine farm right behind the town hall, so he has to make sure that he uses his warden ability late enough to make sure that the troops are not getting hit by that, but actually there are some red mines already before that town hall.
Does trigger some red air mines as the Super Dragons are moving their way in and going to absolutely crush through this town hall. Warden ability goes off as they're going to continue their way. Now, a bunch of them have gone to the right side, pulling out headhunters. Quite a bit of headhunters, actually, as they're going to look to take that down as the Flame Flinger is about to now open up with an additional Super Dragon.
Yeah, and the Warden comes back to life there with the help of the Phoenix, providing that extra HP for the Super Dragon, since he needs to make sure that he gets the scatter shot and he gets the Queen. So that was some good value out of this, Warden aura, or Warden HP buff for the Super Dragon there in combination with the Rage. Unfortunately, the left scatter shot, oh, you could barely see that, but it was left standing with just a slight bit of health left. So let's hope that this doesn't give him too much struggle there towards the end of this attack. Now, the back end of this attack still looks scary in my opinion. He's sending in the Royal Champion, but look at this. When the Royal Champion gets into the range of the ground bow, the scatter shot and the enemy Royal Champion, there is a Rage spell tower right next to that and it is recharging. So the Royal Champion will not have a nice time there facing off against that. Maybe there are even Skelly traps, Carbon.
With no spells left, it's going to be very difficult for the heroes to continue their way through. All that is raged up. Queen's going for the Clan Castle. Now walks back on the outside. She can reach the multi because there is one little open wall near the air defense, but we'll have to have the Queen continue her way down and around. But unfortunately, this is not going to get a 3-star. It's going to be actually a lower percentage. Just trying to hit an 80 doesn't look like he will be able to. So a very solid defense here for United. And now it's their turn next to try to capitalize.
Yeah, 79%, that is definitely not the start you want. I mean, there are worse options like the 1-star we just saw before in the other match, but still, if everything goes regularly, you definitely want to start with a 3-star if possible to put that little bit of pressure onto your opponents. And also, the first attack usually, or the first attacker usually is the person that looked at a base and said, okay, I know how to 3-star this, or I know this base, or I think that my favorite strategy works well on this base, you know, something where you usually are quickly confident in attacking the base. But wow, as I'm saying this, Carbon, look at this! Oh hi! The first time we see him on stream, and is that really the strategy that he's usually bringing to the table? He has this almost 80% hit rate. If he does that with the Yetis and Super Archer bat attack, that is even more impressive.
Well, all the multi-target Infernos are on this one side where he's sending this smash through. So if he can clear that, then he can look to just wave the bat through as he pops that Warden ability, protects them moving through. Another super wall breaker, log launchers cutting across, looking to open up all these walls. Another ice golem has been deployed. And these defensive race spells are going off here. Pops that king ability, trying to now get through this defensive Clan Castle. There is so much going on. I'm trying to see where is this Queen as he sends the RC now in early to the right side.
What? He's going for the Town Hall with the RC, and that's why he used the Earthquake to activate it. And also to damage it, of course. And this is why he brought the Rage spell. This is so impressive. If this works, and it seems to be working, even though there's still one multi-inferno left.
With the RC ability. And she's still going. That's my question. Oh, she was back. Oh, she's back where the Clan Castle was, or is that the enemy Queen? No. Or no, no. I think his Queen's a little bit higher up, towards the top side. Is this Royal Champion running around? Six back.
Oh no.
Yeah, he drops him onto the scatter. He was planning for his Queen to walk in and grab at least that scatter there, right? Oh,
actually, I said oh no too early. This guy knows his bets. I think he will get into the multi in time. Come on, freeze.
What? Oh, bats. Gets the multi down. Yes!
They do!
What? He actually got a 3-star with the Super Archer Yeti bat. Oh my, what an attack here with over a minute left. We were thinking, no, there's all the splash left, the scatter, the multi-target inferno, but he delivers for a 3, freezing the multi and dropping the bats on top of the scatter where it couldn't hit them.
Wow. And he didn't even move a muscle there. Hit rate 79%, guys. That probably just got improved to over 80. And just a 2-minute attack. Like, how good can it be? You know, he's using an attack strategy that A, no one is preparing against. That 2, he has gotten a 80% hit rate with, and that 3 is also one of the quickest attack strategies with just around 2 minutes. That is very impressive, but I think they would have preferred to not be on stream today, because now their opponents might be able to prepare for that, because this attack strategy is quite specific, Carbon. So I think there are ways to defend this.
Well, let's see what Paul can do with the Super Barbarians. Starting off with the Earthquake, and we've got a Skelly Bat Donut to come in to help remove the Monolith and this Clan Castle to start. And no! Maxi. Oh, he made the team visible. Oh, no. Come on, take out the Clan Castle. Take it down! Oh, no.
He even activated the Town Hall. So those are 2 things that didn't go according to plan. Let's see what's in there.
With that
at least a damage CC.
Yeah, with the super minions, hopefully he can look to take it down. He does have an Electro Titan at the end of the day, which can help with your push through the base to help take out a defensive Clan Castle as he moves his way through these skeletons that popped up. But he is going to what looks like to be a couple Teslas to take those down as he continues his push in towards that multi and Royal Champion.
And he does have an Electro Titan that comes in really handy with all of those skelly traps popping there. Now, the Warden actually took care of the rocket balloon there. Where's his queen? He hasn't deployed her yet. This is the chess queen.
Yes.
I thought it was the Warden there for a second. I thought, wow, this Warden picking up rocket balloons is doing a great job, but that is the chess queen. A beautiful skin that can be confusing at times. But yeah, let's see how he can come back from this. There are so many open walls. The king can even get into the eagle compartment now and still tank for the queen and the royal champion.
Now it's all about how he uses these spells with the headhunters now helping to take out this king, distracting it. Now the queen's got her ability. Royal Champion's continuing to run around, but the backside with a scattered defensive queen and 3 Teslas that are waiting for him there. And I'm trying to see, is there any defensive spells? I don't see any. So at least that's good. No rage back there as he does find that tornado trap. 1 air defense down south, which that's not going to do anything. But he does have a Royal Champ, but there's the skeleton spell into the defensive queen. She is going to be the biggest threat.
Yeah, and the Headhunter was well timed, I think. Should arrive just after the Royal Champion. He's got a couple of Super Barbarians, which he's doing a great job with to lose them on the outside. Now, if the Royal Champion can get the stun, yes, the Diggy gets the stun on the scatter shot, actually. And with the Queen ability still intact, I think at this point, time is his biggest enemy.
It is, with a couple Super Barbarians onto the cannon down south. That, doesn't go down. Maybe drop a minion, try to be out of range, even though the air defense could probably pick it off here. 18 seconds left, gonna have to pop this queen ability. Paul is running against the clock here.
Paul.
And the fact that there was openings in these walls allowed him to get all this percentage, because if these were closed compartments, the queen and his heroes would have had to beat through the walls first, and this would have been way lower. So at 92 from how it started, that is not bad for missing the clan castle.
Yeah, that's true, but on the other hand, the clan castle didn't really hold him off too much, or hold him up too much, because the super minions and rocket balloons at the beginning, I don't know what they were dealing with, like some super barbarians that he sent in the Warden ability and the owl. Then they went to his kill squad and the queen basically just picked them off one by one. So I feel like that didn't really deal too much damage to his initial plan. But yeah, it's hard to know. Maybe he changed something on the fly there as well with the blimp. Maybe he wanted to send it without the warden ability, who knows. But yeah, definitely a heartbreaking attack. Khan showing his iPad already at the start of the attack. Thank you very much, Khan. So we know that this is the base that he's attacking. And he's coming in with a Super Archer blimp or a Super Minion blimp, as it seems.
Yeah, with an early warden now protect this blimp. One sweeper push, okay, hits the blimp, pops the ability, drops the freeze, gets that time drive, but notice he drops that headhunter under the warden as well to snipe that queen nice and early as the blimp is going all the way to look out and remove this town hall. The double clone rage does pull out some ice golems in defensive CC. Got to make sure you don't target those ice golems with your super archers.
That's right, that's why he makes them invisible. The Super Archers target the Skellies, that's alright, okay. But they need to go to the Town Hall now, they do, but that was the last invisibility spell. Come on, Super Archers, one more shot!
Oh!
Yes!
Ooh. Just gets that Town Hall down, that is critical. And now, you always ask the question, what's left? Look at what he took out with that Super Archer blimp. But no more spells. That is the key. No more spells as they push into the multi. The defensive rage is coming back and double scatters. But these openings of the walls, just like the last base, is going to allow him to run right on through, in and around, easily get able to move into these. No, he just... Wait, oh, what was that on the far right? Was that a freeze on accident? Was that an ice? There can't have been an ice golem there, right?
I didn't see it there. I was concentrating on the scatters. Yeah, messing up that king's life a lot. Now already dead, this king, with the king, the Phoenix reviving the king there for a second, but the Royal Champion ability almost gone as well. But on the other hand, Carbon, he's got 20 now Super Barbarians still left, and that is amazing. That is very, very much. And this is a typical compartment here at 6 o'clock with the King, the Monolith, and the Tesla farm that you can face in Legends. Now, he would love to hold on to this Queen ability, but I feel like he can't unless she's really quick. No, he cannot hold on to her, and that could deal the most damage now towards the end of this attack. He has to sweep the bottom with the Barbarians to somehow tank for the Queen and the Royal Champion so they can take out the Monolith. And it's working! He's showing his iPad again, and he's done it! Khan with the second 3-star for United, and they're living up to our expectations.
Well done. Goes into the sweeper, freezes it, takes one shot to get pushed back, but then that warden ability. Because it's an upgraded warden now. It lasts so long, it feels like you could pop the warden ability from one side of the base, and it can fly all the way to the other side of the base now, and make it to where you want to land. And it's so hard to be a base builder, to try to defend against so many different attack strategies in Clash of Clans.
Yeah, that must be tough. Luckily, Carbon, you and me, we've never been base builders,
No.
so we've had a lucky life there. But no, all kidding aside, of course, defending is a team effort. Like, you have the base builders, of course, and they are the great minds behind all of that. But the players need to test. They need to tell which strategies they think would be viable or strong against a certain base, and that leads to the shaping of the base. You know, usually a base builder doesn't build a base, think, okay, that's fine, and the team uses it exactly like that. There are usually a lot of changes that are done in the meantime. Like this base, by the way, is very interesting. Look at where the sweepers are pointing. It seems like an invitation to send a blimp with a warden from the 2 o'clock side to land it somewhere between the town hall and the 2 multi-infernos there, but that would definitely be trapped, I think. So I think it's good that Pepito is not using the Super Archer blimp, but instead coming in with a Queen Charge, and that is going to become a Queen Charge hybrid. Now, a fearsome rage spell there around this town hall. Now he needs to freeze or make the Queen invisible in just a second, I think. Just in time. Wow.
And I did see that there was either 1 or 2 sneaking air mines. This might be baited for a charge. Hold on. We find a giant bomb pulling out a little bit of the CC. Now's the rest. Rockeland super minis. There's a freeze on the ground expo and one of the super minions and the shots as the Eagle Artillery does now lock onto his Queen as he sends in the King Siege Barracks with the hybrid coming to the right side.
Yeah, the ability was forced there, but he did perfect. With the rage and the spells he invested, he made sure that the queen was never in too much danger to have her ability forced or to die in the ability, and he started the hybrid, which is really nice, but he has to send a perfectly timed headhunter now, otherwise the queen will die against the enemy queen, and he's not sending it, so the queen will be done in just a second. So he needs to rely on his hybrid push and the royal champion in the back end maybe, or this huge army of wizards in their red capes there on the right side. But this rage up, wow, look at this rage tower, what it covers. There's a Tesla farm, multi-inferno, 2 expos, and that is devastating damage raining away on these hybrid troops.
It did so much that his royal champion went down so quick. And now we're finding giant bombs, some spring traps in this compartment as he's trying to continue to run around. And the hog's getting sprung. Warden's trying to help assist to make his way through, but the king, it looks like he's going to run all the way around. And this Tesla farm with a defending queen and scattershot in here is going to do so much damage.
Yeah, this is... I don't think this attack stands a chance. I mean, it is not tough to call at this point in the attack anymore. But yeah, the royal champion, as you said, got melted there, and you really need her to overcome such a fearsome compartment in the end of the attack. Maybe one more building for the king? Yes, 86%. But in J-Flex at this point really need more than that. Look at the scoreboard to your right, guys. Is actually they are 2 stars. They have a disadvantage of 2 stars, and they really needed that 3-star, but unfortunately they are stuck at 6 stars out of 3 attacks, while their opponents, while United, have pulled off 2 3-stars already and have the same score with 1 attack less.
Yeah, it's looking really strong for United at the moment. Like you said, same score, a 1 attack in their favor. And if they get a 3-star, that could put them up to 9 and a 3-star lead. And a stage like this is almost impossible to make a comeback unless some multiple 1-stars come into play. But we're going to see what this next hit is going to be. Giannis bringing the Queen Charge Hog Riders. With
all right,
4 balloons and a flame flinger in the mix. Starts off with that nice barbarian out in front to test for traps, test for Teslas. The flame flinger is nice and safe.
And nice job here. He also tested for Teslas there, I think, with the... Oh no, he actually just opened the wall with the super wall breaker, so the queen can step in there, I think. I wonder... Okay, the baby dragon is probably to farm on the right side. Yeah, there it goes. Needs 4 shots for the pet house, and there it goes. So that makes for the queen walking in there, and this flame flinger can make its way to the multi-inferno in front of the town hall, which is most likely its main target here. But I think the queen charge is actually moving quite quickly. And that could be a problem because the flame flinger needs to get some of the damage out of the way of the queen, especially that warden and the multi-inferno would be nice to get. Now the queen dealing with a couple of archers from the clan castle. Okay, finally some more the rest of the clan castle is pulled, and that's actually nice because he can get all of the troops with 1 poison spell here.
Yeah, that poison spell covers the super minions fantastic as he's now... Well, they should disappear. Oh, the flame flinger opened because he made the queen invisible, so the ground expo locked onto the flame flinger. But the queen is able to now secure this town hall as she's going to walk to the eagle artillery next, and the hogs are moving their way. And notice he does actually have a heal. A lot of times we've seen attackers, when they're bringing in hogs, not even bring a heal. They just use rages and just try to speed those hogs up.
Yeah, the most important thing... Oh, the headhunters are running to the king, not to the royal champion. That could be a problem. He doesn't have the queen ability anymore. He might have to freeze the scatter and the royal champion if his queen goes there. She doesn't. Okay, that's actually perfect. The queen tanks for the scatter shot while the royal champion can get in there to take out the enemy royal champion. And this is going to be a 3-star. We can see the confident smile on Giannis's face already. Great job here by him. The team captain gives us a thumbs up. It seems like he is leading his team into the next stage. We don't want to call it too early, but a 3-star advantage after 3 attacks is already a lot to have. They find themselves in a very comfortable position, and if they lock in this victory, they will remain in the tournament and move on to stage 5 on next weekend.
Stage 5 indeed. A victory here would put you to 3-0, and you don't have to play tomorrow. That is huge. Being able to take the day off and relax and not have that pressure on. Because Maxi, we've seen it before where a team goes 2-0 and then loses 1, 2, and 3 matches back to back to back. You don't want that to happen, but it has happened. And you have to make sure you're staying focused for every match, because these ones can literally be the hardest matches to win with all the pressure on the line. And here's now Kevin looking to turn around for NJ Flex. They need to triple their next 2 attacks as the lightning spells have to remove the monolith sweeper and 2 builder huts right in the middle.
Good job there. He also activated the Town Hall and dealt some damage onto it, because he is now coming in with the Warden with the blimp protected by the Warden ability. He finds the tornado trap, so it was good that he did not open the blimp manually, but just waited for it to float around in this tornado trap. And now the Yetis, with the help of the rage spell, have an easy time taking out that Town Hall. Maybe even get the ground expo. That would be incredible. They do. Now the super minions can waste their long shots on the wall as well, and then they can start his push with the rest of the heroes.
Yeah, remember, all these openings in the walls allows you to bring a super barbarian attack. Just move around the base casually, and it's not all about dropping all the troops all at once. It's dropping your heroes and slowly deploying the super barbarians around the base, picking off the buildings and defenses, and making sure that you keep your heroes protected and assist them through the push, as the Eagle Artillery, though, is on the backside of this base, so that is going to be a problem. I'm surprised he's actually not attacking from the left side to move into the Eagle even quicker.
Yeah, that's what I usually did when I used the Super Archer blimps, which kind of has the same the same pattern of the attack. In this case, he used some troops from the outside plus the zaps in the core. Otherwise, you send a blimp in there to get all that value and then go around with your heroes. But the Eagle Artillery actually usually deals a lot of damage. From my perspective, though, the biggest problem here was that Kevin lost his Electro Titan that he brought right away, because the Electro Titan was killed by the super minions and the rocket balloons out of the clan castle. It really didn't do a single bit of damage onto any building. So the 32 troop space of the Electro Titan were mostly wasted. And if we look at the rest of what is left of this base, I guess he still has a chance, but it's going to become extremely close, especially if there are skeleton traps in the middle of those Teslas.
Well, with a freeze to keep that RC, the Billy should be going off now through these Teslas. 1, 2, 3 goes down with that air defense. A couple more super barbarians he needs to protect them. The Grand Warden is going to be a huge threat, taking out the ground cannons, continuing his way around the RC. Oh, but she doesn't have the diggy. That's where it'll be clutch. Come on, RC. Oh, she wins the battle. 18 seconds.
What?
Come on, RC. Takes out the Archer Tower. And it looks like Kevin might just be able to get this one done. Don't go for the king. Go for the storage. Go for the gold storage. Next, the queen is there. And yes.
Let's go.
And 3 stars for Kevin.
Yeah, I kind of reverse jinxed that, but to be honest, I did not think that Royal Champion would survive. But somehow the timing was just perfect, and so was the tanking for the Royal Champion. Yeah, Kevin made it work, and that is a life sign from NJ Flex. When they seem to be at their lowest, in Justice War of course, he is holding up there's the sign of power for them, that they are still in this, but it might be too little too late, Carbon, because their opponents just need 2 more 2-stars. So if United Tashan Shawan is going to pull off a 2-star, and their last attacker is going to pull off a 2-star as well, they already have to win in the back.
So if you're on United right now, Maxi, what are you telling your teammates? What is going through the voice comms right now, do you think?
I I don't know what they're saying, but I would definitely asking the players what their plan is, and if they feel confident enough that if something, some part of this plan goes wrong, that they are 100% sure they can save the 2-star. If they're not, I would say then just charge the Town Hall with a lot of spells, or just send a Yeti Blimp with the Warden ability and the Rage and whatnot, even an invisibility spell into the Town Hall, and then you know, spread Super Barbarians out around the base. You will always get 2 stars. That's what I would tell them. Go for safe 2 stars. I mean, don't change the whole attack, because it might be riskier to change a whole army composition in just 1 minute than just going with the initial plan you had and make that a safe 2-star. But for example, the last attacker that has now around 6 minutes time, I would tell him, look at the base, check how you can take out the Town Hall and collect percentage. That's your job.
That's all you need to do.
Tashan now coming in with the Queen Charge Super Drags.
Well, the Super Dragons can be a very safe attack if you're pushing into the Town Hall, which it looks like this Queen is starting near it. But the question is, will this Queen actually grab that Town Hall, as the Flame Flinger is up to the top side, going to be entering into that multi-mortar zone relatively quickly, because that will do a lot of damage to a Flame Flinger, since it will not outrange it, as the Queen is grabbing the multi and some Teslas here, and that Queen ability is so close at being forced.
Oh. Well, so much for safe 2.
No.
I think he's going to send, yeah, of course, he's going to send the Super Dragons in, yeah, from that right side there, and yeah, is going, hopes that he will get the Town Hall. I mean, there's a very high probability that he will get it, but it's definitely not the safest choice.
Yeah, with that Flame Fling off to the left side, he has no blimp to go for sure into the Town Hall, as 1 Super Dragon's on it through a raid and a War Internal Tome, which means that Town Hall is going down, and he secures at least that 2nd star as he's continuing his way through the core. Now dropping Scouts the spells on the top side near that Monolith and the multi-target Inferno, as he wants these Super Dragons to continue their push in, rages them up, freezes the Monolith, as his King, Queen, and Royal Champion are now all coming from the top side.
But the Super Dragons in the core got melted by, I mean, the Monolith. He dropped the Skeleton spell there, but the Multi-Infernos always killed the Skeletons off very quickly, so they didn't provide any tanking. However, with the King and Royal Champion ability still in the bag, Tashan Shawan actually looks good to get even more than the needed 2-star. King ability nicely timed there, so the King would run in front and tank for the Royal Champion. He popped the Royal Champion ability, and with just a couple more defense buildings left, that is the 4th 3-star in a row. And Carbon, I don't want to say it.
Don't say it.
I won't. Okay, I won't. Let's just not talk about it.
Let's not talk about it. It's only happened twice today, you know. It's a potential 3rd time. Oh my, United now.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about either, right? No one knows. 4 for 4 here for United. What a performance they're putting up. This is why I selected this team. From looking at their last war, they put up 14 stars, and they are looking to do that with just a 2-star. They put up 14. With a 3-star, they get something else, you know.
Yeah,
I'm sure,
no idea what.
you know, we have some jinxing sometimes, you know, not, you know, just sometimes. We don't jinx that often, right? But if you at home right now, if you at home right now are saying it, you're the reason for the jinx, not us. Don't blame us. It's not our fault. As Zeb is now looking to get at least a 3-star for NJ Flex here.
That's right. And that's the only theoretical chance they have, right? If they get a 3-star now, they will have 91.4 average percent destruction and have the same amount of stars as United. So if their last attacker has fallen asleep or has a disconnect, that is pretty much the only chance that they have at winning still. And it might be theoretical, but everything has already happened once or twice in these types of tournaments. So he should still give his best. His aim now is to take out the Town Hall with the help of his Queen, and it looks like the base builder is making it easy for him because Carbon, there are no traps whatsoever around this town hall. However, that means that those traps will be coming in handy for the defender later on in the attack.
Yeah, with this queen looking to help remove this town hall with her ability, we do have a tassel farm popping up to the bottom side. Ground skeletons. King's finding a giant more ground skeletons through here. So much to get through as the RC ability is forced. Looking to now remove the scatter shot with that king coming back alive. But we are gonna look to see a stone slammer now going in towards this multi and the monolith, as a lava hound was lured out, but that won't do anything to this Lalo now.
Look at the raged up monolith shooting at the slammer. It takes it like what, 4 shots and it opens. That's crazy. But at the same time, Sam is sending in the Lalo with the warden from the right side. He needs to get into this multi-inferno though, otherwise it's going to deal incredible damage, and there's no single balloon going to take out this raged up multi-inferno.
With that warden ability protecting all these balloons, he does have the hound up by that top air defense, now dropping headhunters and the skeleton spell, distracting the scatter and taking out the royal champion to the top side, continuing his way up and around. There is that defensive lava hound that's flying across. An unfortunate thing is that it's going to fly through and potentially distract these lava pups. But that one archer is pulling it all the way to the top side of the space, and we have a defensive rage coming back, Maxi. That multi-target Inferno will shred anything that comes close.
Yeah, but I think the troops are not even getting there as this scatter shot is being healed up by the builder hut, and well, maybe now. The Warden, come on Warden, take out the scatter shot. Yes, Warden takes it out, and now of course the Warden decides to go for the Hound. Oh, that's a smart Warden. He's going to decide, he's going onto the builder hut now, but with 11 seconds and this fearful center of the base still left is not going to be enough. It's very interesting, Carbon, to me that the multi-inferno is still alive, because that is exactly where Sam sent his stone slammer in, onto the expo and the multi-inferno, but how the hell did the stone slammer not even take them out, especially with the 10 balloons that were inside?
My guess is the stone slammer pulled double seeking air mines, opened up, and then all the red air bombs were there or something. That's my only guess. That's how it potentially maybe went down. Wasn't paying attention to that part, but nice try there. But unfortunately, NJ Flex is going to be going down, and United, they get this victory without even needing to get their last attack in. Now that is a statement victory right there.
That's true. And if I were Danny's teammate now, I would tell him, Danny, you can do whatever you want. If you want to do something creative, now is the time. Just go for it. Like, it is so rare that you have won a war before the last attack 100% already. But I would tell him, don't be cocky though. You know, don't be arrogant, and you still want to show good sportsmanship and take it serious. You know, don't just flex or go out of the attack or whatever. You can be creative, yes, but still attack seriously and don't make fun of your opponents, because any other day it can be you that is not performing to the highest of their abilities.
Absolutely. You want to make sure you're showing that respect, as Danny is coming in with that blizzard to help remove all this value, including the town hall, and it's also chaining through the tunnel, grabs the Grand Warden altar, and now gonna look. Oh, only one super wizard left, and giant bomb. Wow, you know, because of where he landed, that he was able to keep those super wizards alive. Even though there was that one giant bomb that was to the left, so it sure would have been fine, but that whole core is now down. No warden to use, as the queen is now going to move her way to the left.
That was a very high value super wizard blimp, in my opinion. Now, nice tanking for the queen. She should stay out of range of the scatter shot, yes. I wonder how he's going to be taking that down later on, but I'm pretty sure that it's part of that. He has a plan for it, because it was pretty clear beforehand that the super wizards would not take it out. Maybe he was hoping for the balloons that he protected in the war and ability to take it out. But watch now, if the queen goes the wrong direction, she will be in range of the scatter shot. And yes, indeed, she is going to the right towards this builder hut and will be in a... Now she is in the range, but he's reacting quickly there with the royal champion. Nice job. And 1 minute 16 on the clock, Carbon. I think it's time to start the Lalo.
Yeah, you gotta get that Lalo going, but the problem is there's no Warden to help provide the assistance for this Lalo as he continues to the right side. With the balloons making their way into these defenses, the Hounds down and around. The defensive rage is gonna go off. It's gonna rage up to Wizard Tower. No, maybe just grab one of them. I can't even tell, but definitely it grabs that Monolith as he hastes his way right on through. The Queen didn't go down, but on the backside, a multi and a scatter waiting.
Yeah, he's got sent in the Headhunters, but the Royal Champion basically has no value here. He's got 7 balloons and he's going to sprinkle them onto the... Yeah. Oh, no, the Royal Champion is down already. Oh, but look at the spells. Come on, bro. Use your spells.
He's using it.
There he goes.
Wow,
now he needs those balloons to get into the multi-inferno quickly when they still have some health. Oh, they don't!
No!
No!
They go off to the bomb tower, and they're trying to continue. There is the Diggy. The Diggy. No, Diggy, go to the multi! Come on.
And the baby dragon.
Yeah. Diggy, 5 seconds, 4, 3,
Oh,
2,
baby dragon is down.
1. No way! They got one building shy of a perfect war. All of you that said that he was gonna get a perfect war at home, you said it out loud, or you typed it in the chat. Thank you for jinxing it. It was not our fault. It was the chat's fault. They jinxed it one building short of a third potential perfect war here today. Wow, what a performance we've been seeing from these teams. United is now going to be the first team that we're going to be seeing advance to the double elimination stage. They are one stage away from getting a golden ticket, Maxi.
That was so intense there. I mean, probably Danny just took one for the team, you know, for the whole squad, for all the other squads out there, so that not everyone who is on stream has to pull off a perfect war, you know. He just took that away now, that pressure. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of this war. Here we see, yeah, that was definitely for me one of the best attacks of this war, especially one of the most surprising ones here from Oh-High with the bat spells there in the end, and the way he perfectly timed his free spells to make good use of the bats was very impressive to me.
Yeah, such an impressive attack. They even use those bats at the very end, freezing up the multi and dropping him directly onto the scatter shot in that dead zone that it can't hit the bats or hit anything that's on top of the scatter. So really smart use of the bat spells there. And then the super archers here in Khan's attack, taking that value out, super barbarians on the backside and finishing it off. And United making a statement to be the very first team to advance to the double elimination stage.
Yep. And yeah, there we have Giannis once again, the team captain. I said it before, maybe some of you at home remember his face. He was on the Reported Gaming squad last year in Finland, playing on the big stage. And yeah, it shows, you know, the experience he has. And I was, by the way, I wanted to take this moment to quickly talk about Reported Gaming. Remember, they were in Helsinki, yes, but then their team disbanded, at least a little bit. Some of the players are still together, but I think 2 of them have been replaced. And those 2 are Philip and Giannis. Giannis is just leading his team into the 5th stage, and Philip's team, Strut, is one of the best well-known, or the most known teams in the Clash of Clans community, and they still have a shot as well, even though they are down, what are they, 0-2? No, 1-1, right?
Yeah, 1-1. And they actually, news is they actually won their latest match, so they are now going to be 2-1. But let's go ahead and welcome back our fellow co-casters here, Woody and Eric, to talk about this match and the ones to come. And what was your thoughts on this latest one here, Woody?
Well, I was covered icons for the first half, and it was an exciting one at that. Lots of different variety in the attacks, but man, United really came in over the top. So close to that perfect war that we had been hoping to see again. But man, they left just a little bit wanting. still, NJ Flex put up a solid opportunity here, trying to get that tied up again. But just like in our previous war, it's like whenever you fall a little bit behind at the beginning, it becomes so pressurized to try to get back into it. You know, I do admit that I was actually away for the last couple of matches. I had a bit of an emergency in my house, but took care of that. Happy to see United carrying the victory here off of a tightly predicted scoreline, but ultimately coming away with quite an impressive finish.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, to have 3 rounds played so far and have nearly 3 perfect wars, 1 building off, like this has been crazy. Like if we could see 2 teams go like with the high scores on both sides, it's even more crazy like that first war, and I really think that we could potentially see that on this next war here. But we do have some score updates from the matches that weren't shown on the main broadcaster, all in the 1-1 bracket. So looking across the board here, we see that VN Esporting ended up taking down Dark Phoenix in a commanding fashion. Dark Phoenix really dropped the ball in that war. They got a 9-star. We saw the opening when we were between the wars right before this on the broadcast where they had that 1-star opener. They never recovered from it, and so they are going down to the 1 and 2 bracket and will face elimination tomorrow. But we see that HS Esports was able to skid by a win over No Limit. 1-star up there is at 11-10 war. We have TPM, who had actually, that was not decided yet. That was still waiting for the last score there. VN Ace, if they triple on their last attack, then they actually will end up winning that war there because they had the percentage advantage right now. So actually, TPM is not set just yet, but Strut is. Strut was able to take out Tyranid Warrior, and we see that the No Limit team was able to take down Milliceme SG. So there's your score updates. Pretty wild across the board here that we have a lot of close wars, but I mean, I'm really interested to see what happens there with that VN Ace stack because they were able to clutch their spot against Milliceme MG and secure their spot here in the first place. And their last attacker obviously has the clutch factor to be able to pull that off there, so maybe they can do it again.
Yeah, some clutch stats coming in here, and the attacks getting it done. And I'm looking at it in game right now, and you can see some scores. TPM Esports winning 13-12 over VN Ace, getting that victory. But let's get ready for the very next match that is going to be coming here today, as there are 3 more to showcase. With it being time to throw, taking on ETX Titans, Woody.
Yeah, and time to throw. This is the team that we saw right out of the beginning of the day, taking an extremely narrow loss, just ever so short of coming up with that perfect war. But they will be going up against the Titans next. I gotta say, I think Time to Throw have got the upper hand on this one, but with the Titans making an opportunity to come back up from the bottom side, while Time to Throw were kind of falling from the top. These are both 2 teams that have a great record that you can't really underestimate either one. I expect it to also be relatively tight here, but I think if I'm reading the Castro predictions correctly as well, we're tilting definitely toward Time to Throw on this next one. Maxi, what do you have to say about that?
Yes, so do I. I'm leaning towards Time to Throw as well, as we should shortly see in our overview. We have a little, we will then also see the updates on our caster prediction results so far. But first of all, let's take a look at Time to Throw's roster, because they are the next team that we're going to show, as you just saw. Max, once again, will be here, probably doing a Skelly Donut Lalo. Let's see how that turns out. Then we have Jesus, Diego, Bonky, and Pavu. And if you guys remember at home, the very first war today of them, Bonky had a 94% 2-star, and that's what got them the loss, because all the other guys were able to 3-star, and with 14 stars and just 6 buildings missed, they still lost because they had to take on Clash champs who we will see later today. Something that I quickly wanted to mention about the VN Ace versus TPM Esports match, that was incredible, because VN Ace actually had 2 99% 2-stars, and I don't know what the result of the last attack was, but it was definitely a 2-star. But if any of their 99% 2-stars would have been a 3-star, they would have won this match. So it is insane, and it shows once again that you can never give up, and TPM didn't. They still kept on fighting until the very end and were able to walk away with the 3-star. But enough about the wars in the past. Let's talk about the team that Time to Throw have to move up against.
Absolutely. And let's remind people, this is the 0-2 bracket. If you lose this war, then you are out of the running of the competition. Now, you would get $5,000, but a win here is a minimum of $7,500 and a survival to the next round of the tournament to go on and play tomorrow. But Sikander, Al-Qadar, Dark on Top, Ron, and Shukari King, you can see their hit rates across the board there. We're looking at about an average of a 13-star hit rate here across the board here. Looks like Al-Qadar a little bit lower, but everybody else hovering right around that 60% mark there. So 13 stars is what they're going to be looking for here, and against a team like Time to Throw, which let me remind you that the bulk of the Time to Throw roster was the same as the affiliate Esports roster that just won the North American Open in Seattle just recently. So you have a very, very up-and-coming, very powerful team here with Time to Throw, but Titans has definitely proven this out there, and Time to Throw does have the average star count that is higher right now. Not by a large margin, but they are definitely a very strong team.
Very strong indeed. As these players are getting ready, let's take a look at our predictions, and let's see, am I the only one that's still got them all? Wow, and I'm the only one that's picking here ETX Titans to take this victory. You all are taking Time to Throw, so if I get this wrong, I'm tied with Eric, and you all, the two of you,
And with me.
and with all of you guys. I think we'll all be tied.
Yeah, and with
we'll
Woody.
all be everyone will be tied at that point. Okay, well, this is gonna be a big match here. I mean, I've turned around from last week. That's definitely for sure.
Yeah, Carbon, there's something special about your predictions where they're either all right or all wrong. And I'd like to see that streak continue just for your sake. Even though you're sitting out from the rest of the three of us on this one, it'd be a fun one to see going through. But nonetheless, we are going to be now done with our preliminaries. We are getting into the action. So let's go ahead and say goodbye to Carbon and Maxi. I'm going to be casting this next one with Eric. And we look forward to some high volume, high excitement, high octane clashing to come ahead.
Absolutely.
Eric?
The 0-2 bracket is a very dangerous place to be in right now. You have to take 3 wins in your next 3 rounds here. If you take a single loss, you're out of the competition. But the pricing ramps up rapidly from here. Every single win is worth $2,500, then $5,000 as you move up. And if you survive into 3 wins, you go on to the next stage of the competition and you stay alive in the top 8. So you got to stay alive here. This is a fight for survival. Down to the bottom, you have our North American champions over Time to Throw and the up-and-coming rising star over in Titans, Dark on Top. Starting us off here, Woody.
The loser of this match will be in 19th place and will take a $5,000 prize. And as you mentioned there, it gets quickly accelerating higher in the total pricing. It's $7,500 if you make it to 16th place. That'll be the minimum that you can earn if you win this match. Maybe even all the way up to taking the World Championship title if you can get a turnaround here and now. Dark on Top are going to stab that scatter shot up in the top corner first with this Queen Charge going in through to set up for a hybrid army. It's going to be primarily miners on this one. And as we get a little bit of a poke over on the left side, catching a few of these traps, skeletons are going to be coming on out, and that's a nice thing to clear out early for these hogs. Miners can deal with them, but it's a bit of a distraction that they don't want to have to if they don't need to. Rage up that Archer Queen, trying to keep her up on top. She's taking a lot of damage, though. Freezes out, and the ability is now forced here, Eric.
Yeah, okay, well, the problem that he's going to be facing moving forward here is all of his wall breakers targeted that very, very top, just open walls in the very top of the base there. They did not travel for it. He must have expected the wall breakers to go all the way into the Eagle Artillery compartment or the Multi-Inferno compartment, but you see that void space right above the clan castle? That stopped the wall breakers from being able to target anything, so they just attacked the outside wall. So he's actually gonna have to break the wall with the Queen, but the Queen goes after a very, very good wall. Lucky break on that one. She steps through, takes the multi, and since she got the intersection, she can make her way down, and she can pick up the Eagle Artillery and that other expo. She's in a good spot, but even better is she can reach the other multi on the other side of the base. So looking very, very good here, Woody. And now the Siege Bears releasing some Hog Riders and reinforcing the pack of the Wizards on the outside of the base there with the King. And look at this, the Hogs that are in a smaller pack off to the side are taking the scatter shot right there. Yeah, they're turning on the big side. Okay, well, he's taking scatter shot hit all over the place here, but I'm not sure if this Queen can catch up with the pack here and save this.
Yeah, perilous positioning for that Queen. You can't tell her which wall to go after. She's going to just knock down whatever gets her to the next target. But it looks like as she does finally make her way through, she'll reunite with the Grand Warden now on the other side to get some more damage dumped in here. but all the hogs are down for the count. She's just taking too much damage on the inside. I think Dark on top might have used a rage spell a bit earlier than necessary, as he saw those healers were coming up a little bit short, but the Queen was still relatively well protected behind those walls and wasn't taking a whole lot of damage. As it stands now, she just was not able to hold off the firepower coming in from that builder hut, multi, the Tesla, Archer Tower, all firing away at her, as just coming out the other side of the core of the base is just such a difficult spot to be in. Dark on top now for the ETX Titans with a 2-star 75%, leaves a quarter of the base standing, and a lot left to be wanting from that attack, frankly. That is not the way you want to start a war when elimination is on the line, Eric.
Yeah, definitely. And I think if the Queen would have got the wall break to go into the Eagle Artillery there and then transitioned over to that right side of the base, then the Hogs and the Miners would not have been able to cut across there. She would have been able to remove the targets ahead of the pack there. She was able to move a little bit faster, and then she could have then obviously been able to get the Miners to go push to that scatter shot at the very bottom of the base there and had a chance to get the pathing better and keep everything protected, because then she would have been the one going after the multi in front of the right instead of the Hogs going there with minimal support. So now, as we see that miss, we get to see an opportunity for Max, the team captain here, for time to throw. He's been the heart of this team for quite a while here. Definitely, we've had some emotional moments over the years watching him and his team move into victories and near misses along their paths for the different circuits here, but it looks like he does go and drop in a super minion bomb across the base here into the town hall area. You're gonna just land on all the intersections directly above the bomb tower, where a super archer bomb and a super wizard bomb would not have been able to land there without getting taken out by the bomb tower when they destroyed it. But super minions do a better job of that. They get the CC takedown, they take the town hall, they're continuing to pick up this entire left side of the base there and getting that expo down as well. So a large chunk of the base there, but it's very nice that since he went with the full air CC, that he was able to fight off this the light amount of troops that did come out, and the heavy troops stayed inside the clan castle, and because they destroyed the building, then they go down with it here, winning.
Yeah, the positioning of those spells is really tricky to make sure that you try to keep as many of those super minions alive for as long as possible. They do have really nice range, but that can also mean that their targeting gets a little bit unpredictable, and you have to get that drop just ever so perfect. Might have lost a little bit of damage in there, but I gotta say that was at least an A-, if not a full A on that early entry. Happy to see that CC taken down, and the Royal Champion now up top, stabbing apart this Eagle Artillery. Is going to leave just one big chunk of the base left to try to take out. 20 Super Barbarians ready to commit to the action. That monolith on the bottom side could be a problem for the heroes as they start to collapse on in. Definitely want to keep it distracted with Super Barbarians. And here they are. They're starting to storm on in now, taking out multiple different structures on the periphery as they try to collapse in toward the interior and finish off this base. Max is already ahead now in the high 80%, but can he clear it out for the triple?
Yeah, he's looking very, very good here. And I love that look how much health the king is sitting right there. That apprentice warden boosting his HP has made him survive all the way to the end of the attack there. Max, I think Max is actually pushing like an 80% hit rate. I'm curious to see the stat update here and see exactly where he stands, because he's look at that, 77% hit rate there. Absolutely phenomenal. Max has definitely stepped it up here recently. Like, he's been extremely impressive.
Superb finish for a great defense to follow up from. They have got an entire star and now 25% stacked on top of that. Time to Throw have got to be feeling very confident about their initial salvo, but there's a lot left to go in this war, and it's going to be Al-Qadir's turn to return fire for the Titans. Take it away, Eric.
Titans, Al-Qadar, I think, had one of the lower hit rates here. Oh, interesting. Look at this, Woody. We saw this being used earlier in the tournament, and it was successful. But Al-Qadir breaking out the Yetis, the Bats, and Super Wizards here. And I've seen this with Super Archers, I've seen it with Super Wizards, but it is a high-risk strategy here. But he's not going to take a risk here. He's not going to deploy the Queen with the main force, which would typically charge the left side of the base to get the Eagle Artillery and as many multi-infernos as he can down. But the Queen is just going to use a couple of Yetis for some support to get a funnel for her, and she's just diving in to go solo the Town Hall. Then he'll have to have everybody else take out all the splash damage on the base here, but he's got 5 freezes, so you don't have to get every bit of splash. You can freeze your way through, and I love these Bat Wave attacks. They're so incredibly difficult, but if you can make them work, then they're so impressive to watch.
Lots of swarmy Yeti mites hopping over the walls now and starting to get the freeze on these defenses into this base as we get a log launcher rolling through. Lots of tiny little compartments that would be very difficult to crack, but the log launcher's got some nice smack in that attack. Al-Qadir forces through as he gets the CC pulled out. It's Rocket Loons heading in hot and heavy, but the CC is not going to get any work done with Eternal Tome up to protect these troops. Took a little bit longer to take down that Eagle Artillery, but not a problem at all as the troops are starting to spread out a bit now. A little bit of an awkward follow-up here from Qadir, but he did get a great slap early in on this base. Moving in to the bottom side now. He's facing off against a scatter shot, which is just obliterated by Rocket Loons. Heroes are starting to kind of fall apart, though, and still seeing a big defensive block in the top. He needs a lot of value from this Bat Bomb he's just dropped.
Yeah, but he frees up the Teslas with the scatter shot there, and he does get the scatter shot down relatively quickly. Now he just needs to get the bat wave to form into a swarm. Once they start to one-shot the big defenses, that's when you know the swarm is at full strength here. So he'll use the freezes that he has there. He's slowly going to lose bats as he makes his way through. The Queen picking some off there. The Expo has a lot of HP, so it does take him a lot longer. Any defense that they can't one-shot takes them way longer to go through, and that's where they get stalled. That's where they lose the most bats, and this one did take out the initial area, and he'll keep on moving with the King and the Warden here, but with that Queen's Den, he's got a lot of time to work with here. So look at that Goblin over to the left side there, working on the storages, working on the collectors outside of the base there, working backwards. The Hound is going to be towed along here. It won't do anything. He's got head on as he drops him in now. He's got freezes. He can lock out the Queen. He does indeed do that, and with another 30 seconds, it's a long way, but he pops the Hound. Oh, he pops the Hound. The Warden lost the King directing the targeting there, and so he turns and starts to choose his own targets, and that means he attacks the Lava Hound finally and pops it, and that's going to slow him down too much. It's not far off here, but it is a defense, and that's a second defense for Titans.
Just would have loved to see maybe a few more freezes committed earlier in this raid to try to keep those troops alive a bit longer. I don't know if he could have done any more work with the bats because they're only going to target defenses until there are no more to go after. That Queen was popping a lot of them out of the sky, even though she doesn't have any splash damage. She's got a pretty fast rate of fire, and so that ultimately did whittle away at his offense. 89% 2-star leaves the Titans yet to score the triple, and Time to Throw are happy that once again their defenses are holding up. But another super strong attack where he has got an extremely high hit rate as well. It's going to be Jesus moving back in for the attackers as Time to Throw. We're going to look to bring it in over the top with another 3-star performance and get this thing kicked off without a hitch. Log Launcher to start things off as he's brought 2 Hounds and 27 Loons for a big aerial assault. Earthquake and Lightning over in the left corner is going to knock out a scatter shot and cause quite a bit of concern for the defenses here, but have triple builder huts to top that Eagle Artillery back off. Interesting to see Dark on top getting both of those air sweepers pointed in the same direction there. Does he really think that that left side is going to be the most vulnerable point that he has to defend against balloons from, Eric?
I would guess so. Maybe he's worried about a blimp drop right in that area there. Maybe just try to make sure that it can't drop in there and then trap off to the side. I'm not sure exactly what his thinking is there, but this is the most popular Legend League attack in the game. Almost all the top Legend League pushers are using this attack here. Jesus is one of the very, very top-end Legend League attackers. We've seen him claim that #1 spot in the world before in Legend League, and he's consistently way up at the high end. So he does just go ahead and make the area get thinned out by the lightning, and then the log launcher stays protected as it makes its way forward there. Just making sure it throws as many logs as possible, then delivers the Yetis into the area, and then the Queen will stay behind the Yetis and keep on working forward. She's got the Apprentice Warder right there that was boosted him all the way through. The King splits off there, but the Apprentice Warder stays with the Queen and the Yetis, as the King is basically done with his value anyways. But if the King under Phoenix takes out the defensive Queen, that's a very, very big deal. Even if he just takes her long enough for the Headhunter to arrive and clear the way for his World Champion, he's looking very good.
Nice shot. Unfortunately, though, the Archer Queen has wandered a little bit too close and is now taking fire from the single target Inferno. Her ability is forced, and without that Apprentice Warden to help her out, she just really needs to lean on these archers. Oh! Giant bomb explodes them, and that single target Inferno is going to stand. Jesus does hit a bit of a snag over there, but the Balloons could be able to finish it off. Can he get the World Champion positioned well enough? Losing that Diggy would be a big drop. It looks like it doesn't quite get a stun in there, and the single is gonna stand still.
It's okay, though. The single is the least of his concerns right now. The main thing is the defensive world champ. He's got a lot of balloons around there. If it gets that mortar and the wizard tower down south, then the balloons turn back and they take the world champion out. And oh, she's gone. Okay, he's good. He's good. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. He's good. He's got it. He's not just got it. He's got a lot of time left here. He's got a ton of cleanup. He's still working on the world champion. Finally takes her down. And now he's got to just clean it up here in 40 seconds, which is obviously more than enough time. So Jesus, that Legend League experience paying off here as he does get a second triple on the board here for time to throw, making their chances for survival here in the 0-2 bracket much more likely.
Eric, I think one of my favorite moments in Clash of Clans when I'm attacking is seeing a balloon go for a non-defense. When I'm trying to track everything across the entire base and I'm like, all right, am I gonna make it? Is it gonna happen? And then they turn their way toward an enemy royal champion and start dropping bombs. I'm like, oh yeah, this is right. This is good. This feels perfect.
Yeah, exactly. No, Jesus is just really, really good. Like I think Jesus and Max are their two top players. So, and being that they have some of the highest hit rates on the team, it is kind of interesting that we're going to see the other three players go afterwards after they establish the lead. So they set them up here. They just need to ride it to victory now. But you have a lot of really good attackers still to come here for Titans, and they've obviously proven that they can put up those 14-star wars. So we're showing a 2-star lead here for time to throw. But I hope that they don't live up to the name today, because Shikari King is a very, very talented attacker. Everybody else on Titans is. This could easily swing back, in my opinion.
Very well may, but we're gonna hold out hope for a tight war either way. Battle Blimp is gonna get a couple of clone spells this time for a deep stab into the space. Shikari King's looking very relaxed though as he kicks back. Needs to make sure his nerves are in check for this next attack, because if he misses the triple here, the Titans are going to be so far behind that they would just need a perfect defense and offense follow-up in order to have any chance against time to throw. Snipes and air defense out the top, and with the Battle Blimp ready to float on in, that's going to be protected as well by the Eternal Tome for a deep strike. And we'll find out soon what is inside there. Needs to be careful with that Eternal Tome and pop it soon. There it is, just in time, Eric.
Yeah, I saw the sweeper knockback hitting the Warden back as well, and luckily it hit the Warden and the Blimp back there. But there's the red air bomb tornado. No. Oh, that's a lot of traps. No. There's a lot of them that went down there. He lost a lot of his super minions, but the rest of them are still alive. He needs to take the town hall. He has to take the town hall. He got the queen up top. He got the scatter shot. He takes the town hall. He's okay. He walked right into a fade there, Woody, but he's able to get the value anyways. And not only that, look at this. This last minion in a safe spot destroys the Clan Castle building, and so any troops that were still in there are now going to be destroyed with it, and he finishes clearing out the defenses that he landed right on top of as well. Everything but the Rage Tower. The Rage Tower is effectively useless now.
What was even the point of those red bombs? If they cannot deny a super minion strike like that, that is just a big air defense hole in Bonky's base that Shikari was able to exploit perfectly. Very, very well done on identifying that, and even when things go wrong, they still go right for Shikari King.
True, but he did have the Warden survive on top of everything else there, and so now the Road Champion will cut across there and take out the defenses on the inside of the base that the heroes on the outside can't reach. Queen pops their ability. That should get him through the defensive King. Here comes Headhunters to support. He's got tons of super barbs still standing, and with no Queen to deal with on the backside, the biggest threat left on the base here is this Monolith. If he can keep his Road Champion ability intact here and make it past the Monolith, the Road Champion should be able to sweep out all the backside defenses on their own. But he's got so much support here, he's going to be able to just swarm into the Monolith. He's looking very good here, Woody.
Super strong as he moves along the exterior of this base. He doesn't really have to worry much about walls at all, just outer edge, periphery buildings to deconstruct. And that is exactly what Super Barbarians love to do. Only got one little Tesla as the surprise enemy up the top side. And I think that with the Headhunter is able to snipe on in there, this is going to be a clean landing for Shikari King. The first 3-star for the ETX Titans squad against Bonky's base here. Great read on that army composition. Knew exactly what to bring to shut this one down without hardly any issue at all. That 63% hit rate holding strong and giving the Titans a shot in the arm and a hope to win this one despite a misstep out of the gate.
Yeah, I always find it interesting when somebody drops into a bait like that and is able to then still get the value there. Like, he didn't give up on it. Like, there were a ton of super minions right there that were taking red air bombs. A lot of them died there, but he just kept on going with the plan there, kept track of the ones that survived there, made sure that he got the invisibilities in place, and he still ended up getting the value, and it barely even slowed him down. But now Bonky gonna be diving in with a not super dragon. It's gonna be dragons and dragon riders, aka hyper dragons, aka the Hydra. Gonna start off here with the Queen just diving in towards the town hall. Looks like she can get the defensive king down. If she can go all the way in and take the monolith and then maybe coast off to the top air defense, that'd be good. But even if he just gets the monolith, oh, there's the Tesla farm. That's an extra bonus here. He'll happily pick that up right there. It'll take a little bit of time, but better to have the Queen find it as she's going right into that area anyways than anything else, especially while he has the skeleton spell there, giving some protection and some cover as he makes his way through. But that may cost him the ability. It might be worth it. He burns an invisibility instead, and he's actually set up very, very nicely here with the recall still ready to go off here.
Coconut Loon floating in right as well. Bonky is just doing everything correctly at this point and catching a break there with the Tesla trap popping out. Recall spell is down, and he's going to be able to redeploy her anywhere he needs. It's going to be focusing on those air defenses, though. That is going to be the #1 task, and it looks like she'll be able to cruise along the outside of the base there, walking toward that 4 o'clock air defense. There's another one still up there at the 10 o'clock position and at the 2 o'clock, so difficult to reach on the exterior, but holding on to that Royal Champion ready to commit as needed, and great positioning on that Rage spell as well. All those balloons and dragons getting lots of use there. Floating the battle blimp on in all the way toward the town hall, and pops the Eternal Tome a little bit soon, but you know what? It looks like it's going to be value after all as the battle blimp makes it all the way to the town hall. Freeze is out, and with the drop on there, that's going to be the first star claimed, and the second one soon after, Eric.
Yeah, exactly. But he does need to destroy the clan castle. Look at these dragons chasing down these ground killers over the right, and they distracted those dragons off to the far right there. They need to make their way back to the clan castle. All I saw come out was archers and headhunters, so that means there's some heavy troops still looming inside of the clan castle building. So if those dragons take it, then they claim the clan castle troops with it if the Queen can just stay away from this. But she swings wide to the outside, staying out of the CC range. The dragon step through. Clan castle is dealt with here, and the Queen finally now turning back when it's most opportune. And he's looking very, very good here with the World Champion and the King still on standby, going to start working backwards from the Queen.
40 seconds though, and this is looking a little bit awkward for the cleanup along the top side. He has got to make some great quick work of this base and collapse all the way in against this enemy Archer Queen. No more headhunters or anything else to deploy against her. He's just got to rely on the King and the Royal Champion to get the shots in there. Oh yeah, missing to freeze, no more good news, and that air sweeper has just been proven to be a difficulty for Bonky to deal with, pushing back the dragons early on, and now the healers denied access to their Queen. I think he's coming up a little bit short. I don't know how he's going to pop over all these walls and get the clean along the top side edge as well. Just 10 seconds left. And this is looking like a time fail as he cannot reach everything in time and just will be left with 5% still standing. A really tragic end for a well set up attack, but just couldn't get all the way finished with 5% still standing, Eric.
That's crazy. That's crazy. He had it in the back there. I think he had that last freeze that he missed. He tried to span it in between the sweeper that was not going to seal his back and the Expo that was hammering down on the Queen, and it forced the extra freeze there. But I think even if he nailed those freezes at the absolute most optimal positions, he still didn't really lose any troops there because he did have the 2. So, like, it was going to be a time fail either way, I think. So, I think it was just a long Queen charge. The long setup there with the recall just take up so much time. And that was the downside. You found the Tesla farm early, but it was a few extra seconds. It became extremely valuable on the backside, and it leaves you wondering. Maybe there was a better spot there where we could have found the Tesla farm, but I don't know. It's hard. It's really hard to say. Maybe if the Queen found it on her redeployment, then it would have been in the best spot. It's really hard to say. However, Ron is getting ready here for Titans, and that was the defense that they need. Immediately after they got the triple. So that just closed the gap here on this war significantly. It's only a 1-star split between the teams. Percentage still in the advantage of time to throw, but if Ron can get a triple here and get some pressure on, and then maybe we see a mistake out of time to throw, and then this war ends up swinging. But remember, this is elimination. You win this match and you get at a minimum an extra $2,500, but on top of that, you survive, and then the prizes ramp up rapidly from there. Like the win after that is like an extra $5,000, and then it goes up to like $7,500, and then $10,000. Like it really ramps up here. Every single win you can take here. So you don't want to go down the stage. You're in the money, but there's so much more to gain if you can make it past this.
Well, let's not overstate the difficulty that still lies ahead for the Titans. They are so far behind on percentage that I would really expect them to need a star advantage or just some incredible defense out of the next two from time to throw. Hate to bring up the name again, but time to throw have been known to have a little bit of a misstep in their later stages of the war. So as long as they can keep their heads on straight and not make that name too much of a curse, I think that they still have got a really solid chance of picking up the win here with that 6.2% percentage advantage going into the late war. Rand's going to really need to dominate here in this next hit as the Super Dragons are starting to get a good spread. Protection for the Battle Blimp as well as it's pathing directly toward that Town Hall. We'll see what's inside very soon. It's going to be raged up, and it's going to be some maybe free spells to help out. No, he's just really going to let them take a lot of damage. Might have been a little slow with that freeze. The Super Dragon's going to lock onto the Monolith first, finishes that off, and then as soon as it gets to pop onto the Town Hall, we'll be able to take it down. Eric, how are you feeling about the chances for a triple on this one?
He's still got the Queen alive with her ability intact. He's got the healers. He was pretty efficient on time overall with the setup here. He's still got 3 Super Dragons standing. The Queen takes the air defense on the left side of the base there, saving one of the Super Dragons. King's working on the outside. I'd say his chances are pretty darn good. He's got a headhunt. He's got spells to support here. Extra rages, invisibility, and freeze. He's actually looking to set this up very nice all the way to the finish here. He just needs to make it past that defensive Queen. So as long as he doesn't mess up the spells here in the far back end, he should be in a good spot. I think a freeze on the defensive Queen here is the most valuable. Wait for her to take a strike there and then get the aggro. He does throw in the headhunter, and he's holding the freeze there. I get. Okay. Oh, he goes. That's a weird invisibility right there. He's fine. He's fine.
Maybe he meant to drop a freeze instead of invis. I mean, you invis the defending buildings there.
Yeah, you're right, but you know what? It's okay because it's basically swag at this point because he absolutely ripped his face to shreds, and with that triple, time to throw has the pressure on. That 6.1% that you mentioned, that converts to 31 buildings. So it's going to be a 69% as the marked across here for time to throw. They definitely hold advantage, but I mean, now with the pressure ramping here, we see the Titans has a chance to tie up the stars, and then they can just make the percentage not even a factor if they triple on their next attack and get 2 defenses. So they have definitely positioned themselves well. They definitely can make this comeback.
Showing a little bit of love for one of the fans in chat. Said, "Dear Inda, get well soon." We'll send our well wishes as they're also going to need it here on defense with the Titans having a bit of a difficulty finally finding a little bit of a break here, as you mentioned there, Eric. It's going to be Peivu moving in next, a superstar striker ready to just put the nail in the coffin here as finally the Titans get to breathe a sigh of relief, but there is not going to be a whole lot of room for excitement with Peivu on the line, ready to strike next. Good timing there on the blimp to get the Eternal Tone protection. It'll make it right to the Town Hall. Doesn't even look like it's going to have much trouble at all as it pops right in there, gets a CC pull out, and even with traps going off, that is going to be exactly what he needed. Takes the Town Hall down for the first star. Now he can just worry about cleaning up for additional percentage.
Like that Monolith as well. He tried to drop right in that area with the Yeti bomb with the intention to take the Monolith and the Town Hall. But now the Battle Builder repairing the Monolith back to full. And it's going to be back to full before he can get over there and deal with it again. He doesn't really have anything that can just drop in there and directly target it right now. But he does get the CC pulled there. That's the advantage of using the Yeti blimp or any ground blimp there to drop inside of the CC range while you're taking out your key targets, while you're getting the funnel formed and taking all the damage off of this Queen charge flank. But that Monolith could potentially be problems, especially if the Queen goes into that channel. If the Queen goes into the defensive Queen compartment, she should be able to outrange the Monolith, and it shouldn't be a problem. problem. But when she veers off to the left, then that's going to be big trouble for him. But she is staying on track there. She goes right in, engages the defensive queen, gets the scatter shot down, and will try to remove the damage off of her. But this next round of Eagle Artillery Strikes is coming her direction. This Ray Shower is going to activate. This could be very painful. He needs to get something else moving so he can distract the Eagle Artillery Strikes there. She can probably take one volley, but she probably can't take two. This is going to hurt. Stay alive, Queen. She pops her ability manually to try to stay alive to the strikes, and that does save her, but at the cost of her ability.
A huge price to pay, and really needs to get the distraction in now. It's going to be the Barbarian King soaking shots now on the bottom side. A long way left to go to still reach that Eagle Artillery with a single target Inferno right next to it. He has got his work cut out for him to chop it apart. The biggest concern I still have, though, for a lot of these attacks is just time. He's got 42% of the base knocked out, but barely over a minute to clean out the rest, another half of it. Look, he's got less than a minute for half the base to knock down. And this is not necessarily the quickest style of attack. He's going to be attacking on all fronts, though, with a Royal Champion up on the top side to take down the Monolith. Archer Queen still powering through the middle. Barbarian King has made a big dent in the bottom, but the Eagle Artillery is still going to be fired away as soon as it gets unfrozen here. Might get another salvo or two off against these heroes, and I don't know. It's going to go very close, Eric.
It is. The Queen will finally lock out of the Eagle Artillery, but then she's going to be stuck behind walls before she can get to anything else. Here. The Royal Champion has to finish off the rest of it on her own. She does get some support in through the defensive Royal Champion. I think the Royal Champion, nope, she's dead. She finally goes down here. Has that arson ability to sweep through the buildings. The Queen breaking the wall. She's stepping in. This Royal Champion has to get the Expo down. The Expo has to go down. He's got the Phoenix right there. Phoenix can turn around and take it. Come on, Phoenix. The Queen's breaking the wall here. She's got 9 seconds. This is going to be really close here, Woody.
Expo's going down. That's the hole through the wall. Onto the elixir storage. Chop away Barbarian! No! Peg with the 2-star 99% leaves us standing with just one structure left. The shell on the elixir storage cracking, but it did not crumble, and a few hit points will now separate Time to Throw from the decisive victory they were looking for. Still a massive percentage advantage against the Titans. There is the vanishing possibility that the Titans could get a triple, and with a 2-star from Time to Throw. Eric,
it's getting real spicy up in here. Let's see what happens. Sykander is live for the final attack of Titans War. If they end up getting the triple here, it would have massive implications. But it looks like he just drops in all these balloons, and a Lava Hound does not. Okay, the model is targeting a balloon here, not targeting the blimp. He's going to go in with an unprotected blimp here, taking a massive gamble, but a rise on target. No Warden was necessary. Drops out the Super Archer Bomb, and he's going to get some insane value out of that. That is a very high value drop here, and with the Warden not invested, this is going to set him up very nicely. If he triples this, it forces a triple from Time to Throw. This is a huge moment that he got that blimp in there, and that sets his attack up here with a very high chance of success rate.
When you need a 3-star or elimination is on the line, you have got to go guns blazing and leave nothing on the battlefield. Sykander has done just that with a heavy-handed strike right to the core. Leaves him with only one free spell left in this comp, though, and a lot of Super Barbarians to pick apart on the edges. This is a very good setup for Super Barbarians to take apart this base. Just gotta note in that top compartment, still have a scatter shot and the enemy Archer Queen ready to fire away. He's gonna be trying to loop up with the Queen and King and a Grand Warden of his own into that Town Hall compartment, knock that down, and then go for the finishing blow here. Halfway through this attack and has already done a lot of damage against this base, can snipe away a few easy buildings along the edge like that Dark Elixir storage, even sends in an Electro Titan to get some more defenses down. What still stands in Sykander's way against the 3-star here?
I was worried about the Town Hall takedown, but yeah, that Warden being used with the King ability makes the King ability get so much more value. So even though the King and the Queen just avoided the Town Hall, the Barbarians under the Warden ability were able to get him through, but the Queen is getting swarmed right now. He's got Ice Golems out in front there. He takes the defensive Queen down, and there's not really a lot that can stop this right now because he still has his world champion on standby. She could just about solo the rest of the base here on her own, but he is gonna be able to just toss her in the other side there, work backwards, make sure that this doesn't time fail, and he has an extra archer that he can go in there and toss on the left side as well. The queen pops her ability. Woody, he's got this. It is 100% under control. If they pick up a defense, then they have the win and they survive. That's the difference of either 5,000 or 7,500 or potentially staying alive all the way to a qualification to the World Championship. This is an enormous pickup right there. A massively clutch play, takes the big risk, and for Sykander and the Titans, it does pay off here huge.
Well, Sagar Shah in chat calls it better than I possibly could have. It was easy peasy, lemon squeezy, triple for Sykander to finish this off for the Titans. They might have come out the gate with a little bit of a hitch in their giddy up, but they have made it all the way to the finish line with a strong showing. We just have to turn our attention now to time to throw with one more attack left. Diego going up against Al Qadir's base, and it all comes down to this. The 3-star would be victory for time to throw to maintain the lead that they've had this entire war. But if they have faltered and fallen, this will be a big miss. If he just comes with anything short of a triple, a 2-star would mean defeat and elimination, Eric.
Absolutely, but he needs to get this queen to go where she needs to go. Question is she charging to the scatter shot or at the town hall right now? Looks like she's just getting the expo under control here, just tanking it for a moment. She should step up into it, but that should set up the flame thing and move off to the left there, pick up the scatter shot, and then continue off over towards the Eagle Artillery. I don't know how far it'll go over there. I guess we'll find out, but if it gets the scatter shot, then it takes the potential for the scatter shot to take the healers down as the queen passes by. But you know what? He's going to make sure that that does not happen. It has no chance of happening by recalling her and then redeploying her to the outside of the business after the expo was removed. So step into the defensive queen. Now he just needs to take his turn into the town hall. Everything so far, Woody, is going to plan.
Easy does it, Diego. We've got super hogs and hogs ready to storm in. Not any heals for this, so it's going to be a lightning fast assault. Long range flameflinger grabs that scatter shot, though, another key defense to knock down early, and the queen's having no trouble at all with that big old lava hound popping out. Nicely done to bring that poison to shut it down. Recall spell does leave us a little bit low on time here, but still lots of opportunity to hit hard and fast with those hogs. Couple of headhunters brought as well to help take down that royal champion up in the top compartment. I'm still seeing a lot of splash damage defenses, though. Scatter in the top side, and the Eagle Artillery now activating over in the left corner. Diego's going to look for some bounce value as he gets a bowler into the action as well, holding on to a giant, a couple of sneaky goblins, 4 wizards. He's got lots of plans for this base left, Eric.
He absolutely does. The queen secures talent takedown. Everything's still moving very, very smooth. Down comes the skeleton spell to give some cover through the monolith. The king still gets targeted. He's going to be taken out very, very quickly there, but he has the Phoenix. He'll pick himself right back up there as long as the Royal Champ doesn't get targeted. He's okay. Hogs charge into the very top of the base there. Rage Tower was frozen, delaying his trigger so he can move through a little bit further there before he pops the ward ability, and now he has all the heavy defenses on him while he's under invincibility. Queen loose and healers down on the bottom side here, has to stay alive. Queen lost every single healer, but the Royal Champion cut it across the core. Hogs are breaking the outside. If the RC goes south and takes the multi, I think he's got it, and he still just has to beat the clock. He's already cheering. He thinks he's got it. I think he's got it. It's a triple. Time to throw. Taking the win on this one, and they will not give up their lead.
Undeniable! Cheers in the chat and fist pumps all around. Time to throw, have thrown it down. Excitement as well from Erica, their manager, cheering them on from the chat as they do secure a higher position. It is 19th place for their opponents now as the Titans have been eliminated from Clash of Clans World Championship contention. The ETX Titans will be the first team to go home with a $5,000 prize in this Stage 4 lineup. Commiserations to them on a well-fought war, but it is going to be time to throw that will hang on again to fight another day, Eric.
Absolutely. Now, if they can just regroup themselves, they can ride off of this victory here, the high off of this, and carry it into tomorrow. Because if they can get into tomorrow, and I feel like every single time we've seen these Swiss stages, there's always like one team who goes 0-2 and then sweeps the lower bracket, ends up coming back. And then I always feel like I see a team that goes 2-0 and then has 3 losses in a row and goes the other direction, and they just swap. So you're never done until you're done. So take that win, use that momentum, and then try to carry a chance back, and maybe you can get the top 8 here and one step closer to the World Championship.
Well, we love to see the dramatic swings in performance, although it's a bit of a heartbreaker for some teams, as we saw last week, up at the top of their game and then falling all the way to the bottom. What a storyline it would be if Time to Throw go 0-2 and then still break through into stage 4. The dream is now alive, and the possibility on everyone's minds as a strong showing from start to finish gives them another shot at the glory they have long sought.
Absolutely. There were some crazy attacks here, but like they were set up very strong from the start here. Like told you, Jesus and Max, like the heart of this team here. Like Jesus has always been one of the strongest hitters in North America. Max is definitely stepping up into that position as well there, nearly an 80% hit rate. It's insane how crazy we've been seeing these scores just right up to these extremes like this. And I mean, Time to Throw, I mean, after they just won the North American Open, like they are definitely one of the best teams in the world right now. And even the misses there, you see like a time fill on that one there. Peivu didn't make it through there, but you know what, it made it more exciting, that's for darn sure. Right, Woody?
Yeah, sure did. I mean, this one came down to the wire. The very last attack, and big thanks to ETX Titans for giving us such a beautiful show to watch and giving us that performance until the very end, putting it all on the line and leaving nothing to be desired. But wow, I mean, a 2-star 99% when a win might have clinched it for your team. Peivu's going to have a lot of thanks to give out at the end of this day, because that ultimately did wind up being the win for Diego to claim.
Absolutely, but guys, that was wild. I mean, Time to Throw, they put up 13 stars and 2 time fails. They were like, the fact that we've had so many wars just barely miss the perfect war or land at the perfect war was insane. But let's bring back Maxi and CarbonFin. CarbonFin, what do you think of that match? That was pretty wild, right?
It was wild indeed, but I'm no longer perfect. I was thinking, okay, well, I was going to be wrong from the early performance, but then as we started seeing some defenses from ETX Titans and the 3 stars, I was like, wait a second, do I have a chance of going 4 for 4? Nope, that's not. We're all now exactly tied in our predictions, but what a wild match going back and forth, and we see the percentage heavily on Time to Throw side, and when you fail, you got to get at least in the high 90s, and that is indeed what Time to Throw did here. What about you, Maxi? What was your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I just love how many wars we have today that just are decided in the very last attack. That is absolutely insane to me. And yeah, what's also insane is, of course, Time to Throw's performance today. That heartbreaking 99. Without that, it would have been yet another 14-star war. But what impressed me most about them was their opening attacker Max. Once again, I think Eric pointed it out during the stream that he has a almost 80% hit rate, and he is such a young player. That doesn't mean he doesn't have a lot of experience there. As former champion of the North American division, and I think he's also been in the World Championship circus for a while now. But definitely great to see some young talents evolving more and more throughout the season. And in the end, I would say it was a deserved victory for Time to Throw, but it was also very nice to see that ETX did not give up and that they were in this until the very last moment.
Yeah, imagine you just came off of your win for the North American finals And like that was a crazy stage event there, and the emotions that were with that one there, and then take the majority of that roster combined with some of the other teams they played against there, and then form this super team that they've got together now, and just combine all the best players in North America into one just massive powerhouse. And they are definitely playing very, very well. They're playing at the level that they need to be playing at. They're pushing that 60% hit rate. They're consistent with it. This is a team that really has a chance to make it through, but they have a couple of hiccups throughout the morning here, and they just got to bring it back tomorrow, and they could definitely swing this all the way back and make it to phase 5.
Yeah, and all about focusing on your next match. And let's take a look at the prediction that we have today and where we all stand. And we're split on the very next match. We're all tied up. So 2 of us will be in the lead and the other 2 will be falling behind. So myself and Maxi taking on early attacks, while Woody and Eric, you both are going for Clash Champs. This is going to be an insane match. If you guys are just joining and wondering, wait, why do you mean this is going to be insane? It's because both these teams that are facing each other are 2-0, but they both got a perfect war here today, and they are looking to go 3-0. One of them at least will. So I'll start with you, Woody. What's making you pick Clash Champs over early attacks?
Oh man, you think that I would have learned my lesson when I took Strut earlier and early attacks defeated them. But still, I can't yet say that I'm a complete believer in early attacks. They did an amazing job. Like, they might be the second best team, I could say, in this whole lineup, but I think Clash Champs are still going to be number 1. I mean, Perfect War showed that not only do they have some of the best defensive base building skills in the entire league, but also on the offense as well. I don't know if I necessarily got the same sort of read from their opponents in the first round, relative to early attacks as opponents. I know that Strut was super strong. We were kind of unanimous for Clash Champs, so that wasn't much of an upset. As opposed to early attacks getting a difficult win over Strut. But yeah, man, I'm still leaning Clash Champs. They might have a tiny little bit of a deficit here on the average destruction percentage, but when it comes to the most important wars in really tough days like today, Clash Champs have been putting up perfect showings. So, I mean, there's nothing not to like about either of these 2 teams. This could easily be another one of those 55 to 45% results in the fan vote. But I'm taking Clash Champs on this one. What about you, Maxi?
Yeah, I'm taking the opposite team. I'm taking early attacks. But as you're saying, and as these stats are showing, this is really a 50-50 situation. And it was for me as well. I'm going to tell you what brought me to pick early attacks after we take a look at their roster now. We have Chihawa, Hiroya, Kuma, Yatta, and Hades. We have some impressive hit rates down there. None of them have a hit rate lower than 50%, and they have been building this up throughout this whole tournament. Very impressive stuff, and it feels like they are at their best when it matters, and that is exactly what made me lean towards them, because for Clash Champs, I was not surprised. I know these guys, they have been great throughout all the year, but early attacks, we have heard from them from time to time, under different clan names or squad names and so on. But now I feel like they are a whole group that works together well, and they are at their top level of performing. And it surprised me so much that when it matters against Strut, a former World Championship team, that they just swept them out of the park with that 15-star victory, and it showed me that they don't really have any nerves and that they can win against anyone, and that's why I thought they will have the upper hand against Clash Champs. Talking about Clash Champs, Eric, why don't we take a look at their roster?
Absolutely. Clash Champs, this Brazilian squad here has proven time and time again that they are the best. Like, I think this Brazilian squad, like, it's changed some roster throughout the years there, and they've run under various different names. I think last year they were playing under the name Space Station Gaming, and they've been at like almost every World Championship. I think they've had like more stage appearances than any other team in all of Clash of Clans Esports. Like, it's crazy how often they make it to these stage events there. So they're just trying to get another one, but look at the hit rates that you see. Only Seleno with a a very, very slight amount less than 50% here. A little bit, seems like a little bit lower hit rates for class champs, but all very, very strong here. Still averaging that 13 star per war. That's where you want to be. If you can get there and then consistently get the percentages high when you miss, you're in a very good spot. But I've been saying since the start of the tournament, I'm just sticking to my guns here. I think that both of these teams will make it to the next stage, but this is a 2-0 match here, and I think that if whoever loses here, I think they'll go on to ultimately make it through with one of the matches. Not guaranteed, definitely not guaranteed, and we saw that happen with Millicene and Badzinger. Like, you definitely are not going to be locked in until you're locked in, but I have high hopes for both of them, but I think class champs will take it on the day.
Yeah, class champs and early attacks. This is not going to disappoint. This is going to be an amazing match to come. And the winner advances to the next stage. Stage 5, the double elimination. But we're going to say goodbye to Woody and Maxi here. And Eric and I will take you into this next match. Early attacks, take it on class champs. What a match we have on our hands here, Eric. I mean, like you said, both these teams could be expected to even make it to stage 5, but also both these teams could be expected to get golden tickets if they make it to stage 5.
Yeah, I think a lot of people looked at the possibility for class champs and our early attacks here to both get golden tickets is a very high probability. So now, I mean, one of these two teams is moving on to stage 5 of the competition right now. Both undefeated in the upper bracket. What are you looking at here, Carbon?
It's a ring base. They had that too. Okay. Well, early attacks are trying to throw class champs for a loop. Pete Castro is like, all right, I'm going to send in that cloned up blimp with super archers to help grab that town hall.
Definitely gonna drop in that blimp there. Lands right on top of the Eagle artillery. I'm not seeing any traps going off right now. Double clone. No traps yet. Still safe on the drop zone. And if he gets the Eagle artillery, which he kind of just takes out by standing on top of and attacking everything else, so because it has such a big hitbox and they're standing directly on top of it or under it or wherever they are, maybe they're sitting on top of it. But either way, they take the town hall down, and there's the CC pull as well. So a big chunk of the base there removed. The entire top quadrant of the base there removed. And most importantly, if you're gonna use a super archer bomb against an anti 2-star base, you pretty much have to get the town hall down. I see very few times that this attack succeeds against this style base there if you don't get the town hall, and he's got it. So he's actually set up pretty well here to now start to wrap around. But it's a long load, not a super barbarian attack like we've been conditioned to see lately.
And the thing is, he still has his Warden. So that Warden ability is going to be clutch to move through to protect when he pops that King ability to run all the way through the backside of this base. And then it's going to be a Lalo at the end with an Ice Hound as he's broke through both these layers of walls, finding a Giant Bomb. Get ready for that King ability soon and maybe wait for that war. Oh, he even sends in the Royal Champion too. Oh, they step straight on in towards, here's a Bomb Tower. And there is that Warden ability protecting these Barbarians as now the Lalo's coming down to help assist his heroes.
Love the cross tanking here. You get the Lalo to go over the head of the heroes here and just let them coast their way and remove those big threats there and have the Lalo moving as a support there. The Royal Champion right in sync with it. Everything moving very smooth here. And the fact that the King and the Queen went to the very interior of the base there with the Lalo and the Royal Champion clear out the outside. Everything's in a prime position here. He's got 2 headers on standby. He's still holding a freeze there. He'll pop the freeze now. Locks up the scatter shot. The Ice Golem pops. That was still alive. I didn't even realize that. And freezes up the Multi Inferno. And he's actually looking very good here. The Road Champion goes down, and his Road Champion can just coast their way to the finisher. He's got tons of time, and he's got the Queen ability still on standby with a path to just walk right on out of the base there. This is crushed, Carbon.
Absolutely crushed indeed. Pete Castro delivering the first attack, and it does not disappoint. Maybe this is why you don't give class champs ring bases, because they make easy work of it. Pete Castro, what a brilliant attack here. Unbelievable how easy they make it.
Yeah, and for the leadoff attacker for class champs, Pete Castro is a very powerful player in that position there. He takes very little time to plan. Like, he's almost always their leadoff attacker, and to hold a 69% hit rate across this World Championship circuit and be able to go first every time is pretty wild to me. But it does look like Hades is getting ready to go in. He's usually the closer, and so we've been seeing him move up in the order there, as he was kind of struggling in the closing position there when they were playing through the last golden ticket competition, and now he's definitely come back with a very, very high hit rate. He's the only non-Japanese player on the squad here. He's from South Africa, and let's see him represent here as he dives in with a recall, queen charge, and then it looks like he's got Electro Titan Smash to follow it up.
Yeah, with that queen, help grab this town hall and then pull her back. You always have to keep your eye on time, as the balloon is down to help test for seeking air mines for these healers. This town hall is very exposed on the outside, so it looks like this queen should be able to grab the town hall, really no problem. Plus, she may even grab the air expo. Depends on where he's going to charge the queen after, or maybe just pulls the queen back without even worrying about that. Town hall goes down, and queen walks a little bit left, because there's the monolith. You have to be careful, as hopefully there's not a bunch of red air bombs to these healers.
Well, you also gotta just, like, you got the rage still active. Like, the queen's not in any danger. You want to get her out of there before she has her ability forced, or before she steps into danger. And so that's when he pulls her out. You just let the rage that he already dropped to secure the town hall takedown just finish out there. As long as the queen wasn't going to be in danger, that you could keep on coasting. And just like a Warden Walk, we wanted to finish within the first minute there before we go to the next phase. But he's got a simple funnel up top there. Just looks like he used a couple of light troops to go take out a couple of the perimeter buildings up there, and then charges everybody right at the Eagle Artillery. And that's one of the biggest advantages, because we get the town hall out of the way before the Eagle Artillery activates, and then we charge the Eagle Artillery, and the only Eagle Artillery strikes to get off are able to be absorbed by the ward ability while we charge into the rage tower areas of the base there. So looking very, very good, but there's still a lot of base left here, Carbon.
And now that jump gives him access to both these scatter shot compartments and even both the multi-target infernos. So you have to worry about now the monolith as the biggest threat and the backside that he can't reach with this push through, other than his world champion that will be continuing to jump over walls. Valkyries come out of the siege barracks, and he does invest that freeze. World champion's making her way through the multi. That's going down. Queen's on the top side, taking down the Wizard Tower. But this Diggy is the Diggy. Oh, the Diggy went down, so that means the world champion could not take the monolith down.
Okay, well, he's gonna have to go through two walls to get out of the core of the base here, because there's just a lot of very tiny compartments here. They're breaking the walls quickly. They do get through the first one there while the king was under Phoenix, and all of his barbarians are still standing there. They're breaking walls very, very quickly, and I think he's got enough to be able to power through. The queen has had some time to recover, and he's about to break that last wall. Everybody's okay. The archers are helping. Wow. There's so many light troops right there. All the archers, all the barbarians, and they're going to end up just overwhelming the final defenses on the base here. So this war already living up to the hype, Carbon, as they both start off with a triple.
Indeed. A 3-star for Hades. I mean, both these teams got perfect wars earlier today, and they're looking to do just that again. They know that they have to put up 14 stars against a team of their opponents in order to potentially have a chance to advance to next weekend. You don't get a golden ticket here today. If you do lose, you will be playing tomorrow and still have a chance. Just have to win one more, because both these teams are 2-0. So the only way either one of these teams will be eliminated is if they lose 3 matches in a row.
Imagine.
I mean, it can happen, but highly unlikely. As now we're seeing Potter coming in with Super Barbarians. Again, we're seeing another one with a double clone. And is he going to invest the Warden, or is he going to go Wardenless Blimp?
Looks like he's going to go Wardenless. He does hit a couple of traps there as he made his way forward with the balloons, but that's why the balloons are there. They're able to clear the way here for the Blimp. The Blimp lands right next to this multi-inferno. And he does have the Eagle Artillery on the far other side of the base there, but he can strike the Town Hall from his drop spot there. And because they stacked it with the Town Hall relatively in the middle there, it opens up so many different angles that you can drop in the Blimp. Like, I feel like a lot of times when you have the Blimp closer to the edge of the base, then your options for where you could possibly drop in a Blimp are very limited. But when you go against these anti-2-star bases, meaning the Town Hall is in the very middle of the base, then it opens up a large amount of options there for where you can attack from and where that Blimp can drop in. And seeing as how much value these Blimps can get when you just invest so much into them like that, if you can have an angle that's not trapped, which is a lot of different possibilities from this style base, then it definitely sets up a lot of different attacks here. Super Barbarians being one of the top picks there for attacks of choice after that Super Archer setup.
And what makes it so strong is that Warden can use the ability for his heroes, especially through a monolith and eagle shots as he's wall breaking to open up this middle compartment, opens the compartment there with the Warden ability through the King's ability to protect all the Barbarians, and it's open in the core so he can just easily push his way through. And Pato is looking so strong here, charging his way in, Royal Champion to the top side, and has plenty of Super Barbarians to come around the edge.
Absolutely. Still got a Royal Champion ability. He's got the freeze. He's got the Queen ability. Patalino absolutely dismantling this base here. And that's a second triple on the board here for Class Jams. Easy pickup. Swag all the hero abilities. And Class Jams, I mean, they're a force to be reckoned with. They do not let up here as they just continue to get these 3 stars over and over, war after war.
It's incredible. They're making these attacks look so simple, but they're so difficult to execute, able to come through. And obviously the hardest part is identifying the strategy of what to use, because they picked the perfect attack, the blimp going in to secure that town hall. But the key, not investing the Warden. Most people would be like, no, I'm gonna invest the Warden no matter what. I got to, so the blimp makes it. But if you're able to not use the Warden and still get that value, then it opens you up to so much more, as now we're coming in with a twin hog attack. Yeah, let's get that Nita head on. He's prepared and he is getting ready. Oh man, you know, this is the best webcam we're seeing. Let's go.
Yeah, he's got to put on his battle gear, you know. He's got he does seem to have a higher triple rate there when he wears the Nita hat. So like it does make sense that he needs to put it on here. It's a very big important part of his setup. But now Chihuahua going to be pushing in, looks like a blimp to go in to secure the town hall. If he can also get the multi for down, that'd be a very big pickup here. But it looks like it's going to be a super minion bomb, so he's going after both of those. And this is a common way that we see people try to set up the mass twin hog attacks here. If you can get a multi-inferno and the town hall down, and you can also just set up the funnel for the heroes by going after a town hall that's really relatively close to the edge of the base, then this can be a very, very effective way to push into the base. So what we need to see next here is we need to have the heroes charge into either the defensive road champion or the defensive queen. Now he has his pick here because right side has rage tower, left side doesn't, and I don't know which one you choose here. Where would you go, Carbon?
Well, I mean, he could go to the right side with the Royal Champion over there. I mean, to be honest, it doesn't really matter at this point. It's asymmetrical. So it looks like he sends the heroes to the right, or the hogs to the right, but no heal spell for his hog rider. So pops that ward ability. It's all about that rage and pushing your way through.
Absolutely, but he needs to get the defensive queen out of the backside of the base there. Look at the king. The king's making his way right that direction, but a headhunter locks onto him, and that may stop him from getting the defensive queen down. Now ground skelly's in the area. I don't think the defensive queen is going to go down here with the king standing right there. She might go down, but actually, no, he does take her. Wow, all right, well, the king clutches right there, and the hogs are looking plentiful as they cross the base, but the monolith is giving them trouble right now.
Yeah, that monolith, though, the Royal Champion is working onto it. Does have that queen ability still to utilize with the multi-target inferno on the backside. Gonna have to continue his way through the diggy, trying to help take out that the Invis does not go down. And his queen is trying to get through the scatter shot. 2 hogs left, and that multi is still up. With the Warden assistance, we have a couple hogs coming to the left side. And is this gonna be looking like a defense here from Leo? Wait a second, we still got that queen ability. The headhunters are running around, but the queen's got the burn ability no matter what through the wall.
Yeah.
And this is going to be a defense for Leo. Nice try here.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there. You'll get a bit more percentage here and climb it up into the mid-80s as the queen breaks to the outside. He's got a couple troops out there. Queen tried to save life here with the unicorn, but Ground Skelly stole up her again and end up blocking her from escaping to safety to get the trash out there. So Chihuahua, I guess the Nita hat was not enough to get him through today. It's gonna be it's gonna be 86, 87 right in there somewhere, but it is a miss.
You know, I tried to pull out my Nita hat to give him some luck, and unfortunately there it is only going to be the 2-star 85%, trying to get every single building. Can the archer get it? 86, yes, you know, you never know when it can matter. Every building, 86% there, 2 stars, so great efforts, and it is just the 2-star. You know, unfortunately, not gonna get it. So I'm gonna have to take my Nita hat off because I was trying to help him get that 3-star in spirit. You know, I was wearing it for him, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's not a 3-star.
I like the
Nita.
camaraderie, though. I like the camaraderie. It was a
yeah.
good team effort right there. You know, you had to do what you had to do to help them out there. But in the end, even maybe the 2 Nita hats there like countered the effect there. Maybe you actually messed them up right there. But now let's see if Leo can get it done here. The 3rd attack for Class Champs. There are 2 triples on the board here. It's perfect so far, and they're gonna try to extend their lead here as we see another anti 2-star base. And these anti 2-star bases, they're definitely going to make some players nervous because it does limit what you can do. It also opens up some different options. Like the way that you approach these bases is so different than when you have all those like box and diamond style bases.
With the Town Hall in the middle again, and those anti 2-stars. So they're giving Clash Champs all the anti 2-stars. You're like, we're going to force every single one of your players to hit it. You're going to have to prove that you know how to take these bases down. As he's setting in a queen, charging into the Twin Hogs. As in towards the defensive queen here. No, going a little. Oh, nice balloon. They're pulling that Signier Mine. Ranges this queen up. She'll continue her way through. Eventually, will she then path to the Town Hall?
You either need to take the Town Hall down with the queen or with the blimp. You have the choice. If the queen's going to take the turn to the Town Hall, then you can have her take it. If she doesn't take the turn, which right now it's not looking like he's even attempting to get her to take the turn, but I'm a little bit worried about the healers here because watch that Inferno that is locked onto the queen right now. If the healers get dragged along the same path as the queen, she doesn't move quick enough, then he could have that lock on to the healers, and that could definitely cause mayhem. But the king dropped on top of the base there, a wizard and a giant formed the funnel for him, and that might be able to cut out the path in here if they can get the queen to take the turn to the Town Hall. But even the king doesn't really have the access that he needs because of that interior shape of the wall right below the king right now. So it's kind of up in the air here, but he will just go ahead and use the blimp to go in and secure the Town Hall. And it looks like he does have it under control here, but he needs to get a lot of base down with these hogs.
Yeah, with that Warden Building protecting that blimp, going all the way to the Town Hall, rages it up. Yeti's looking to help secure it, freezing the multi as the hogs are coming around while that queen is moving her way up, but the healers are transferring off of the queen. She needs to continue her way through with the hogs to the right side, dying off. Eagle and Mild, a lot of stuff is still up on the on the bottom side of the space.
Yeah, I mean, all the hogs ended up going up to the top of the base there. They came into the left side, and the king was able to get enough of a funnel to get them to redirect and it stays south here, but he has more hogs in the backside. He's got a skeleton. He's not done with this, Carbon. He's going to keep moving. Now, the biggest problem that he has right now is the healers are on the Warden, and they're not really getting a lot of value. So he uses that invisibility to protect the World Champion, gets into the Monolith here. The hogs are doing some work on the backside. There's actually a real chance he pulls it off. Wait, he does! He got it! He's got the World Champion ability still intact here.
I'm seeing he's pumping his fists, and you know when you see a player celebrating in that way, that means they are liking the attack, and it's gonna 3-star. That's kind of the early sign that you can take when we have the webcams with 20 seconds left. And who, you know, we were not thinking it was gonna fail, right? We knew it was gonna 3-star this whole time. Leo adding another triple for Clash Champs, and early attacks you're gonna have to answer if you want to keep pace.
I knew the whole time there, Carbon. I didn't it, not even for a second. Like,
not even for a second.
Not even for a second. 62% hit rate, very, very impressive here. And I mean, right now, Clash Champs is looking to improve their record. They're just like, they're so here padded numbers here. If they keep on getting these near perfect wars over and over and over, looking to push at least 13 right now. If they keep on their current trajectory, maybe we see another perfect war out of them. And that would be a way to send a statement to the other teams, because I've been saying it from the start. Clash Champs is one of my favorites to get into the World Championship. I think they're the best team that came into the competition here, and I would be very, very surprised if they don't get a golden ticket. But you know, you never know until it's all done. And what is it? What?
Hold on.
Huh?
He sends us.
Oh, we put. What?
This is gonna. No way! Are you serious?
That's wild. I mean, I guess to avoid any bait, you just go underground and do a battle drill. let me explain what just happened for anybody who didn't realize it. He used 2 invisibilities to make all of the defenses next to the deployment zone disappear, so that the battle drill went directly inside of the base there and dropped out super wizards. And the battle drills it opens up actually triggers the traps in before the super wizards are released. And so he's able to then use the super wizards and make them invisible, raise them up, and he wiped out that entire section. Now, that was a fairly large investment, but it was a very creative way to get in the face there that I've never seen before.
I am taking notes for sure after that, as the Warden can pop his ability for this Lava Hound. Oh, doesn't protect the Hound as he's going to continue his way through. Remember, he doesn't have a blip because he used the Battle Drill to act as the Blizzard as he's moving his way closer to this Town Hall with his Queen making her way to the left, freezing the Town Hall now. It does activate since he reached the 51%. And here we go with the Rage. Easily snipes that Town Hall. Down that goes as his Lalos continue his way. Wait, he still has a Hound and 7 balloons and another Invis.
He's absolutely got this under control here. World Champion coming across. Ability attack for her. She goes invisible. The Queen's still alive over on the left flank there. He drops in more blues in the backside. He does need to get the defensive Queen down. Okay, maybe this is not over. Hold up. Wait a second. It was looking very good here, but the Queen stays standing. He gets the World Champion in. The Electric Owl's working on her. They do end up both going down. Yes.
Headhunters.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, okay, he's got that under control, but he has to go back to the bottom base here, and the extra Hound and the balloons are going to get through. So he's got it still. He's got it, Carbon. I wasn't panicking. You're panicking.
Oh my, like you said, that was a huge investment of the Invis, but then routing the Battle Drill to move in directly there to help get that Blizzard, because the sweeper was pointing the one way where he couldn't fly in. So I was like, you know what? I'll just invest 2 Invis, send the Battle Drill in. This is by far definitely one of the craziest stacks we've seen here in the Clash of Clans World Championship qualifiers, using a Battle Drill we haven't seen like that, if ever. I've seen some version of like a Battle Drill trying to make its way like that, but not with a double Invis sneaking into a Rage Spell Tower compartment. Incredible. Wow.
That's insane. That is absolutely mind-blowing. But Heroia has now got the triple on the board here, and they will stay pace here with Clash Champs. They're still playing a little bit behind, as Clash Champs has not let up here, but they've definitely opened up an opportunity so that if they do see a slip up here, then they can make it, they can capitalize on it here. So Loop Zera going to be coming in for the next attack here. Looks like he has his choice of either Chiawa or Yada to attack next.
That was just... yeah, that's incredible. That was such an amazing use of that Battle Drill, as now Loop is looking to keep the pressure on here for Clash Champs. They are 3 for 3. Can they get another triple? As long as they finish above an 86. So if he gets at least an 87% 2-star, they'll keep the lead no matter what, even if early attacks gets a 3-star in their next attack. As here we go, for the first time today, we're seeing Super Bowlers in the mix.
Now, Super Bowlers are hard countered if we see defensive Ice Golems. A lot of times, these pro players will run these anti-2-star bases, and they will run Ice Golems to try to just stop up Super Bowlers, because the anti-2-star bases are very, very vulnerable to these Super Bowler attacks in general. We just use a Warden Walk to trim out one quarter. We use the Flame Flicker to trim out another funnel, and that makes so that we have a lane on the top left there to shoot all the way. And he's even used, he throws up the defensive Queen there. I guess the Queen will step in, and that defensive Queen is over the wall right there, so she should lock on. He should be able to tag her over the wall there with his Queen. Got it under control. Don't go to Ward ability. Oh, that was close. That would have been very, very bad there if that Ward ability went out there, but he is able to sustain it, and now he can push his way to the core.
Yeah, with this push making his way all the way to that Town Hall. It's all about the Warden ability timing. Oh, it's Super Minions. It's not Ice Golems coming out of this defensive clan castle. So his Super Bowlers will just continue to push their way through.
Okay, well, he's getting good bounces there. The invincibility of the Warden Eternal Tome giving him the extra protection that he needs there, but the healers are inside of the Town Hall. Poison and Multi Inferno are going at him. He goes ahead and makes the Queen and the healers invisible, but I don't think that saves the healers in the long term here, and that's what you don't want to have happen. You want to have the Ward ability to go off as late as possible there, so you can protect the healers as they sit inside of the poison and soak it up there. So that's going to be a big, big trouble for him in the backside of the base. So the Queen does go down. He has the freeze, and the Rage is now now be re-offensive the world champion. He still has the defensive world champion. I don't think there's a way to pull this off here. I think he lost too much. He needed to delay that ward to be a little bit longer there and use freezes in advance to try to protect him on the entry until he was ready to pop it, because this one needs to now reach, I guess, 87%.
Yeah, 87% is the mark that he has to hit, because if it's not an 87, then a 3-star from early attacks will have the lead in the match. 80%, he's trying to get every single building. 87's the mark to hit. 82, 83, 84. I'm not seeing any more than 84. The platform go down to 85.
Okay.
He gets to 86 if the storage goes down. Up top, he'll be 1.
No, he's good.
Wait.
He's got both. They're both engaged. He's got the storage and he's got that right side collector. He's gonna hit 87% on the dot. Are you kidding me?
Wow, 86 would be a tie, but he's gonna get it. They're gonna have a 1 building lead if early attack triple their next attack.
Wow.
Oh my.
Well, they control the war, but the war just got a whole lot closer between these two teams. This is insane. All right, well, Loop. Just gonna let this Whistle chip it away here for another 10 seconds here, and then now the comeback for early attacks is now in the stars here. All they gotta do is get a nice response to this. They gotta get a triple still, but I suppose that they still need a miss out of class champs for the last attack. So they don't necessarily have to triple this one here, but they need to get the percentage very, very high, because they're still gonna be relying on a miss from class champs on their final attack. Because if class champs triples last attack, they're gonna win anyway. So this next one has to stay very high percentage, and one of their last 2 attacks has to be a triple at a minimum.
They're looking to have this one be that triple. They want to triple all out in order to put all the pressure on class champs. And I mean, we were split between the Castro predictions. I was the one I selected. I thought early attack's gonna win. You're picking class champs in this one, so one of us is gonna be right. And let's see what he can do here with a Zap Lalo. 5 lightning spells with 2 earthquakes, not just 1, Eric.
Got the log launcher though. Gonna be charging, I assume, the lightning onto the multi-inferno and the expo. Which expo is up for, I guess it doesn't really matter which one he goes after there. He just wants to make sure that the heroes can go in there and get the Eagle Artillery down. You gotta take out either the defensive Road Champion or the defensive Queen. He's delaying that lightning for a long time there, and he does finally pop it off there, but he misses the multi? All right, well, this is a little bit of an issue, isn't it?
Yeah, that's definitely not good with that being up, because it can hit the log launcher as it's now approaching. Does secure that ground expo as he's continuing his way through. Queen's going to go for the Eagle, but now the Yeti is going down to the bottom side, while that multi is looking like it's staying up here.
Well, the Electro Titan will eventually fight off the defensive Lava Hound there. The Queen breaking a wall. Which way is she going? Is she going to break a wall here, or is she going to loop? Oh, she's going to go fight the Hound as well. All right, well, she's under multi-inferno damage now, and so she's going to die before the Hound goes down. So I don't know if he got the value that he's looking for here. I think that lightning being missed there is a critical problem for him here. And that could decide the war here. If he's not careful, he needs to pull it back here the best he can. But he will start to charge the down hall. We got 3 multi-infernos still standing on the base. And he also has to push his way through a poison tower on top of that as he makes his approach to the town hall. So it's going to be a slow grind to the town hall. But the world champion cuts across the middle, pops toward a building. The world champion takes the poison tower, which I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing right now, but he does get the blues to survive through. And now watch how many of them drop out of the sky under double multi-inferno damage right here. They don't even make it that far, Carbon. They all go down to the traps.
They go down real quick as we got a skeleton spell off to the far left side. Why that Royal Champion? His own RC is going to be able to grab this multi. It's all about this last section. With this, a nice freeze. A haste going in. Headhunters taking out the Royal Champion. He needs his RC to turn around and get that multi-target Inferno.
Take it. Does she have the diggy? Does she have the diggy still? She's walking away here. She
no, she doesn't.
Is the diggy still alive? Maybe you can pass the diggy over to something else.
The Clan Castle.
Okay, oh, you're right. He's still got the Electro Titan that's going to be working out of the outside of the base there, but the multi, is it very low HP? I think it might be. Traps are going off. It's holding the line. This is a very, very big problem. But wait, the Electro Titan can attack a wall and hit it. Oh, she's going down south. Oh.
Headhunter.
He's got a lot of time to work with.
Oh, no, but he's...
I don't know, Carmen.
No.
It has to be Electro Titan. The wall's weakened up. She can break it fast.
It's low. Come on, Electro Titan. What do you got? Keep going, keep going, go.
She's got a lot of help.
Reach over. Giant Bomb is here. Oh,
no.
It
just has to be the aura. It's got a lot of HP, and she's gone.
99%, and that means that their last attack has to be a triple. But like I said, they didn't have to triple this one. It doesn't change the landscape of the war that much. They had to get a defense out of class champs no matter what. So they just have to clutch their last triple, and maybe they can win this on percentage.
Oh my, and it can't, missing that multi, that's it. That's all it took. Missing that
the lightning, it was the lightning target. Oh.
Wow. Don't
indeed.
tell me that could cost you the war, and that be the difference maker right there. Well, here we go. Clash champs are going in with their final attack. They're up by 1. A 3-star, and they are victorious no matter what. But if he gets a 2-star, now this is where you start talking here with Seleno going in with a super bowler attack. Remember, if you don't triple ring bases, they tend to be the lower percentage.
Seleno is the lowest attack rate player on the team. Still a phenomenal hit rate, just shy of 50% there. I think he was holding 48%, so if that's your odds of making it through, I mean, that's pretty good odds still. And if they get a 2-star here, then you still have to see an attack that triples out of early attacks here. So a lot of pressure onto both of the final attackers here. But Seleno can just end it right now. They can move on to phase 5 of the competition. They can secure their spot in the top 8, and they can be one step closer to that golden ticket. And remember that the prizes ramp up massively every single stage that you survive. So there's a lot of money on the line here on top of the pride of making the World Championship, making another repeat appearance here for his team. But it does look like the funnel setup here. Very nice by the Wardwalk, very nice by the Flameflinger. And now, watch what comes out of the CC, and watch what happens with the Town Hall poison here. If the healers get wrecked and the bowlers die out as they go through the Town Hall, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. But he's freezing on the entry. Delay the ward ability. Freeze first, ward ability later. He's delaying it as long as he can. Taking Eagle Artillery strikes there. Now he pops it. Is that too early, though? That's the question we have to ask.
That is the question. As long as these healers do not move into the Town of Poison, if it wears off, he should be fine there. But there could also be a lot of red air. Oh gosh, they're getting pulled deeper into the Town of Poison. Now they're standing there. Super Bowlers all go down here, Eric.
Okay. The healers are still alive, though. They're taking a lot of damage right now for the poison. It keeps on taking away here, but the multi-infernos went down. There are healers still alive. They are gonna survive. Yes, they are. They're surviving.
Wow.
There's healers alive, and the queen will keep them safe behind her. He's got the world champion wrapping around the top there with the king. He's got skeleton spells to the backside. He's got yetis coming out down south. CarbonFin, he's got it. Class champs are going to phase 5 of the competition. They are top 8 in the world, and they're taking down early attacks in this war.
They will be joining United to make their way to stage 5. Does not mean they got a golden ticket. They still have to win in the double elimination, but there's only going to be 8 teams there, and 4 of those 8 will get golden tickets. So that means Clash Champs are one day potentially away from having a golden ticket to the Clash of Clans World Championship Finals later this year. Actually, the end of next month in November.
Yeah, it's 40. I have a countdown going right now. It's 48 days into the World Championship right now. Like, we are coming up on it very, very rapidly. And next weekend we decide. And you have to think that if you made it through this round here, then if you go to next weekend, you only have to win 2 wars next weekend to be able to make it into the World Championship. So, like, they are now 2 wins away from going to Helsinki and playing live on stage there. But I still think that Early Attacks is a team that is going to make it. I think that they're going to make it at a minimum through this stage here. So they are still, even though they take a loss here, they're going to be 2-1. They just have to take 1 win against either of their next 2 opponents, and they're still going to make it through. But when we have Yada coming in, he's going to break out his bowlers. We know he loves his bowlers. That's what he uses in Legend League. He's one of the best bowler attacks in the world, and we'll see if he can at least close out this war with a triple and just continue to show the other teams in the competition that they deserve that spot.
Looking to prove it here as the Warden helps snipe this king with the Headhunter. getting to the left side, which sets that funnel. He wants to push directly in towards this scatter shot with these super bowlers, and one jump spell can give him access to, well, the core multi, but not the town hall. So, but if he can send the king to the far left side, and king could run to the town hall, since you can see he took out the bottom building next to that cannon down there, which will allow the king to path his way in towards the town hall if the king wants to path that way, which is looking like how it's set up right now.
Yeah, just gonna keep the warden alive here, keep the ability intact. Don't want the warden ability going up early. We need it for when the rage towers activate, when we get deeper in the base there. But the warden pulled to safety. Now he'll automatically follow 20 troop space or higher of nearby troops. He will not follow a siege machine, but he will follow another hero because they count as 25. So now he will just walk into the base there with everybody else, and down comes the balloons. But he does lose a healer to a black air bomb before the balloons get out in front of the healers here, but they are passing up now, and if they can just clear the way of traps, then he's looking good to cross through this base, and we'll see what kind of damage these bowlers can do.
With that warden ability protecting all the super bowlers through the core here, just wore off. Now the king is making his path on towards that town hall, but the multi on the left is staying up. We have super minions coming out of that flame flinger. They're looking to take out the defensive queen up there. Oh, and sniping now the Tesla, trying to go for the scatter shot, but not going to get much more as the queen's ability is forced through this monolith. The town hall is still up, as the king is needing to make his way into the town hall. Yes, he does path there, does have the Phoenix, so no matter what, he'll come back to life.
Yeah, he's got a good setup here. He does need to go back for the mortar and the battle builder over the left side of the base there, so hopefully the queen. I don't even know where you want the queen to go here. Do you just want her to break into the town hall compartment or break off to the right? Either way, he's gonna have to loop back around here. If he can hold on to the world champion building long enough, then maybe she could throw the shield and hit that the mortar and the battle builder over the left there, and maybe save him some time later on. Otherwise, that could be trouble, but it looks like the world champion is on her own now. She's got a skeleton spell, and now she's gonna have to pop her ability early. She's gonna have to just have her ability give her a chance to move through the right side defense, since she's going in with no other support there other than the skeleton spell. She'll pop that ability, get the stun onto the expo, step his way through. He's got the Phoenix working on left. Actually, the Phoenix coming in clutch over there.
Wow.
But time is quickly ticking away here, Carbon. I don't know if he's got it yet.
Oh, and the Phoenix finds a sticky airmine, and it goes down. And no matter what, it's not going to be a 3-star. So we already knew that they couldn't win, even with a 3-star nonetheless. But 14 stars by Clash Champs means that they will be advancing to Stage 5 of this Clash of Clans World Championship qualifiers. And Early Attacks will have another opportunity to try to join them. They're 2-1 now. All they have to do is win one more match. But what an incredible set of matches that we've seen today, and there is still at least one more match here today, so you don't want to go anywhere, you don't want to miss it. But Eric, that I'm sure we'll see that match probably again in the future, either maybe next weekend, or even could it be a rematch in the World Championship Finals? Well, we'll have to find out if they're able to meet there. But let's go ahead and bring back our other two casters here, Woody and Maxi. What a match we had there. Both those teams got perfect wars early in the day, and Clash Champs reigns supreme here going to Stage 5. We'll start with you, Woody. What was your thoughts on that last match?
Well, there was no way to predict that one ahead of time. I gotta admit, I got lucky on it, but I am happy to see that it did go the way that I thought it would. Clash Champs are now in the top 8 for the World Championship qualification, and one step closer to that golden ticket. Big prize pickup for them, and a lot of bragging rights for taking down another team that had picked up a perfect war already today, like you mentioned. That really just goes even further to speak to their defensive prowess. And I think it also goes to show that Time to Throw did a really good job taking down some super tough bases earlier. They did take the loss to Clash Champs, but picked up another war, as we just saw right before this. And the fact that Early Attacks couldn't get as close as they did, I think really shows that, I mean, Time to Throw were not in this last war, but I think that their performance was being judged relative to how Early Attacks did, and they came out looking pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was an amazing match, and especially I feel like it showed that sometimes Selenio is underrated in Clash Champs. I mean, what do you need for a perfect war? Of course, everyone needs to 3-star. But what you don't see from that result earlier on is that Selenio actually had to 3-star the last attack in order to win for his team. And the same goes for this attack, or this match. Both times it was him doing the last attack and coming in clutch with the 3-star, securing the victory. And then even though he does have the 48 or 49% hit rate, which is still an impressive hit rate, I should add, and it's the lowest in his teams, he is the one to 3-star in the clutch moments. I think he is the one with the most experience as well in his team, having also played at the 2019 World Championship, and in my opinion it's impressive how strong he still is. We can see him down there on the bottom right cheering over this last 3-star that he pulled off today. It was a beautiful attack, 2 swag spells even, and yeah, that's what what I wanted to add to Clash Champs.
Now let's keep in mind here, when you're looking at like a hit rate of a player like Selenio, you have to look at it in the context that he is the closer for Clash Champs. So a lot of times his team is so strong, is such an insane high hit rate all the time. A lot of times he is in a position where he only needs to go get a safe 2-star, so he's not going to take risks. But what we do see out of Selenio consistently is when it is time to clutch, when he has to get the triple, he delivers, and he does it again and again and again. But oftentimes he doesn't have to, and so maybe that ends up hurting his hit rates on paper, but he delivers when he has to, and that's what's most important.
Yeah, that's important indeed, and he delivers. They're getting them to stage 5 as we are going to be getting ready for the next and final match here today, which I'm sure we can probably take a look at the predictions to see how we have done so far and who we have winning at this latest one. We'll take a look at that in just a bit, but man, we're taking one more match here today to then go till tomorrow, and then that is when we'll find all 8 teams to go into the double elimination stage. We had the Swiss bracket last weekend. We have it again this weekend, which is a great time to really allow the teams that second opportunity, right? It's not one and done. Yet double elimination, you're 2 losses and you're done. No, you actually have to get 3 losses. So you really have to prove yourself through this format, and that's where you get the best teams to make it and eventually hand them a golden ticket, Woody.
All right, you are, CarbonFin. We see one team advancing on confidently ahead, but there's another squad on the chopping block now, as our final match of the day is going to be up for elimination again. They're going to be taking 19th place and another $5,000 prize. Let's go ahead and get the caster predictions up on screen so we can see which side of this war we are on. Oh. And Carbon is going to be sitting out again.
Again.
With Millicene SG. The other guys up here on stage are right alongside me. And yeah, we're taking Egnistars. It's going to be a tough match for another elimination round, but Millicene SG were, considered to be the B team beneath their compatriots at MG, but managed to get the victory over them nonetheless in stage 3, and then pushed onward to this stage 4 Swiss bracket. But we now have them at an 0-2 record, yet to find their footing against an Egnistar squad that I would have thought would be at least 1-1 by this point, but has kind of surprised me with the downside performance. I think that they're going to be the ones to take the pickup on this next round, and Maxi, it looks like you agree with that.
I do agree with that. I also think that they have done amazing so far, except for today. Actually, I think they were a little bit, their scores were a little bit surprisingly low. We have the teams here getting ready, which is a view that I always really like to see, how concentrated they are above their mobile devices, checking out their opponent's bases, planning their final steps. At the top side, we can see the guys over from Egnistars, while at the bottom we have Milsim, and I think there are some familiar names in the Egnistars team. We have Vado there, Curry or Sahara, for example, who have been known in the competitive scene for a couple of years already, playing in differently named teams all of the time. And while we have both of these squads here, why don't we take a look at the results of our viewer poll? So let's see what you guys at home predicted about the outcome of this match.
Yeah, Let's see. We got, oh, there it goes. No, we're picking out here. Let's,
I'll give you a spoiler. It's Milliceme.
Yeah. Yeah, I would assume so because you got that like brand recognition. But let's keep in mind that this Japanese squad here over Negative Stars is like, I don't know why there's so many good Japanese teams. Like this feels like that country just bleeds talent like constantly. But the team that's over there, like I think you would recognize a lot of the players, like former Unicorns of Love players. I think they played in Savage Esports for a while. So like they've been on and off a lot of big name teams for a long time. But as you see, the up and coming team Milliceme SG, kind of an unknown, a wild card here, but they will take out their sister clan and took out the I guess former vice world champions, and before that third place in the world championship. Like they took out the Milliceme MG team, so that's a very big pickup right there, and I think it'll put a lot of confidence in people choosing that name over other teams just based on that.
Yeah, let's take a look at the roster here from Milliceme SG with Sammy, Babas, Ultra Simon, and Isma. And we're taking a look at the hit rates here, and from comparison to the other teams like Clash Champs and Early Attacks, it's definitely a lot lower, right? We were seeing from Clash Champs like the lowest percentage was just below 50%, and all these hit rates except for Sammy are below 50%. So they're gonna have to really turn this one around and start getting high score counts, 13, 14 stars from the previous matches that we saw. That's what it's gonna take to defeat teams like Clash Champs, like Early Attacks, but that's not who their opponent is right now. It's Enter Stars. So as long as you finish higher than your opponents, and then you have an opportunity to win, Woody.
Stars roster now showing up on screen. As we already mentioned, there's quite a few impressive names that are coming along with this team. We've got Wado, Kiasuri, Lincoln, Curry, and Sahara, all with hit rates above the 50% mark and pushing that average destruction higher and higher, up to 95.3% for Kiasuri. That would be arguably the MVP for this lineup. But we've got just a little bit of time left before that match is going to be beginning. We're going to say goodbye now to our other two casters, as it is going to be the last chance now for Maxi and I to give one more performance here today as we find the next team to be knocked out of the Clash of Clans World Championship 2023. They'll be going home with a $5,000 prize, while their opponents will get a minimum of $7,500 and the opportunity to compete again tomorrow for a chance at Stage 5.
That's right, and I am absolutely pumped to see both of these teams, as they have been impressing us so much over the course of the previous stages of the World Championship qualifier. And you know, sometimes we have these big names that are fighting in the 2-0 matchups, for example, like Clash Champs just before or Time to Throw, names that we are very familiar with. But it's also these little or lesser known teams that perform each and every week here, and so it's very nice to have them on the screen for a change and see their attacks, because we saw the statistics right there, Woody, and their hit rates were extremely high. So I don't think that there's a big differential to the big or better known clans.
Yeah, expected to be a very tight war in this next final showing. That's what we saw exactly right beforehand as well. Not immediately before this, but the match before that. Anytime you've got a war for elimination, teams are not going to be holding any good bases in their back pockets. They are going to be putting it all out there to try to get that prize pumped even higher and give themselves a better shot at advancement. Eternal Tome's going to get popped, and the Dragons are just kind of spreading out a bit, unfortunately, toward the edges now. Curry getting a big drop in early on, but I don't think the pathing has gone his way this time.
Yeah, but it's all about the Super Minion Blimp getting the Town Hall. He found the Tornado and some Red Mines, but he was still able to place the spells in time and have enough Super Minions survive, so they were able to take out the Town Hall and the Monolith. But look at this Queen! Unfortunately, she's being targeted by lots of defenses, especially that Multi-Inferno, and that finally kills her off. So he needs to get through this back end, but there's still a lot of defenses left.
Far way left to go, and although most of the troops are now going to be clumped up over on the top side, he's not going to have an easy time of getting through the last line of defense here. Still holding on to that Royal Champion ability and might be able to knock it all down, but it's going to really come down to the wire. Oh man, okay, the Grand Warden's still holding on. There's not a whole lot of air defenses as long as the King can chop this down. The Phoenix is working on it too, yeah. I think he might have it. Look, it's only really that Tesla to shut him down, and he's got plenty of time. Not a problem there at all. Curry has done it and has served up a dish for the Agnes Stars team, wiping Ultra off the map. Call him in because it is 86 Skidoo. This is completely done for. And we have our first triple of the war, Maxi.
Yeah, impressive. I wasn't even sure that it's going to be a 3-star anymore because this queen just died off so early, and the king, even though he sent the king so it would provide some tanking for the queen, didn't get in front of her, and she got constantly targeted by this ground expo and as well as the multi inferno, and that caused him lose the ability very early on. But still, it was enough without the help of the queen, without the big damage output of her, and that just goes to show that this was the exact right plan for that base. So very nice job to Curry, and putting the pressure of course onto MSG Isma, who's going to be the first attacker for Melee's team. And here he comes, Woody, with the Queen Charge Twin Hogs.
Agnes Stars was a team that went undefeated in Stage 2 and undefeated in Stage 3. They have had a perfect run so far through the bracket stages, and just until today have been doing very well. It's just that 0-2 performance that they've seen so far that has really thrown them off kilter. But with that first 3-star hit to start things off, maybe they finally have found their footing, just the same as Time to Throw have. Isma is going to try to throw a wrench in the works, though, with an early strike out the left corner, catches that CC and pulls out some super minions that'll go down to the poison now. Soaking a few shots from the balloons and maybe looking for a coconut mine to catch in here as he sends it on in, but it hasn't gone down quite yet. Archer Queen still safe as she makes her poke and prod into that left side corner, finishes off a multi-target Inferno, and finds a lot of great buildings to chop away at as well. Isma setting up for this dual Hog Rider offense. Has still got a lot of big splashy defenses to worry about on the right side. 2 multi-Infernos and 2 scatter shots, all going to get raged up with heroes to support. That is going to be a very difficult position to assault.
Yeah, and what's also difficult is that the way that the pathing of the queen, she's not going into that town hall, and that town hall is so well defended. He's finding air trap after air trap. There were a couple of red mines, then some black mines, and the queen unfortunately goes all around, stepping out of the rage spell. And Woody noticed that he does not have the queen ability anymore, so he needs to invest some spells soon to take out this town hall. But at the same time, he needs to move quick with his Hog Riders. There they come from the right side. But there's going to be a lot of damage waiting for him in the center of this base.
He chose to drop both a Rage and an Invisibility to finish off the Town Hall, and I just gotta wonder even if that was necessary. I mean, the Invisibility definitely keep the healers alive, but did you need the DPS to knock it down that quickly? Because these Hogs could still have a lot of trouble. At least the Queen gets through the Town Hall quickly enough that she can now support on the other end and finish off those scatter shots. Hogs look like they're doing a great job here on the bottom right side, and I'm pretty bullish still about his opportunity to finish this one off. Time's getting a little bit iffy here with 45 seconds left and a quarter of the base still standing. There's a bit of a spread out, and he's going to have to really rely on something to get over these walls. The Royal Champion can hop over and get some damage done into the interior of the base. But can he get it finished? It looks like he's doing well.
I think he should have it.
Yeah.
Because the Royal Champion goes all the way up to the defense buildings, and there are the last remaining buildings that need to be taken out on the outside. And with just these 2 trash buildings and the Royal Champion ability still intact, yeah, he still got it. And it was very, very important that he was not holding back on spells to invest into that queen, because getting that town hall out of the way and having the queen survive into the core, she had immense value. In the core, the queen took out 2 scatter shots, the rage spell tower, and I think even the enemy queen, and that was incredible value. Otherwise, these are very much threatening buildings to the Hog Riders, or the Twin Hogs in this case. So good job here from Isma, and nice base identification here, seeing that this queen charge has so much value.
Did feel a little bit awkward with the pathing in toward the town hall, but it seemed like once he made it through, he was cleared for landing, just able to stab deep into that base with great value on those spells. Kyosuri is going to be next for Agnes Star. It's going to be setting up with a little bit of a poke on the outside, again using that barb to check for traps. Just wants to make sure that that flame flinger doesn't run into a Tesla or anything up in that corner. Doesn't find anything that he has to worry about, and so he gets the deploy up there with the Warden Walk now over on the right side corner. Warden Walk gets lots of long-range shots off and doesn't require the same commit that the Archer Queen would have. He'll be able to pivot off and support other troops elsewhere. So it's an interesting way that doesn't get quite as much DPS in as early as an Archer Queen walk, but still does provide some flexibility to knock down some defenses and get a good funnel in place for the follow-up. We are going to see those Super Bowlers that you were looking for earlier in the day, though, and I wonder what you're thinking about the shape-up of the base.
I like it very much. I feel like it's maybe even too obvious. I wonder if he's going to invest a rage spell now to take out the Royal Champion and the multi Inferno, just because otherwise the time is running low. The space is very perfect for this because he can, because of the Flame Flinger value. As you can see at the top side, he was able to tank the multi mortar with just a Yeti, and by that also taking out a Wizard Tower with no other damage on this. On these troops, and I think that and look at this jump spell value. He opens all the way into the Town Hall compartment and to that multi-inferno, so maybe the defenders have expected this. At least the ice golems speak that language, because they hold down smash attacks better than any other attack strategy.
Crushes the monolith now with those balloons right over the top, and those big heavy attackers are still going to be going in nice and strong. Lots of healing to support with those healers still keeping them topped off, and a little bit of invisibility to provide even additional cover there. They're going to be under the cloak and ready to dagger into this base as they make their way now toward the Town Hall. Another chance to get some more splash damage as the boulder shots are going off like an avalanche. Crashing through, but another freeze dropped there. The spell deployment has just been perfect from Kyusuri. A bit of an awkward walk through the Giga Poison as they have to make their way through the other side now and are going to encounter that enemy Barbarian King. Offensive King has now just been picked up by the Phoenix, and it's going to be going back down soon, but we still do have the Royal Champion stabbing out there with that Super Bowler and the final freeze deployed. Multi-target Inferno caused a little bit of trouble for those Hogs, but it does eventually go down, and we're just running a little bit low on steam here for the back end now, Maxi.
Yeah, time is an issue. He got a nice call there from the spotter that the Wizard Tower on the right was low and invested a Wizard in there. And that was great because that Wizard takes some time off the clock.
The cannon.
Oh no, but the Royal Champion actually dies. I thought she still had the ability in tank. Diggy is tanking, that's right, but now the time is really a huge problem.
8 seconds left. He's going to get some splash damage from the bowler. It's going to be able to clip onto the army camp. 5 seconds left. That lab goes down. Knox support the cannon. 1 second. No! The 2-star, 98% for Kyusuri of Agnistars, Maxi.
Yeah, just one Headhunter could have made a huge difference there. He raged up the Royal Champion and some Barbarians that were there in the area of the enemy king to get through the enemy king quickly, but still it did some good value, some huge damage onto his Royal Champion. Thus his ability, or her ability in that case, was forced early, and she didn't have enough steam to get to the last remaining cannon there, and that was such a close call. So I think that one Headhunter could have made the difference, but of course it's easy to say after the attack. Now let's take a look at the blimp, because it all depends on that in a Super Archer blimp attack.
Look ready to go deep. Rage is dropped, and that is going to be a big boost for whatever is going to be fighting against it. The tower is getting a multi-inferno, a scatter, lots of different scary value. But the blimp does go down. Invis is out, and the super archers are going to be nice and safe in there. Rage them up themselves with another Invis to shoot it down, and they're going to get massive value in a very tightly compacted base here. We're finishing off the CC. I see the monolith finished off. Going to get additional pop shots off against the town hall now. Another invisibility is out, and the super archers are going to be able to finish it off. Look at that, even clipping the Royal Champion over in the top side compartment there before they are now re-engaged. Do they finish off that scatter in the middle? No, it goes low, but still standing there, Maxi.
Yeah, that is quite unfortunate. He would have loved to get that, but on the plus side, he did take care of the CC troops, so all of them are already gone, so he doesn't have to worry about that anymore. However, the scatter shot, like, it always hurts in a Super Archer blimp attack when some defenses stay up with just a slither of health left, like in this case. Look at this scatter shot. a little bit of health, but now it is killing off the queen and the unicorn, and that will give him, make his attack so much weaker than it would have been if the scatter shot was down. Otherwise, this queen probably would have held her ability until the very end of the attack. Now, this could be a very, very close one.
Royal Champion going on in to finish it off. I wish he had just been able to send her in sooner, just get that scatter down so that the queen could have survived and done a bit more damage to the top side. Headhunter doesn't have any more heroes to go after. Oh, the Skelly distracts Maxi! Skelly Trap has popped up now and has finished off the Royal Champion, and you can see the look of desperation on Sammy's face as it's just trying to find another angle, another way into the space, another way to get some more percentage off, but that's all it's going to be. Phoenix is not going to be enough to finish off that multi-target Inferno up top, and these Super Barbarians are going to be left in a lurch. Shortened and not going to be able to summit this hill. I mean, this is going to not be a 3-star at all, but the percentage is going to be even shorter than Egnistars. So Millicene SG have now slipped behind, Maxi.
Yeah, he still should collect all the percent possible, and I think that's exactly the area where he needs to collect them. And the bottom, he can send one more to the air defense, but as soon as the other Barbarians were tanking would have been better. But still, he should get the Builder Hut out of the way, and then that's all he can possibly get, I think. I think you suggested actually the right move. He should have sent the Royal Champion in earlier. Pretty much as soon as he sent King, Queen, the Ice Golem and so on at the top side. I think there was an angle from around 3 o'clock, the corner, where he could have sent the Royal Champion onto that scatter shot and have the Diggy stun it. On the other hand, that would have resulted in the second scatter shot also targeting the Royal Champion once she would have moved to the next defense building. So it's always a very tough call during an attack. But let's just say if those Super Archers would have finished the scatter shot, this would have been a completely different attack.
It's also hindsight being 2020, and I have the luxury of getting to sit up in the caster box and not have to worry about actually executing here. No way could I hold a candle to any of the attackers on these squads, so definitely don't want to pump myself up in any regard, but did notice that might have been a possibility for a little bit more damage that he could have pulled off there that could have ultimately made the difference here. So let's keep an eye over on Sahara now, as the Egnistar squad will get a chance to follow up and try to push that percentage even higher. They only got a 5% lead on Millicene SG out of that second salvo. That is enough to give them an advantage, but they're definitely going to try to push that even higher, as the Skelly Donut's going to be right here in the core of the base, taking down the CC, targeting on to that Monolith as well, taking it out. Some nice shots into the core. A lot of spells committed, but could be value, as Sahara is going to now follow up with an early blimp, protecting it with a tome, getting it right onto the Town Hall for the first star. Nice and easy, Maxi.
Yep. Even saving a rage, I think? No, there is a rage actually. But now the question is, can he get the expos as well? Because, yeah, and one of them, yes. And the second, in the rage, Yedimite, yes. And that is very important, because that means that there's less damage on his heroes and they can get more value. Just one little thing that he could have improved, in my opinion, was the last invisibility spell. The clan castle was already down, it was just the monolith still standing, and I think that he could have saved the last invisibility spell. It was not really necessary to use it. On the other hand, of course, safety first. If you're not sure, better drop it, but in this case I think it was wasted. But anyways, let's take a look at how this attack unfolds. Did he send a wall breaker? No, because the outer wall is open. That means the king can make his way into the Eagle Artillery, but once this rage spell tower goes off, the two multis and the expos will do devastating damage and melt through that king and his barbarians. I wonder when he's going to send the Royal Champion in.
Unfortunate timing there, but it does ultimately have to come down to what his king is able to push through. He's going to take a lot of splash damage on his little allies there, but ultimately we do get a survival for the Archer Queen. Pops down the enemy queen, and she'll be able to finish off the enemy multi-inferno as well. Won't even have to commit spells to it, just have to worry about now this scatter shot right here in this left compartment. A big obstacle that he still has 2 hero abilities left to pop off onto that. Sends in the free spell, and they're both getting danger close to taking it down. Lock from the Royal Champion is good, and it is going to be popped apart. Diggy is just burrowing underneath and has demolished the foundations. giving these heroes even more of an easy path through the base, finishing off that bomb tower. Looks like the Queen's a little bit lost, but we still have lots of firepower from the top side. Those swords are coming in hot and heavy, knocking it all the way down, and Sahara has found his 3-star finish.
Yeah, and this one was actually never in doubt. After he was able to clear that bottom corner around the Eagle Artillery, it was pretty much a done deal with the 2 free spells in the back, one of which he didn't even need in the attack. Great stuff here from Sahara, a well-deserved 3-star, and that gives Agni Stars the lead.
Very well done, and it is going to be a difficult run to return fire from Milsim, as Babas will be moving in next. They were down on percentage and now are also going to be missing a star against Agnistars. Need to get that triple in here immediately just to go toe-to-toe against foes that are still over and ahead on top. Babas has 3 bases to choose from. Going to go up against Watto, and it's another Super Barbarian setup. Seeing lots of open compartments yet again, and that is the all-clear go-ahead for him. He's got the Blimp and 2 clone spells, lots of invis, so expect to see that one go deep into this base. The early launch is good, and he's going to get some protection with those balloons as well. Pops the tome, and even though there's no balloons going in for that Wizard Tower, the Battle Blimp did get deployed just right, gets the CC pull out. It's going to crash right into that ideal compartment. Invis is out, and the Super Archers will start firing away, Maxi.
Yeah, he was a little late there, maybe, with the clone spells, I think. But 2 more invis. He needs those archers to target the town hall.
Are they so slow?
And not those skellies. Come on, archers. If he doesn't get the town hall, that's going to cost him. Come on. And oh, I can see the camera shaking. That means town hall's still up.
And a builder's repairing it too. That is dangerously difficult for him to reach that. And to expect a 3-star out of this strike, not gonna happen.
Yeah, he didn't clone the super archers towards the town hall. Maybe he was scared for traps, scared of traps around the town hall, like giant bombs and mini bombs that would then kill the super archers. But yeah, he definitely cloned them a little bit too far away. And then with the skellies, I think they were pulled by the headhunter even. Oh, and now the Queen is going for a wall. This is not going according to plan, and they really need the 3-star at this point.
Eagle Artillery is just going to be pounding away at these troops as a Queen distracted on the wall is going to get finished off by an Expo now, plinking away at her and forcing out that ability. King has got problems of his own as the enemy Queen is going to be finishing him off. Traps exploding everywhere out of these poor phoenixes. We've got the Royal Champion doing her best, but she's just way on the outer suburbs of this metropolis. Babas cannot finish off the Eagle Artillery. It's just bad news everywhere, Maxi.
Yes, he needs to send the headhunters in time. Actually, I think they were timed almost perfectly there. Oh! Well, almost. They were a little too early, unfortunately. But he did so well there, but now, yeah, I mean, this is over already, so he needs to collect percentage as good as possible. Maybe even get that gold mine out of the way, but then that should be about it here. And that's another 2-star in the 80s, and definitely not what MSG need right now.
Eagle Artillery heating up, not gonna let a Winion grab an elixir storage, and kaboom. 1 shot, 1 kill.
Yep, that was 1 shot, 1 kill indeed. But just maybe 1 or 2 more shots from the super archers could have made Babas's attack a 3-star, the 3-star that they needed at that point. Yeah, to be able to keep track with their opponents with Agni Stars, and the next attacker for them is going to be Vado, and if he can get a 3-star in, he will maintain their lead. But even a high percent 2-star will be able to do that, but he cannot get too comfortable now, you know, because if you feel too comfortable in your position and you slip up and you get, like, say, a 70% 2-star, then it can all shift into your opponent's favor again real quick. So Vado, good luck in this Queen Charge Twin Hawk attack.
Balloon manages to snipe an archer tower up the top side, getting some very nice funneling job done. Blimp moves in now and doesn't even need any assistance at all. It is just going to go into this compartment over the right side, pops out, and that's going to be a raged up Yeti rocket loon smash into that compartment as the Queen will now path down toward the bottom side of those healers to continue her path of destruction. Coconut Loon looking for a mine but doesn't catch it. That air defense is going to pop it down a little bit too soon. Would have liked to see that Loon wait a little bit longer so that he could have done a little bit of mine sweeping work in that bottom right lane. But the Queen still looks pretty safe, not encountering a whole lot of resistance yet as she makes her way toward the Town Hall. It's just going to take a little bit more time to get there. Baby Dragon does some additional funneling of its own over on the left corner. And Watto is going to, according to plan so far, Maxi.
Yeah, I think so too. He's got that invis and that freeze spell in the back in case the Queen runs into too much damage there, because momentarily, look at the angle of the healers. They are in the multi-inferno range, yes, but with about half health they survive. They would not if they were targeted by that Town Hall though, which is why now Vado is making his healers and his Queen invisible so they don't take any damage from that Town Hall. But now he has to be quick on his feet because Queen steps into three major damage points: the Town Hall Poison, Town Hall Explosion, and the Monolith with the help of the Expo. So this is why he is starting at the same time with the Hog Riders to take some damage away from the Queen, doing several things simultaneously, using the queuing ability, using the spells on the Queen, using the Warden ability on the Hogs Woody, and he needs to get through the multi-inferno because this is raged up.
That monolith is massive. It gets the lock onto the Queen and forces out the ability from Watto, who's going to have to power through, even with an Ice Golem coming in to try to distract. He barely manages to get the monolith down in time, and those Hogs are having a lot of difficulty now as they are just a few more of them left trying to power through to the top side of this base. That top compartment with the multi-inferno, it's going to be difficult to crack through, but with the shield ready to toss, the Royal Champion does have what it takes to finish it off. Gets another throw out there, and it's just the enemy Archer Queen now who's going to be able to take out the attacking Royal Champion. The last few attackers now taking their way over the last wall, and they're going to finish it off, knocking this base down for a 3-star finish. Watto of Agnes Stars leaves nothing in his wake as this is another big base obliterated. And Milliceme are going to need a miracle now as Agnes Stars have just demonstrated absolute proficiency throughout this war. Down 0-2, they are not going to leave stage 4 without at least one strong performance.
Yeah, that's right. They definitely need to 3-star on their own now. The thing is, I would still call this an open match, because if Agni Stars do not get the 3-star, it just depends on the percentage. But for that to matter, Milliceme now needs to start tripling. And that means Simon needs to 3-star now, and the next attacker, their last one, needs to 3-star as well. So that is their job now, to put some pressure onto Agni Stars. And the way to go for Simon is a smash attack here. He did not put down the healers yet. Wonder, okay, maybe with the Queen towards the right side, and this is just a little kill squad into the 6 o'clock compartment. It's a very an interesting and uncommon attack that he's using here.
Yeah, interesting setup with the log launcher going to roll through. He's going to have access to every compartment right up into the core. It's got to be a bold strategy, Maxi, though, because right as soon as he gets up in there, he's going to be taking fire from a lot of different splash damage sources. That is just an alleyway of death as rocket loons pop out now from the CC, complementing the scatter shots, the monolith. I mean, multi-target infernos are able to fire in. It's sort of like a baited entry with so much damage just getting stacked onto the main forces that Simon's attack is just fallen by the wayside. Yeti's still in there.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Yeah, you could think that it is baited. Then again, it is so uncommon and so outside of the box, so much outside of the box that I don't even expect anyone to expect this entry. However, the healers got some damage already with the red mines and 2 black mines, one of which he was able to pull with a coconut balloon. The other he was not. He's using the rage early. I mean, look at the time. He's got around 50% and around 50% of the clock. So He needs to move quick soon. Sending in the... Okay, now the Ice Golem will send the Royal Champion behind that as well, but has to keep his eyes on the Queen in the Town Hall compartment as well. This is looking good in my opinion, Woody. He just needs to get this Town Hall now and use his spells correctly.
Yeah, he's got so many spells left. At this point in a raid, most of the time, they've already all been committed to a Skelly Donut or, you know, helping out a Siege Machine or something. But yeah, multiple rages still left to drop. He even dropped that last rage a little bit aggressively where the healers weren't even fully getting the benefit from it. But look at this. He's got 3 freezes left. He could drop a blizzard on this base and not even need those spells. Simon has done it, an alleyway of death, but he has annihilated from within. Well done to Milliceme SG, holding on now with the 10 stars. Bit of a deficit still on percentage, so they'll need an extremely strong defense against Agnistars' last gasp, and then to follow up with a triple of their own. But Simon has kept the dream alive, and with a super impressive unconventional attack, he has come away with a partial victory at the very least in this last engagement.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. That was absolutely unconventional, and to me that was one of the most impressive attacks I've seen in the last couple of weeks, because that's exactly what we were talking about, some out of meta or new meta attack strategies that these players come up with, and that was definitely off meta, at least off known meta. But looking at the scoreboard real quick, we have a 4.2% differential. That is 21%. That means Agnistars, to secure the victory, now need a 80% 2-star. A 79% 2-star would result in a possible a tie if Milliceme SG were able to 3-star their last attack. So 80% 2-star for the victory for Lincoln, as he is coming in with a smash attack, an Electro Titan smash, and he's going to use the Flame Flinger, I think, to take out the Town Hall, Woody.
Getting a little bit of work done with that little Poison Lizard helping out the Warden at the left side there, and lots of long-range shots for the Flame Flinger as well. And as we've mentioned before, Warden walks are nice because they can still be pivoted off to any side that you need them to go. It looks like the Queen and the Warden now are going to be able to path along the top side of the base while the Flame Flinger retargets onto the Town Hall. Easy 1-star claimed for Lincoln, and he can refocus his efforts now to getting the deploy down for the rest of these troops. 3 Electro Titans are going to be the main bulk of the force, and they're coming in up the top side now at the 12 o'clock position, going to start collapsing for some support for these 2 heroes that we've got down so far. Still holding on to the Barb King and that Royal Champion ready yet to commit. But with a Rage Tower going off now onto both scatter shots, he's going to have a lot of damage incoming. He needs to pop those down really fast, Maxi.
Yeah, and he needed those wall breakers to go in, because the first wall breaker unfortunately opened the outside wall, but then the next 2 wall breakers were able to get everything open that he needed. And look at the center billiards. If he drops his jump spell right there, he will open all of the remaining compartments except for the 6 o'clock one. Look at this, there's the jump spell, that is just beautiful, while the Flame Flinger on the left side is still doing work, shooting away at that multi-inferno, and I would go as far as calling already that he will be able to get the 79% with this attack. He's got the King ability, he will clear a lot of buildings in the outside, but also the Queen and Royal Champion to get buildings down on the inside.
Fires away with all remaining offense. Lincoln just needs the 3-star here to guarantee victory for Agnistars, and he is on the last quarter of this base now, looking very, very good. A house divided against itself cannot stand, and as the remaining heroes will collapse into the bottom compartment, they are making a march of destruction against what little remains for this base. There's only 30 seconds left before we can proclaim ultimate victory now, as Agnistars seem insuperable. The last shot as the shield will be tossed, and he's pumping his fists. Magnanimous in victory, Lincoln from Agnistars secures the win, and they are gonna survive to fight another day, Maxi.
That's right, no more calculating needed. He just makes it easy for us, secures the 3 stars, secures the 14 stars, and that means they cannot be overtaken anymore by Milliceme SG. And as this is the elimination match, that also means that MSG Ultra's attack is going to be the very last one from Millesime SG in this year's World Championship season. Commiserations to them. They have shown some great Clash of Clans action for us, have been very successful in getting here. And Woody, I think you know the prize pool better than me, but I'm sure that they are also taking home quite the sum of money with getting thus far in the tournament.
That's right, Millesime SG have earned a $5,000 prize for coming up 19th place now in the Clash of Clans World Championship 2023. They will be eliminated now by Stars, which has claimed a minimum of a $7,500 prize, advancing on to the next day in Stage 4, where they'll have to continue to fight for their tournament career with no lives left to spare. Ultra from Millesime does get an early stab here on the bottom side with a Stone Slammer, dropping in heavy into that compartment, knocking apart quite a few important defenses and taking out the enemy Archer Queen as well. Offensive Queen's going to be charging in and taking down the remaining CC stragglers as he gets set up for the dual Hog Rider assault with 4 freeze spells and 3 rages yet to commit to this entry. Yetis on the left corner are going to find a lot of Teslas that are trying to slow him down. He is having a bit of a difficulty in this side, and yet he might be able to hop over these walls nonetheless and get that monolith down. Commits the freeze, and might have liked to see that a little bit sooner, but it is out now, and it's up to the Barb King to finish it off.
Yeah, the problem was that his king was targeted early by the monolith, but then the giant bombs and the multi-infernos were killing his the barbarians that his king produced in the ability. Now he is relying on his king and the phoenix, because the king was revived, to take out the monolith. They get it, but more importantly, the queen is on the town hall. He freezes the town hall and the invisibility spell to take out the spell tower, but it's not working. There are so many traps in this area, Woody. The queen takes out the town hall. Okay, that is something, but he needs her to survive, and he's doing great.
Took shots as well from the Eagle Artillery, and he's doing pretty well in the center. But here, wow, red bombs aplenty. There was basically every trap you could see in the center of that base right next to the town hall, and the queen is eliminated. Very, very bad news for cleanup, as Ultra has to rely entirely on the hogs now. And even though the healers are going to be able to reposition off to help them out, there's a long way left to go. And you can start to see Ultra start to throw up his hands as he realizes there's not a whole lot left to do now, just to use that last Royal Champion ability to try to knock apart some tricky defenses. Super Hogs don't have to worry too much about walls, though. Even when they get knocked off their mounts, they will still be able to hammer away at the remaining defenses. 30 seconds left for cleanup and 25% of the base as he tries to collapse in on the final key structures. Multi-target Inferno is still burning away at all of his troops.
I think it's a time fail, to be honest. The Royal Champion being healed up by the healers comes in clutch, and even on the outside he's got some troops taking down the other defense buildings, and yeah, we can see it there. The last remaining defense is the cannon, which is taken out now, but he will never get to that Archer Queen platform on the bottom. He did great, even though he ran into a insanely trapped area, but 95% 2 stars. I mean, it kind of tells the story of this last war for them, where they were just not able to close their attacks the way they wanted. Just some attacks falling short that should have been 3 stars, while Agni stars on their side were able to pull the 3 stars off, finishing with 14 stars. That was just a slight bit better today, or they were just a slight bit better. Maybe got off on the right foot, while Millesime SG didn't. It was a great match, but a very clear winner, and we will see more of Agni Stars tomorrow.
Well, let's go ahead and bring back our other 2 casters now, as Millesime SG, a stellar team that advanced through an open ladder of 5,000 squads and pushed all the way to Stage 4, even defeating their A-list team that had previously competed in World Championship events. They've now been eliminated, a $5,000 prize. And let me go to you first, CarbonFin. Tell us what your thoughts are from that last war.
Well, it was incredible. I was thinking that it was going to Millesime SG to win it because they took down Millesime MG, which I was impressed. But Ninja Stars showed up, and they totally deserve that. They have shown me that, you know what, I'm going to keep my eye on them in upcoming matches. But all the rest of you guys were all right. I went now even today, so I don't know how you guys ended up doing. But Eric, how about you? What was your
better
thought?
Than you?
Yeah.
Take it, Eric.
We don't hear Eric yet.
Yeah, it might be muted.
Oh,
We'll get him
there-
back in just a minute, though, and he'll get a chance
Oh,
to
there we
brag
go.
about his. I think he got 5 out of 6 predictions today, right, Eric?
Oh,
I did. Yeah, I was muted there for a second. I'm sitting there talking away, like over there bragging. You didn't even hear how awesome I was talking myself up here. It's actually really impressive. But yeah, I got 5 of 6 today there. So, I mean, I'm not too surprised here that Stars was able to take this win here, though. They have a lot of competitive experience on the team there. I think a lot more than the Millicene SG team does. And I mean, huge kudos to Millicene SG for making it as far as they did. They were definitely an underdog in the competition. They definitely played very well and knocking out their sister team in the process and make it into the previous Swiss bracket all the way to the 2-2 bracket. Like, and then go in and take the win in that massive clutch spot. Like, they definitely played very, very well for a team that is a relative newcomer to these very end stages of the tournament. So, I mean, huge congrats to them. They're still not walking away empty-handed for making it this far. They made it the money. So, but yeah, Stars, these Japanese teams, they're stacked. And with, like I said, a lot of these players from Stars had played on a lot of big-name teams in the past there, and they've just reassembled. So, like, they kind of slid under my radar the whole time. When as soon as I saw their roster, I knew the team's potential.
yeah, these teams are so good, and they're proving it here today. We've seen some incredible matches, and look at that, 99.6. The one veil, 2 building shy of what? We saw 2 perfect wars. We were another 1 match of 1 building shy of another perfect war. This one was 2 buildings. We could have had almost 4 perfect wars out of 6 matches. That's just mind-blowing, Woody.
Yeah, I mean, you guys really know how to pick them. It's been very fun watching the predictions come through on some of these extremely tight wars, and then, yeah, seeing some extremely impressive upset performances. I mean, I picked Stars, but I don't know if I was going to pick them to take an almost perfect war off of Millicene. This was a stellar day, to be sure. And I mean, as you can see, the only unanimous prediction we had was for match 1. Every single other match that we had was tight in one way or another, difficult to predict, had some ups and downs, and I'd say that so far today has been one of the most interesting in terms of the twists and turns that we've found through these matches, and it's only going to get even more interesting as the Clash of Clans World Championship continues with another round of stage 4 matches tomorrow, and then finally the next weekend awarding those golden tickets.
Yeah, if I counted that correctly, Woody and Eric, both of you have 5 correct. Is that right?
I think so.
So that's
Yeah,
pretty
you got
impressive
yeah.
stuff.
Flex.
Well done.
Sorry, I asked all of you. Of course, all of you first in there. I would as well if I had 5 correct. But yeah, let's move on to the advancing teams. We have both of them here. United and Clash Champs are the first 2 teams to arrive. 2 teams that have impressed us very much in these past stages, especially today, seeing them at their top level. They both move on with a 3-0 record, just like they did last week. So definitely some teams to keep your eyes out for next weekend. But before that, we'll be finding out the 6 more advancing teams tomorrow, Eric. But what about the teams that have already been eliminated?
Well, okay, so you have a lot of teams that are sitting in those middle brackets there, in the 2 and 1 or the 1 and 2 teams. Everybody else that is already 0-3 or 3-0 are done playing. I guess the teams that are 0-3 are out of the competition. But we're going to see lots of matches tomorrow here. So every team that wins in that 2 and 1 bracket tomorrow will move up and go on to stage 5. Everybody else down at the bottom is going to be playing for elimination match, and then the last surviving teams once again go into that final 2 and 2 bracket. And I mean, there's still a lot of teams that are fighting for those spots there. Like I'm still looking to specifically, I'm keeping an eye on those teams that came out of those top matches. So like NJ Flex and like Chazmag EA, I want to see those teams still have their chance to make it through, and they have multiple chances to do so. So everybody's still playing. I mean, there's still 6 more spots there, but there's a lot of competition for those spots right now, and it's quickly narrowing down.
It is narrowing down, and we'll be able to find out those 6 teams tomorrow who are going to advance to the double elimination stage for next weekend. And remember, it's going to be at the exact same time that we start today, which will be 14 UTC. So make sure you guys do not miss that. I'll get to each one of your final thoughts for here today, starting with Woody.
Thanks very much, Carbon, and thanks to the other casters as well for joining me on this awesome day of Clash in Action. It has been a really impressive performance from these teams to be picking up $5,000, the 2 that were eliminated, and to see 2 now advancing on to stage 5 that won't even have to compete tomorrow. But there's a lot of wars on the docket for tomorrow, and I'll be sitting out on that one, so you can keep your volume turned up and look forward to some more fun clashing, as we've got a lot still left ahead. But make sure to subscribe and keep apprised of all the action going on over on the social media channels as well, because we're dropping all the best info there. You can watch replays, clips, hear from the casters, hear from the players, and so keep up with that. But I'll toss it off to you next, Maxi.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that you, Eric, are able to fill Woody's shoes tomorrow. I think you have quite the organ there as well, and can shout almost as loud as Woody, I should say. But yeah, for talking about today, I have 3 takes. Number 1 is we have the best offensive teams in the world with these high-scoring wars that we were showing today. Number 2 is most of the wars have gotten down to the very last attack to decide them. So we are also in a phase where we have the most exciting matches for you. So don't miss out tomorrow. And the third one is there are still some teams that have some surprises for us in the bag. As we saw in the attack from MSG Simon just now. Unfortunately, Milisim is out now, but that was a completely off-meta strategy. We might see more of those types of attacks. So for all of you that are so interested in the competitive Clash of Clans scene and think you know all the strategies, you might get your mind blown. So tune in tomorrow.
Absolutely. And I mean, I saw some crazy attacks there. Like, I think the one that stood out to me the most today was the Yeti and the, was it Super Wizards or Super Archers with the bats? Every time I see that attack there, I'm like blown away that they're able to move it. Like, that brings me back to my days in like Town Hall 12 competitive play. And like it's crazy how those little things, those skills that you learn all the way through of playing Clash of Clans just kind of build and build and build and build until eventually they've reached this stage here, and maybe we see them go to the World Championship. So definitely a very, very exciting day here, and I look forward to tomorrow, and I look forward to see which of the 8 teams ended making it through. 2 locked in, 6 to go.
And it's time to find that out tomorrow, so don't miss that at 14 UTC. It's been a pleasure, and that's going to wrap it up here today. And remember, a huge thanks to Supercell, the production, the players, and all of you at home. Can't do it without all of you guys' support, so really appreciate it. But till then, hopefully you guys have a great rest of your day. Clash on. Are you serious? I'm gonna reach over. Giant Bomb is here. Oh, no!
It just has to be the aura. It's got a lot of HP, and she's gone.
Salino has done it! Let's chop away Barbarian! No!